trying to export, buy and sell for $5. And how are they doing that? With the gold. Have you realized they've been buying a lot of gold? As soon as Trump got elected, the Chinese bought a lot of gold, and they're using that currency to undermine the US dollar. They don't want to spend, they don't want to trade with the US dollar, so they're in competition with the America. They don't see themselves aligned with America. America, if at any moment can sanction them, they don't trust America. Okay, so you gotta get that. You have to understand that it's strategic what they do with China. They're not aligned with America. They're not united with America. America considers China an enemy. China considers America an enemy as well.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, America is reliant on China for many critical areas of it. America has to import a lot of minerals, rare earths, manufactured goods from China. And America can't just cut off its relationship with China, even in 5 to 10 years. It's impossible, right? So I think America's policy towards China is evolving slowly, especially with Trump. He recently said that when he met Xi a couple of weeks ago, he said that China's our equal, and we should work together more. So let's see what happens.
China doesn't see themselves as equal with America. They see themselves as a developing industrial country that produces, that does a lot of things. They're independent. They're not independent from America. They don't need to export things from America. They don't need American products. They don't need American. What America has got to offer. China has built something strategically where they are not reliant on America. America is completely reliant on China. America depends on China. America can go a year without China. If China decided to not send anything, to not trade with America, America would be in shambles.
I'm not disagreeing with you. I think the U.S. is more dependent on China than the other way around. I agree with you there.
Yeah, China has the leverage. That's why China realized that why are we going to use the US dollar to buy and sell, trade? They realized, okay, we can use gold, let's buy a lot of gold, let's accumulate gold, let's value gold, let's use gold as a commodity where we can trade instead of trading with the US dollar. That's a middleman. That's how they consider US dollar, and just they don't value it. So eventually it goes in a punch.
Blue's picture is pretty funny. What's up, Prince?
jumped in, did a drive on, and left.
Yeah, that's a little crazy. If I got 45 seconds or a whole minute to, to have a break, I'm not going to spend that 35 seconds on Clubhouse trying to get a point out. I'm not.
Exactly. Anyway. That's what short is.
Next somebody must carry it over the phone to now. We know you got it going on. We got you.
You got two.
Here we go, guys.
I did forget to say the most important.
He came back from his break. He came back from his break and finished his point.
I did.
You look pretty. I'm like,
Where did you come
oh,
from?
thank you for that. You're welcome. Thank you. You're welcome.
Trey, you funny, bro. I'm trying to be funny, but you hilarious.
He's funny as hell.
I'm not. I am funny, especially if you have a drink with me. The redacted victim is Virginia Guthrie.
I said that earlier. They said, "Oh, you don't know what you're talking about." I said, "That's what they said." Now I didn't say I know what you're talking about.
Are you talking about the one that was dealing with Trump?
Yeah.
She dealt with Trump and
That part. No, so she's
You know what it is
so
about 6
there.
months ago, didn't you?
Go ahead, Trump. What you got? You got something?
No, I'm just saying. Republicans now have confirmed. House Republicans have confirmed that it's Virginia Guthrie. I don't know who told you you weren't right, man. You were spot on when you said that. It is her. What House Republicans are pointing to is Virginia Guthrie's book, in which she states, or her testimony in which she states that Trump never came on to her. I don't think that matters in this situation, because the implication that then leads to that Trump had some knowledge. If he was at Epstein's house with this girl, he would have had intricate knowledge of her whereabouts, how old she was, because she worked for him. And so, just the fact that the email states that is an implication of knowledge of something at this point. But, there's a lot of backtracking and backpedaling going on. Anyway, I'll see y'all later.
Well, the problem with the Jeffrey part was always that she was the reason why he and Epstein apparently fell out. Because if you remember, he has always said that she was the one that worked for him underage at the massage parlor, and that she was the reason why him and Epstein fell out. He poached her, supposedly, from his massage parlor, and Virginia Guthrie underage, working at which does not make sense. How could she have been working underage at Mar-a-Lago? Let's go there for a second. Well, according to the same thing that Trump was talking about, the response is, in her book, she mentions working at Mar-a-Lago and saying that her father used to work there in the book, and that is how she got the job, because her father was an employee there. She was also underage, which means that she didn't have papers. She was working there illegally. But you see where I'm going with it, right? I hear you.
Yeah, she was abused by her father, wasn't she?
I don't know. Yes. Are we listening to?
Yeah.
Over the weekends, so y'all get up, join us this Saturday and Sunday. Did you know? Shameless plug from Shameless plug. I love it.
But yeah, she actually talked about how she was abused by her father, her stepfather. Like, the men in her life have abused her, and her father has spoken out and said he didn't do nothing. But she actually has said her father has abused her.
I think that portion is on the replays. If y'all go to the replays and listen in, you can get that information for yourself. All right, I ain't gonna
You sure you ain't gonna go for market?
No, I can't stand marketing. However, what I will say is at 6:30 tonight, we had a wonderful lineup for you tonight. I'm not going to tell you who the special guest is, but I will tell you what the special guest is coming to talk to us about. Yes, she's coming to talk about the future of, it's a three-letter word. Y'all don't like it. It starts with a D. EI. DEI. Yes. What is the future of DEI? This young lady is very well known in the community. I will give you all that information later on today or tonight, rather, at 6:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So make sure you join us again. It's gonna be great.
If you wait 2 hours, she'll spill it.
Not me. Never.
100%. She
We've never spilled the details. It's our big sister who has spilled the details.
Exactly.
Oh, okay.
Lisa.
Oh, that's right. You get me mixed up with the. Y'all get me mixed up with Lisa. I got it.
I didn't.
Go ahead.
So I'm like, what time?
It's supposed to be there. I'm like, huh? What's going on? Like, how do you know that? I was.
I take it the early conversation was inspired by the emails that the Dems released showing that Trump has spent hours with one of the victims at Epstein's house, and Epstein was saying he hadn't got caught yet.
The question is, what's the next crisis that they're going to create to try to subvert this conversation? I'm sorry, you're my boss.
It's going to be the health subsidies. That's going to be the next big fight.
That's not till January, so we have a long time to go as far as that conversation. But there's going to be another that they're going to create because now this conversation will go away, right? Because we're let's see.
They're going to get all wrapped up in the holidays, and Trump is going to have an ice skating rink put in the middle of the White House so he can have the Disney on ice there, and it'd be a whole lot of that.
Was that correct? Is that what inspired your earlier conversation? You know, was speaking on that or no?
Yeah. Which earlier conversation? From the point
When y'all talking about Epstein and Epstein related things.
Oh yeah, I know you kind of switched up the conversation really quickly, so I couldn't follow. But that would be the answer, yes.
I don't get an answer. My bad. I didn't get an answer.
I don't have any treats.
Lady gave you the turkey fried chicken inspiration. For that. But damn, I want to see the emails. Has anybody been able to see what emails have been released by the Democrats?
Saw one.
I dropped the link in the chat, guys.
Yeah, I saw one of the emails. Yeah, it's dated from 2011 from Epstein, and it's pretty wild. Yeah.
All three are on PBS. You can find it there.
Trump did that shit.
You know, he never uses emails because y'all know he's not technology savvy. But this one actually is an email from Epstein, so it's pretty wild.
Who's he emailing? Is he emailing Trump or is he emailing?
He was emailing Giselle. The one that I saw, he was emailing her directly.
Or is he?
seeing Michael Wolff. Michael Wolff also.
Yeah, but Michael Wolff was actually, I think he was trying to write a book or something like that. He was gathering information. So, like, I'm just trying to figure out what did he email other people. Because, like, him emailing Michael Wolff, he's going to give Michael Wolff just what he needs to give him. Like, I want to know what he emailed. Like, just Lang, that would be awesome.
Two was the Just Lane and one was the Michael Wolff.
And what did he say to, no, there's 20,000 emails.
I thought it was 3 that was released. It's 20,000.
Yeah, 20,000.
Oh,
There's
yeah.
100 that they're talking about for this specific incident.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so he's emailing, so J, whoever G vacation is, that could be just Lane, that's being sent to Michael Wolf. And then we have from G Max.
That's the Tulane commercial.
Okay, then we have G Max to G vacation. Also from there, that's been replied to directly from Jeffrey Epstein to G Max. So yeah, we got like 3 or 4 people. We got 3 or 4 people in this chain. It's really needy.
Oh, dear.
It's a weird word to use, but yeah.
I think it's an excellent word.
Sausage.
That's a terrible word.
Now you going too far.
Now you went too far, yeah. Maybe it's one thing.
Why would you co-sign that? Meaty is a horrible word to use to talk about.
So you put in the chat the actual email?
No, it was just an article from CNBC.
So what do you think will ultimately happen to Trump when it all comes out? Like, will they try to impeach him or?
Not a damn thing.
I think after the midterm, then we can like look at what impeachment would look like, right?
Right.
So then if we have more Dems in the seat, the number of those who will meet.
Probably like break him to the coals like they did Bill Clinton.
No.
I'm talking about after midterm elections.
So this is interesting. So Trump has called Boulder and been trying to talk to Nancy Mace.
Nancy Mace is she's such a wishy-washy like, she's such a wishy-washy because she will find a way to excuse him. I don't believe nothing that she does. She jumps from one end to the other. And right now, MTG, she just don't know where she wants to be. She's so over the Trump train. Right now, she's trying to be a centrist. So I don't know. She's mad at him because he told her no, she couldn't run for the Senate seat. So she's not on the Trump train anymore. MAGA hates her currently. So she's trying to become a rhino now. So yeah.
Don't believe anything Nancy Mace says.
I don't.
Nobody in the state. Yeah.
The only writers are the ones that actually came up on him on the first administration. If you ask the second administration, I don't trust you.
Right about that.
She couldn't even get people to show up for her campaign here in her own home state. She had like 18 people show up, and they were all media. So yeah, no, she's a non-factor. And I just hope that even if Democrats take over everything, that they don't waste time trying to impeach him. Just fix all the stuff that he broke.
Yeah.
Spend time doing that.
Yeah, impeachment is a waste of time. The problem is if you're not going to remove him from impeachment, like completely remove him, it's not going to work. That's going to be the problem. It'll be a shit show.
And that's why I said we need to work together. But you know who really is a big disappointment for me that's a part of this administration or multiple roles is freaking Mark Rubio. I can't stand Mark Rubio. I didn't like him before, but then when it came to foreign policy, like sometimes I can actually like sit down and be like, okay, yeah, this is no good stuff to talk about. At this point right now, I can't stand this other stuff. It's like he sold his soul.
Sorry as hell. At first I thought he was a centrist, but now I just realized he's just a complete dickhead.
Yeah, I kind of thought he would be one of the adults in the room, but he turned out not to be an adult in the room. And I'm with you. And some of his foreign policy, I was like, okay, at least there's one adult left. But yeah, after I just lost every bit of hope from him being anything. I mean, Trump dragged him real bad.
And Hillary Cruz, dragged him themselves.
Ugly. I mean,
Yes.
talked about the wives, dragged
their families, told them they could go back to Canada, talked about them like dogs, talked about their families. I mean, just disgusting.
Alex Cruz, who was willing to take insults because he realized he had to advocate for the people of Texas, and the current people in power in 2016 through 18 were the Republicans. And so if Texas was going to get anything, and senators, yes, they need to advocate for the national message, but they should, to a large degree, be parochial. They should try to bring back funds. They should try to bring back jobs to their state. That's an important role of the senator.
And none of that happened, and you still call my wife ugly. What are we talking about? Stop it, Marshall.
No, it literally did.
It did happen. It did happen. But the thing is with him, Marshall, I agree with you 100% on everything you just said. But then I still think it was I get it, power play in the state of Texas, but then it was also just watching him get on a plane to go to fucking Mexico and then catching him and then saying, oh, he's taking over too. Like, you should take on your candidates more stuff you work with your constituents as your candidates.
How did it happen when they rejected all the money for the packages? They took all the money that they got, they rejected, and they did not rebuild the infrastructure. The money that they were given to go back onto the grid, they didn't take the money, and every money that they were given for the infrastructure package, they rejected. So make that make sense of what you're telling me, because they did not take any of the money. They said it was hold on, Marshall. They did not take any of the money. They said it was Democratic money. This is what they said, the state of Texas, and take any of the money. So make it make sense what you're telling me, because they didn't take any of the money. They didn't take any of the expansion money as far as the Medicaid money. So the Texans literally shot to the foot. Stop. Oh, Lord. What's going on?
You're back. Turkey fried chicken. You good? Have y'all talked about the fact that the Republicans snuck a THC ban into the agricultural portion of the funding that's required to reopen the fucking government? So basically, it's a big ban on all hemp product, especially with any portion of THC or THA, which if you're not into the market, probably won't make a lot of sense to you, but that's fucking huge. I don't know if y'all follow that at all.
Massive. We did it in Texas. It's a terrible idea.
You guys did do it in Texas. Texas has the most conservative, but now.
Well, money we make off hemp as a country, revenue down is just so stupid.
Why did they slide that in and attach it to the fucking this? So basically, for people that probably follow me,
because they were like, no, people shouldn't get intoxicated. That's not their thing.
right?
Despite the fact that most hemp farmers don't grow actual pot.
Right. There's usually it's under 0.3% THC usually.
Gemini, can you break it down, please? I know you was getting ready to break it down.
Yeah, I was going to ask you to do that, Jim. Okay, so basically, in the agricultural portion of the spending that's required to reopen, so they attached this, the Republicans, as they attached this to the bill that's needed to reopen the government. And they made it so all hemp products or hemp-derived products with any intoxicating effect is going to be banned, right? So we're talking about tens of thousands of businesses, farms, farmers, a shit ton of people are going to get hit by that were legally compliant prior to this being passed. 100% legally compliant before this. This makes them illegal.
So this puts them out of business, is what you're saying?
100%.
Yeah.
Because the state laws they proceed. Because I know law always trumps state law.
Yeah, I was thinking that. So,
Have you been affected, Gemini?
not at all. I never delved into that space. I don't play in it. Like any products I do that are hemp derived, you don't get intoxicated. I do seeds, I do clones, and they are hemp compliant but not intoxicating.
How's that going to affect the people that smoke marijuana? What should we know?
You're not going to be able to get the THCA products at the gas stations. You're not going to be able to get any hemp products that you normally can get at the smoke shop that were still legal. All that shit's gone.
But you still could buy regular marijuana.
If it's the licensed dispensary that has everything licensed, then yes.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate that. Thank you.
This might sound small, but when y'all understand the size of the market that's about to be impacted on the hemp side,
it's gonna fuck up the economy.
Oh yeah, it's gonna hurt. It's gonna hurt tremendously.
Drying up revenue streams that cities and states have been getting. Like this is what pardon me, Gemini. I just don't know what it takes. I don't know what does it take for motherfuckers to realize that this MAGA movement. They like I said, they spend every waking moment devising evil ways and how to just fuck with people.
Robert, I will say this: it's so bad that even some of the Republicans are trying to say we're either going to soften or remove this aspect of the agricultural portion of the funding because they don't feel it's right either. So there are some on their side that even sees the liability that this is going to cause. So we'll see.
It's in the House right now?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you. So they still can do those revisions.
So who added it? Who was the person that put that in?
I think his name is Harris. He's a Republican. Let me look it up. I remember his last name being Harris.
So basically,
Andy Harris.
Where is he from, Jim?
Let me see. Maryland. He's a Republican representative from Maryland. He chairs the House Appropriations Subcommittee on Agriculture and Related Matters.
That sounds like a slithery, slimy snake.
He is. He slid it in. This wasn't there initially, by the way. This is last minute. That's why a lot of people are saying it was snuck in. It was a last minute revision to the agricultural portion, like last edition.
And there's no way. Well, anyway, I'm working on something right now. On a side note, that extension that ballroom that they're building. I'm reading articles that saying that it's actually going to be underneath it like a database, so on and so forth. So there are other intentions, which explains why they needed that space, that 90,000.
I told y'all before, mine come. You built the wrong room. I told you.
Yeah, that's just a cover. Ballroom is just a cover.
What did you say?
Think of all the technology. Think of all the people who sponsored for that build out, right? Look at all of those companies. So, and think about what we're doing with data centers. Think about what we're doing with underground bunks. Because there used to be a bunker as well. I don't know if you guys realize that in case there's an evacuation. There are portions on the White House grounds where where our representatives can, and the family can hide and so on and so forth.
Right, there used to be shelters back in the day. Right.
So, in other words, it's 90,000 ballroom. It's not really a ball. It's not split that because we wonder why it's so fucking big. But now it's starting to make sense. And I'm reading some sources. Y'all find out what y'all find out, and then I guess when we're ready to unpack it, we can unpack it. But that's what I'm working on now.
Robert, go study when Hitler built his ballroom because it was built as a bunker. It was super fortified. Go read that. It was particularly built so they could go in and when, fit hits the fan, they could go in there and be safe. Literally, go read that. Go study that.
Thank you, kid.
So I don't think it's a Nazi analogy. I think it's a Greenbrier analogy. Greenbrier was this huge secret government facility right outside of Washington meant to take in all
the Greenbrier.
Yeah, seems like top bunker in which people could get to quickly. Peon is probably being expanded. I think it's on that side of the White House actually. And that makes sense.
I respect that much, but I said, if you put that in context with the other things, that's the only reason why I said it, because there's about 10 more other things that actually sit right in place and step by step by step by step by step. But I'm not just saying this alone by itself, but I see the Greenbrier analogy as well.
I don't understand what you mean by the Greenbrier analogy now.
If we're talking about bunkers, it seems like they're trying out. And that bunker will probably not be secret because all the media is actually on it, but it'll exist. I don't know what that does for the actual White House aside from sticking an extra bunker in there, but that's more what I mean. I don't know. This theory, and tell me if I'm floating it incorrectly. I think the reason I don't mean you.
Wait. This is what I'm asking.
Yeah.
What do you mean by the green wire analogy?
Oh, I called it that because it seemed to me that they were looking for an extra presidential bunker. Maybe the green wire is right too.
I can't hear you.
Maybe Harry Truman's digging over the White House and building something you can't.
Yeah, but that's something that they would need, though. Like, we know goddamn well there are bunkers all over the United States. There's one in Colorado that people talk about. You know what I'm saying? Like,
A bunker's not a big deal. I don't see
I
that.
don't either. Do they actually have a relocation site for, like, important people from Congress?
And you gotta protect the president and administration. So I'm not, that conspiracy theory for me is not a big deal.
Not at all.
Ostentatiousness of which the bar is being built. As people have been saying the last couple of days, the Great Gatsby effect.
The ballroom's retarded, but the bunker part of it is that's standard procedure. Yeah.
It's actually intelligent.
That actually makes more sense. To me, that makes more sense.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Honestly, I prefer a
Without this ballroom, the president had no bunker protection components.
He does. But if you're gonna do an expansion of a bunker, for me that would make more sense.
And why at the White House? Because that would be a target.
That's the fact. You think it would be off-site somewhere in the street? I mean, not in the street, but the
It's a
street.
huge target. There's a huge bullseye around the White House. Like the whole world knows where the president is.
That's why I said I don't understand the green. That's why I was confused. Like,
It's probably the wrong analogy, Kathy, to be fair. It was the word that came into my head at the time. But maybe it's an expansion of the PIOC. And I think it's on the same side of the White House as the PIOC.
and it what? Go ahead, Marshall. I'm sorry.
No. I was just gonna say, that seems to make a little bit more sense. The ballroom's indefensible because it's so ostentatious, but building a bunker underneath. I'm with Riz here. That seems to be like fairly.
The White House.
Yeah, I meant they would expand the already existing bunker. I don't know why.
For what? Because who would be in there other than his cook, and then even with the bunkers that they have certain people that have already been designated to go straight to those bunkers when it comes to cooks and freaking certain people in Congress and there's already people that know that they're the ones that need to go forward.
Yeah, probably the improper analogy. Wrong word placement on my part.
Yeah, but I agree with you on. I don't agree with you with the thing, right? I was like, I don't understand. Wait, let's go backwards.
No, it was not an analogy that made sense. I totally understand that.
Moving on to the brain, Marshall.
He's definitely gonna have a McDonald's in the cave.
Be right back.
Bunker.
Right. Rez, don't act crazy. I know it was lady that mommy did. But you are so cute. Don't act crazy. Start cutting everybody out. We already know how you get that.
Red's not that crazy. Like, what are we?
No, shit. I know Rez got some dark side and some west side.
She definitely got some dark. She will crash. Like, she don't wear no seatbelt. She just crash.
Yeah, she got some dark side in her. No dark side, baby.
He was in the critical thinking forum yesterday and had just the bang up responses always.
Yeah. So Ramirez can be on the political side, then you'll catch her giving out turkeys on the west side, and then be on the dark side talking about fucking. Yeah.
Hey, Riz from the Bay? Riz, you from the Bay, right?
Ramirez is busy.
How do you don't like modern people from the Bay?
No, it ain't. I love Ramirez. Ramirez, no, I love him.
Hey, Patty.
Hey, Michi.
How you doing?
Your mama let you outside?
Who? I'm grown.
Shit, let me stop talking, because I used to stay at the TL and me and TL.
Right. Everybody on this app, even if they know my age, they still be like, poor baby. I'm like, I'm the same, man.
You're 30. How old are you? Yeah.
37.
Older than me.
You the baby, Marshall. You the only baby.
I'm the old baby. Alright.
You the youngest.
You know, even when I went to high school, they thought I was at the wrong school.
Why? Because you
He was like, yeah, the wrong school, the one next door. I said, no, I'm in a 10th grade.
Hey, so I met CEO last week, and he said, you look so innocent. I was like, yeah, thank you. He's like, I cannot look at you the same on that app now. It's like all those words that come out your mouth. You look like such a, he said I look like a sweet girl.
Yeah. And y'all ass can go off on some people. Let's see here, mom.
You said from now on, I'm just going to say that you're a virtual twin. You try to look so small and yeah. She's like, you so
Anthony said the same shit.
Huh?
Anthony said the same shit.
Oh, he said that like so innocent.
Yeah, he said the exact same shit.
Oh God. I don't know. Look at me, even at work, they be like, when I get tough, then they be like, what the hell's going on here? I think because I'm skinny. I don't know.
your Marble scared the shit out of me too. Not because
I smile a lot at work. I smile because I'm used to the faking smiles for foreign people. In 14 years of faking a smile, it's like that shit becomes a permanent stain on your face.
So I always think like the private side conversation would be the worst. Hey Marshall, we finished your work and it kind of sucks.
Marshall, I'm trying to relate, and I don't have a boss. I haven't had a boss in forever. I don't know what it is. The answer to somebody on that level. I'm contracted, so I guess I answer on some level. But I'm just work
I call my contract
evaluation. The fuck.
I call my contracted people bosses. When I work for candidate, that's you, just the candidate.
They are, but I don't even need the contract. So it's like, if you don't like it, fuck you. I got 5 more contracts.
You need the contract. You need the time.
Simon.
I'm not saying it like that. You need them because that's just like, but when you have options, I got more contracts than I have money. So I pick and choose what contracts I think. It doesn't matter.
I'm not on stage yet. Hopefully I will be someday.
It's crazy because I ain't got the hustler spirit, but my mom definitely is the hustler.
To be in the military, as long as you are in reach the rank you're reaching, you definitely have a hustling spirit. It's just applied in a different way.
Yeah, you're right. If she really has, like, she be making shit happen.
You're talking about the independent entrepreneurial spirit, which is it's just different versions of hustling. I respect people that do the 9 to 5 because that takes a lot of work and work ethic as well. Like it's just applied in a different way. Some people work better in a different structure, you know.
100%. So that entrepreneurship type hustle spirit, that shit, I just be looking at her like, she be figuring it out.
I love that. I ain't gonna lie, like that was me. 100% is me. 100% like that aspect. And then AI really make that, like, if you have that type of mindset, it amplified it times a million. It gave you basically a staff that works 24/7 if you know how to utilize it. Why you just get mad at life? Why you mad at point? Come on stage and tell me why you're upset, buddy.
Come up for me. The Gemini can tell you that.
You just be talking shit for no reason.
I don't know if Trump is done, Michael. So, like, I thought when they played that that video with him talking on that bus, that should have been it. But people made excuses for that shit, including his back one wife.
The girl about the pussy video?
Yeah, that was enough. Y'all didn't think that was a fucking enough? Saying I just kiss him and grab him by the pussy.
I thought it was
Like,
when you made fun of the reporter with the arm. When he started making fun of folks like that, I thought he was done.
It was to make fun of someone and to put action into play, like saying that I kiss him in the mouth and I grab him by the pussy. Like, it's like, this dude just told y'all he attacks physically, not just verbally, physically. And ain't nobody, people made excuses for that shit. They made excuses for everything. They'll be pissed off for a second and be like, oh yeah, you're right, soccer room talk, soccer room my ass. Could you imagine as a woman, if you're married and you're in here, can you imagine as a woman meeting a guy that says I grab him by the pussy and kiss him in the mouth? Would you date this motherfucker? Would you even let him call you that?
Most women, no, I won't say most, a lot of women nowadays would, based on his financial status and the power he holds, yes.
Fuck that.
They don't want that at Walmart.
Yeah, and you're not grabbing me by my pussy. You grab me by my pussy, we're gonna have problems.
I hope so, but I think there's a lot of women that don't have the same morals either.
They can't even know.
Fantasizing about his own daughter. Right? Who sexualizes their daughter, bro? Who talks about if she's hot, if you and my daughter be banging her? Like, what the fuck is wrong with you?
Or why would mad men make an excuse for what he said when it comes to certain shit?
You can take the mask off. Like, why would men? Like, because we're fathered, Democrat, Independent, Republican, and a father, period, doesn't look at his daughter in that fucking light, period. You know, that has no political party attached to it.
Yeah, that's true. And I know everybody has a mother. You had to have one to be brought into this. And it's like, how would you feel about a man that does that to your mom? Grab her by the pussy and kiss her in her mouth? What's wrong with y'all? Disgusting. How you doing, dear El Normo?
What's up?
You acting up yet?
Hey, I got a question.
Trying.
Yeah, dear.
I'm tired of my second class citizenship here in this month.
Why you say you second class?
The mods, they're first class, and there was a second class.
No, that's not true.
That's not true at all. Yeah, it is. That's how I see it. Yeah, especially you got a plus next to your name. We know to respect you, sir. You're going to look, I'm cool with you, brother. I'm over this drum. I know you already know I rock with you. You already know. Well, yeah, I'm tired of being second class citizen. I want to be American. Where's the TA go? When he burned out?
He probably works saying? You know, most of the mods have a job up there. So they disappear and come back.
Facts. We need to quadruple down on the Epstein file focus though. We need to just Epstein it out until we get every single shred of pedophilia porn that Trump is attached to.
I want to find, let me find these goddamn emails. I want to read those emails and have somebody read those. You know, this is, I want to see what's going on.
Yeah, so they said PBS, yeah.
You mean NPR?
Yeah, well, it's one the same.
And let me see. See if I can find the actual emails. Because I want full emails. I want to see what they say.
Almost acting up already. We have a bunch of email we put in chat.
Oh, is he allegedly attracted to his daughter? Allegedly, is that alleged? Has he allegedly made sexual comments about his own daughter? Did he allegedly say grab her by the pussy? Is that alleged? Did he allegedly cheat with a porn star? Is that alleged? Is he a alleged felon or is he a real felon? Which one? Is he kind of a felon or is he a fucking felon?
So I put a link in the chat for a video that's talking about those emails, and also before then I put a link to that PBS article. That's pretty easy to find.
Is it a read off of the email or?
No. The last link I posted is actually two people talking about the emails, but it's pretty informative. They talk about some things I hadn't read.
Let me see the link.
Unleash. Yeah, I like that.
So it's not the PBS article.
No, PBS has the emails, right? And then the latest post has the video discussing the emails.
Oh, it has released emails. Woo, they do got it.
Drop the link in the chat. I'll put it up top. Drop the link.
Okay.
Thank you.
Hold on real quick. That's my hairdresser. Give me a second.
Hairdresser and priority over the Epstein files. One like on a different point. What up, point?
Yeah, I normally get paid for stages now, but because this is important, I came up. Now we have an issue of national security. Many of you didn't read the Wolf email. That's okay, you'll read it. I read it this morning because I get these alerts on my phone. The shit I read, not all of it, was not only scathing, but frightening. Because it made me instantly think of Prince Andrew, King Charles. Remember that shit came up a little while ago? Andrew's flag down. Because you see, the monarchy does not want each and the rest of the global world because, they're still colonizers. So after I read the Wolf email, it clicked. Oh, shit. King Charles knew this was coming out. He knew the contents of this. That's why he's just trying to get as much distance as he can with Andrew. Now, what am I talking about? I'll just tell you two parts of the email that made me then understand why Trump wants to test the nukes. Remember? Right, okay, listen carefully. The first part, it's the emails between Epstein and Wolf. Right? Two Jewish guys. Right? You should know who Wolf is. Then you'll understand more if you don't. When you do. And the conversation goes like this. Well, you know what you did. That's Wolf talking to Epstein. And Epstein's like, yeah. Well, what do I do about it? How do I fucking play this? And Wolf responds, well, Wolf is trolling Epstein. Wolf responds with, well, you could play this two ways. One, he's talking about how do I play this with Trump. Wolf says, you could play this two ways. And remember, this is near the election, just before the election. He says you could either put it all there, and if he loses the election, you at least have some good PR for yourself. Or two, you could do what you need to do, bury it, and if he will action, then he gotta hold you. When I read that shit, I said to myself, no wonder they hung this motherfucker. Right? Because that's a direct admission. He had goods on Trump before the election. So Trump must have known about that email or some conversation along that line. That's why they put the hit on this motherfucker.
You guys are comedy.
Hold up, let him finish. Let him finish. I actually agree with him.
The second thing the email proved to me was Trump was running trains on little girls a long time with Epstein, and that's what Epstein and Wolf were talking about earlier in the email. I didn't even read that part because I got disgusted. The part that hit me the hardest was, oh, they were playing Russian roulette with Trump on whether to tell him he's on the hot seat or bury it, and then Trump owes them after the election if he wins. That's heavy shit. So those of you that haven't read the email, please try and get at least that one. And you'll see what I'm talking about when you read it word for word.
Where is the email at? Where's that email?
Well, I read mine on X this morning, and it made my hair raise on my.
We read the emails, they're nothing.
Yeah.
We read the emails, they are nothing. No. That's not being blown up right now. That's why nobody's saying hours with the video at his house. Nobody's talking about it. Literally. Look, we're talking about it right now.
Lil Trump, let me ask you this. When Epstein is directly writing in his email that Trump spent hours, let me finish. Trump spent hours with one of the victims at his house. That's nothing to you?
You read the emails, right, Gemini?
I asked you a direct question.
What's the emails on your computer? Read them out loud for everybody to.
I asked you a direct
So we can have a conversation about and everything.
I asked you a direct question. Are you going to answer that?
Pointy, can you put some in the
Can you put the emails up so Gemini can understand what he's talking about? Because I don't think Gemini read the emails. He just read like a title of a story and he just ran with it.
Really?
It's
And
fine.
that's why nobody's talking about it because they know they don't have nothing.
What do you mean nobody's talking about it?
Nobody's talking about it on Instagram. Nobody's talking about it on X. Nobody's talking.
Yes, they are.
No, they're not. Nobody's blowing it up on the news. Like this is.
Yeah, they are.
No. Okay. Well, look. The beautiful thing about life is that the beautiful thing about the truth is like we could just let it ride. Like we could just let it ride. Look, we could just let it ride.
It's a headline on every news media right now, dude.
Yeah, we could just let it. So just let it do what it does. Let it do what it does.
I like the motherfucker right now.
Let it do what it does.
Everything is
Trump, are you one of those that like? Are you one of those sexual harassers or some shit?
No,
that this is okay?
no. And I'm actually the type to sue for.
Even
I'm
if
actually
it's
the type to sue.
maybe you need to keep your fucking mouth shut.
I'm actually the type to sue for defamation. I'm the type to sue people for defamation.
You the type that's about to shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
You definitely are.
This is the only app you can do that to me. Remember that.
No,
In real life, we say words. You know that.
I would choke the shit out of you, like, fuck, come on.
In real life, you wanna get close to me, chump.
Yeah, well,
You're a big neck chump. You wanna do shit.
yeah, I'll smack the fuck out of you.
It always like everybody got in the face.
To Ghislaine from Jeffrey Epstein, I want you to realize that the dog that hasn't barked is Trump. The victim spent hours at my house with him. He has never once been mentioned by the police, etc.
I could be for your career, so you're chilling with your career. Does that got shit to do with it?
You said I haven't read them, so I'm literally reading it to you right now, real time. I want you to, this is from, to Ghislaine from Mr. Jeffrey Epstein. I want you to realize that the dog that hasn't barked is Trump. The victim spent hours at my house with him. He has never once been mentioned by the police chief, etc. 75% there. What does that sound like to you?
Nice. You put a flame emoji like you what?
Trump is a pedophile, bro. It's on me.
Yo, bro, stay on this app. This is where you belong.
The latest headline says Trump is in a meltdown over the emails.
Right, that's a headline. I don't think he's in a meltdown. You gotta remember, you guys stayed yapping and y'all lost, and that's all y'all do is yap. So I can't take your words. I can't trust your words. You know what I'm saying? Like I can't. No disrespect to nobody in here, but I can't say anything about face on face value. Because every time you guys say something, it just comes out to be the opposite. So I can't take nobody's word in there. That's the problem. The problem is I can't take your words. I can't take your words for no value. Like we gotta wait it out and see what's up. Because every time somebody says something here, it's just
change your name to Little Trump. That's how booty clapping you are.
Right. Right. What weirdo wants to be named as a Trump? Fucking
my last profile was way bigger. I had like
you don't give a fuck about your last profile. Right now, you're named as Trump like a fucking weirdo.
You are weird. Like a fucking like a private crow.
You want to be fucking Trump so bad. Name yourself after him.
You talk.
You are in denial. What you name yourself after is a pedophile. You name a pedophile. You idolize a pedophile.
Shut your weak ass up.
You name yourself after a pedophile on Clubhouse.
Hey, cause niggas is winning, and you trying to make a narrative.
Niggas are winning. That's why you got to go out. Like this is
Conversation going. Go ahead, babe. Yeah, go ahead, finish.
Go ahead, point.
If you also recall, a few weeks ago, someone said we should start testing our nukes. So then I said to myself, all right, now this is, after I read the email, I said to myself, one, I thought about King Charles. Someone even confirmed it in the chat and said Europe is on fire over this. King Charles knew this was coming. And what this does is it starts to implicate, of course, Andrew even deeper. And I told you the monarchy can't afford that. So then I said to myself, imagine if I were Trump. I've just been exposed as suspect number one for the Epstein murder, right? Because it was blackmail. You'll see that in the email. They were discussing fucking blackmail. So that makes him suspect number one. Secondly, I said, if I were Trump, and I said, oh, fuck it. Fuck these Americans. I hate everyone. And you guys taught him how to test the nukes? Oh, hell no. My concern now is, please, reach out to whoever you know. Tell them to make sure he has no access to the nukes for another 2 months until we resolve this. Because I don't trust him now. He may try and check out. That's how bad the fucking email is, and you guys go read it yourselves.
I just want to understand, are we talking about the same Michael Wolff emails that I'm reading? The same guy that did the treasonous Russia collusion, who clearly lied about that?
No, are we taking details of...
I'm not having that. I didn't finish.
I wasn't kidding.
He wasn't on mute.
He was on mute.
Finish.
Okay, go ahead. Let me know.
I wasn't finished.
I'm not on the point. Go ahead.
You don't have the skills to outro me, bitch. So, my point is, those of you that go read it verbatim, you'll see the points that I made and understand it better when you actually read it. You go, holy shit. So, I hope you make on calls to tell your legislature people and people that represent you to make sure he is separated from the nukes, because I'm nervous. I don't want him near them, because I know he will turn it on America. Thank you.
Patty, is there any way you could read some of the emails for us?
Man, that was so hilarious, man. Thank you, Patty. Thank you. Whoever this point guy is, he just made my day. Oh my God.
Yeah, Point had me out earlier, but he's on point right now, so I gotta say he made my day too. Yeah, read that shit, so please. I want to hear that.
Please. But before you do, that point when he said you don't have the skills that I showed me, bitch.
Hey, but all over this app, all these people in defense of Trump are crashing the fucking.
They crash it. They mad. Hey, when he getting outed right now, like you don't get a more direct outing than fucking Epstein saying he spent hours at my house with her.
Exactly.
You don't get any more direct than that. Like, how do you defend that?
You can't, bro. What they playing? Pack shake? You already know what's going on. Oh my goodness, bro. I don't know how you defend it, bro.
It's hurting little Trump, isn't
Hey,
it?
look, man, these guys are losers.
People
My
listen
son,
to it.
hey, he's big man. And the thing is, my question to Trump was this: what if he is guilty? Anyway.
How about we just take the hit from? But we know the answer to that because they voted for him after he was found guilty of 34 felonies involving a porn star. So it's not, and after we heard everybody pussy audio, so it's not like they're going to clutch their pearls. They already know what the fuck they're doing with. They just try to stay in denial.
I think, Jim, that's a good point. But I think for some people, not all people, pedophilia is it may be some people's last.
It should be. You would really hope, and I think that's why they are trying to just step away and distance themselves from it because nobody wants to be aligned with a fucking pedophile except for little Trump. That's it.
And there you go, my complete thing. I don't agree because you can grab somebody on the pussy and they're like, all right, I'm grabbing somebody on the pussy. I mean, if you can make that rationale in your mind.
No, we're not going to say. I just got out the car.
I'm not being crazy.
You went in a way that she was willing and happy that it happened. Consensual. Right. Okay, there we go. That makes a big difference for me.
Thanks for helping me clean that up, Robert. Okay, so consensual, and then if you got somebody and filed bankruptcy and got over somebody, some people are like, oh, it's actually pretty fancy, outsmarted the system, I can see you doing those mental gymnastics in your head. Those the underage kids.
That's just, look, the first time I knew, like, when I was in the military, they were always telling us you're supposed to be willing to, okay, I'm gonna give it right to you point. When I was in the military, you're supposed to be willing to give your life for your battle buddy and all that shit. And that's what we were trying to do. But in my mind, I always thought, you know what? I'll push him out the way if I see a bullet coming, but I'm not gonna die for this motherfucker. My daughter was the first time where I felt like I would legitimately crash the fuck out, die, and be happy in my death behind her defense, right? And I think a lot of us, like, it triggered something different in me. Like, the military, I respect it, but it didn't trigger that killer instinct. Like, I will absolutely take a bullet for my daughter, no question about it, no maybes. That's just what the fuck it is. So I think when that father shit triggers, and they hear, like, if anybody has any type of relationship with that. What'd you say?
You going to do it be a bad buddy?
Take a bullet? No. Push him out the way? Yes.
I mean, some people would. I'm not thinking, Jim, I respect you being honest.
I'm being straight up, but would I ever put my fellow buddy in danger? No. Am I going to jump in front of a bullet? I could never bring myself to that real mindset.
Jim, talking also, go back. You're not gonna leave your battle buddy either. You're gonna go back and get him.
I'm not leaving him. Hell no. Never.
Then you taking a bullet for him because you're gonna say.
That's kind of it.
You know, if you put it like that, then yeah.
To make sure they battle again.
Well, then you got a point. Because I'm not leaving my battle buddy. That's not what I'm saying at all. I'm not going AWOL. That's crazy.
He's not jumping on grenades. He's not gonna be that guy. I ain't jumping on him.
My daughter, I'm telling you, I know this might sound weird to people, but my daughter was the first time where I understood, like, okay, there's sometimes you gotta be willing to die for something, like, just because based on. Go ahead, point.
First for the audience, the article. In other words, I didn't go to X, I just Googled what the contents were and it came up. So for the audience, go to NPR. It's a reputable newspaper, and the title is New Epstein Emails Appear to Reveal More Trump Ties. And the subject is 2015 emails. This is what makes it chilling. Remember, Trump won in 2016, right? All right. Check this shit out. They they did a synopsis of the very part I quoted to you all. And I'll read what they wrote, because I can't do this voice very long. In one 2015 email between Epstein and author Michael Wolff, the pair discuss a potential question from Trump's upcoming CNN interview about Trump and Epstein's personal ties. And here's the quote from the email. This is Wolff. I think you should let him hang himself, Wolff wrote. If he says he hasn't been on the plane or to the House, then that gives you a valuable PR and political currency. You can hang him in a way that potentially generates a positive benefit for you. Or, if it really looks like he could win, you could save him generating a debt. Now, if that's not motherfucking blackmail, then I don't know what is. Go read the article, go read the shortened version, then go read the actual emails for yourself. Good luck to you all.
Follow me. Point. Could you say one more time where you said we could locate this at, please?
NPR, you know that publication, right?
PBS, bro. PBS.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
And the title of the article is New Epstein Emails. By the time you type that, it's going to come up. New Epstein emails appear to reveal more Trump ties. Got it?
Thank you.
No problem. I don't work here, so I'm going to submit an invoice.
Hey, point.
Patty is where the invoices go.
Where's your, Patty's pays all the invoices. What's your real voice sound like? You said you was getting tired of that voice. That was hilarious.
Oh, let me do it for you. Hold on. You ready?
Yeah, I'm ready, bro.
Stupid ass. You stupid ass.
You literally lying yourself up for that, bro.
No, man. No.
You know what's crazy is that these emails are pre-existing, not something newly created, and they all align with what we already know. But to hear little Trumps and the rest of them crash out saying that they're lies, this is a digital evidence, this is digital data, it's a digital trail that is showing a pattern of pedophilia. It's hilarious to me. I love watching them crash. The hero likes underage girls, and if he could, he'd be banging his own daughter.
And this dude's telling you to keep his name out of your mouth, which is crazy. Like, if you're just speaking to the facts, right? And what are you so triggered by? You know, like, why are you so mad? Like, he is who he is. Like, no one's talking about you. We're talking about Trump. Why are you so mad about who Trump is in real life? Don't make any sense to me, bro.
I don't get it.
Every man is
It's called mentality.
Tracking. You're right. That makes sense.
For me, this is the cold aspect of it, right? Because if I finally found out that, let's say Obama was a pedophile, I'd be mad as hell, but I would have to disassociate. I would not have the same. I wouldn't look at him in the same light, right? That's just what it is, right? Not to put no dirt on Obama because we know he's not. I'm just saying that's where the cult-like following comes in. Like, despite him and his penis-age girls, I'm going to blindly support that because I align with that.
Yeah, and I'm not putting this on Michael today. I'm born in '84, and I don't know what Michael Jackson's done, but I know it was different for me growing up, just with the accusations of cocaine and stuff like that, and the trials, and so that was tough. Like,
See, and I was with you on the Michael for a while, because I'm a big Michael fan. But you know what? I ended up learning, like, there was a lot of propaganda put up against that man to disparage him. Like, honestly, the feds did 3 different investigations, and you know how thorough investigations are. And they found nothing after 3 investigations. So if anything, indirectly, they cleared him fucking times. If there was something to find after 3 investigations, they would have found him.
Okay, now so that's a good example. But like even with Bill Cosby, I grew up watching the Cosby Show. Me and one of my first albums was 12 played, so the R. Kelly album. That was my first album. It was one of my first albums.
But you know what? Would you even just because of allegations, or just some allegations, would you even let your daughter go somewhere with R. Kelly? Would you let your daughter go? Like no.
Hell no.
Whether you haven't been seen in a court
But if Lil Trump had the option of letting his daughter stay over at R. Kelly's house, he'd know.
That's a good point.
He probably want to get a record deal.
Now, PG, all he was funny, kind of funny. I wasn't surprised the stuff that they were saying about PD with the casting stuff.
Yeah, I seen the videos of R. Kelly. That was enough.
Facts.
You talking about that one movie with the girl, the little 13, 14-year-old girl?
The pissing and shit, yeah.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Why were you watching that, man?
Because I'm nosy. How about that?
Well, yeah, I watched it too, so that makes you, who knows, again.
Nah, it came up. You know how kids be like, yo, you did that.
Man, everybody searched that up. They wanted to see if it was him, and then he tried to blame his brother. Remember, he tried to say it was his brother?
I remember him saying something. I remember some of the words he was saying to the girl. I remember, I watched him in college. I remember, like, damn, little girl taking all that weight guy going, like, nigga. She was taking that shit.
We going too far. What are we doing right now? What the hell are we doing right now, man?
I'm just saying, I remember watching the movie, because you remember back in the day when all that stuff, the big torrents, that was, the PT Pooh sharing, and he was like a big torrent. He was kind of like rich stuff, and we had found it online and off of, and I remember watching it, and I'm like, God damn, like, R. Kelly, you gonna let that girl take everything you got? Like, so, R. Kelly example, that was tough, and then Bill Cosby was tough for me. Now, I'm more like this, man. Like, I can see.
Yeah, Bill Cosby was tough for me.
Exactly. See, I'm turning. I'm back right there. And so, yeah, when Bill, like 30, 40 women, like, damn, Bill, like, what's up, man? What's going on with, Joe Pudding Pops, like, that was tough. So, anyway.
Girl, I don't even know what to say on that shit. The way you started off, I'm not even gonna, never mind. It got weird, bro. It got weird, bro.
Did you not watch it?
Bro, change the subject, bro.
Yeah, what are you trying to say? Let's switch. FC Files.
Fuck.
Jeremy, help me out, Jeremy. Somebody take it over. Just
Go back to Epstein.
yes, sir.
Hey, y'all remember Katie Johnson, right? Remember we had a room where all we talked about was that case that got thrown out because she got scared. Is she linked to this at all? Because that's another victim that had a whole testimony, a video testimony, like before he got elected.
No, the victims' names are redacted.
Yeah, I'm wondering if maybe she's one of them. And someone said in the chat that she's still alive, but I thought she's missing. Like she's, Trump trying to unalive everybody as part of anything linked to any case. So I know that they scared her, and that's why she dropped the case.
You talking about the girl that?
Yeah, she was like 11 or 13, something like that. Yeah, but then she didn't testify until like 2015 when she was already, I think she was like in her 30s or something.
Did she testify? I thought she was going to, and then she.
I'm gonna drop the video in the chat.
I think.
go.
Hey, what's up, y'all? What's good? It's good, man. There might be a couple more weeks before I see somebody talking with these people.
When you supposed to get paid, bro?
Whenever I thought it was gonna be soon, apparently this fucking $500,000 provision about phone records, that shit is gonna add it longer.
Hey, they just snuck all that in there, right? Oh yeah. And some other shit they snuck in there too.
Oh, the nationwide abortion ban, the funding for healthcare.
Yeah.
The ban
There's a
nationwide.
bunch of shit in there.
Yeah, that's not that extra shit.
But this is shit they just did all this right. They did some shit overnight.
Man,
How they
leaving
Put shit in, though. That's stupid. Like,
Yeah, man,
nobody read that shit?
I mean,
There's shit in
it's
there.
not like MAGA has any common sense. Like, you can't even use that kind of logic. They don't think straight. It's all corruption on purpose.
Yeah, but if you already know that you're suspecting them of sneaking things in, you don't trust them. Wouldn't you read the whole thing?
I agree with you. How this quote unquote got snuck in there? Yeah. Well, it almost went through, but a few people, their staff decided to read it. I think probably Danny Raskin and a few others.
Hey, these staffers need to start looking at AI to help them read these things.
That probably be the only people did.
Yeah, read after quicker, isolate any additions that's outside of the norm, and then let AI pull that shit up and bring that shit to your representative. Be like, hey, this is what AI says. You know, this shit is all fucked with, so, you know, take a look at it.
Well, apparently that's what you found out, because I didn't even, earlier this morning, I was not finding out about that. I was like, yo, okay.
Because attorneys are already using AI to help read contracts and everything, right? Read contracts, read contracts.
Yeah, they said they use AI, because remember, these politicians are so old and so, the people that work for them are not, those are young college, like these are young people doing this work. So that's probably what I would say Jamie Raskin and a couple other his people, that's what they did. So
what do we know so far? I've been out the loop all day. What do we know?
So apparently there's 8 senators or some other people, when they sent this shit to the House, and the House people probably not signed it, because they put this $500,000 retroactively, I guess, to pay each senator each time that their phone records were being subpoenaed. Probably because of the Epstein file. So. But they actually
Think we know regarding Trump? Is there anything new about him with what came out today?
there's some email that dropped out. Isn't there some emails or that? Is that
emails.
Yeah.
I don't know if y'all discussed this one, but the one that says I know how dirty Donald is, y'all saw that one too?
Yeah, that just dropped like.
No, I haven't seen that one yet.
Okay, yeah, so Epstein wrote an email. He said, you see, I know how dirty Donald is. My guess is that non-lawyer New York business people have no idea.
Is he talking about legally, or is he talking about? Because that sounds like he's referencing a legal matter.
Oh, could be.
I mean, you recognize your CEO. You look too black in that photo.
That is right.
So I
SMAC now has a PPP program inside of it. Pedophile protection program going on.
You know why this a lot of stuff's not gonna be. These idiots, they need to actually see video. Like this, how creepy. That's how
And they're gonna be like, you know what? How do we know he wasn't intoxicated? How do we know that little girl didn't come on to him?
exactly all this weird shit.
At least didn't. That's fucked up. How did that little girl they come on to him? That is wild.
That's the mindset, though, man. You know it.
But I don't need that. That is, man. They
You
gonna trip
understand it, 'cause that's
over
not your
themselves.
bro. You're not like that.
So they gonna trip over themselves trying to defend.
Right. How you know they
You
can't
see Anthony and Luz were we talking about. Mickey was going. Mickey was bringing it up, and then Anthony. She said that they continue to be friends even in his first term. And of course, Anthony goes, "No, it's not. Trump denounced all that." See, like a pedophile's gonna tell you, "Oh yeah, I'm still friends with the other pedophile." Like, yeah,
I know.
Right. Stand down and stand by.
It's weird and crazy, man.
man.
That's what can't be all while we going through this. Now go ahead.
No, you got it, man. I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, I just can't believe that we're going through this, and funny thing, because we made fun of Trump the way he kind of, talking about his daughter and shit was just kind of fucking creepy. Shit he talked about, like walking on the young contestants, naked and shit like that, and we were like, this motherfucker is weird. And no, the shit's coming out of their own doing, because it wasn't like it was Democrats pushing to release the Epstein file. They themselves thought they were deflecting or if we talk about reception file, nobody's gonna, say that we're in it. And now the shit's come back to hunt them because they did this to themselves. This wasn't a Democratic-led effort. It was a Republican effort all along. Until the shit backfired in their face big time. So people are gonna be talking about this for a while. That this is a self-inflicted wound.
Yeah, man, I think it's coming down to something real simple. We need to simplify it. It's coming down to either you're pro-felon and pro-pedophile, or you're not. It's really that simple.
It really is, bro. It really is that simple. I don't defend you because it's why do you keep what's your position? You keep saying this bullshit in the chat. Oh yeah, smart. Keep quiet.
I want to crash out a little bit.
Why?
I kind of want to crash out.
That is a tough bind, though, still. I don't agree with doing a double bind like that.
But like you're pro-pedophile and pro-felon, or you're not? I mean,
Yeah,
it's an easy answer for me. I'm not, so it might be tough.
But I think the framing is still a little intense.
But it's accurate, though. That's what matters. It's the truth hurts, right? You've heard that term before because it's real. So when you hear this is true, you have the most notorious pedophile ever saying that he spent hours with victims at his home in writing.
Let me.
This is Virginia Gumphrey, right? Is that what we're talking about?
No, same.
Who is the victim? I'm talking about who is the victim.
The name is redacted. Doesn't matter. Insert victim.
I think, I think it might be Virginia Gumphrey, though. Because I'm looking at something, at some of the testimony. And is this the one where it references that Jeffrey told me that Donald Trump is a good friend of his?
No, there's a separate one where he's writing to Ghislaine, and he's saying that Trump spent hours with the victim in his house, and instead his name still hasn't been brought up to the police chief.
Hey, I'm just gonna say this, and I'm gonna let Brooklyn go. Look, all this shit. Look, when people identify pedophiles in the street, you already identify based on facts, common fucking sense. You don't. Of course, you have to wait for a person to get locked up when they're proven guilty, but
there's clear fucking evidence that you know, have already determined someone's a fucking pedophile. Look at all these fucking facts, all the pictures, all these fucking emails. The fact that Gasoline got sent to a minimum security prison with all these fucking privileges. And we still have to hear from people, yeah, but he still needs to be fucking convicted. He needs to be fucking convicted. Or, like I said, these nasty motherfuckers need to see the actual motherfucking videos. You know, if that shit was fucking recorded. That's how crazy this shit is. So I'm with them. Like, with the facts, and you still support this one? I mean, look.
Yeah, I mean, so I think the furthest the facts right now is that he knew about it and didn't say anything because of the email where he says, of course he knew about the girls and he asked his lane to stop. So what does asking her to stop mean?
Yeah, don't get me caught up. Yeah, don't bring them around me. I'm about to chill out. I'm high presidential aspirations, so stop this pedophilia shit.
Yeah, this is the 2019. Yeah, this is the 2019 email.
Exactly. That means he was president at that point. He had to start creating distance between him and his pedophile past.
And Epstein disappeared on his watch. How do you want to say this? Like, come on, you know, when the fuck do people put two and two together?
Man, come on, that's for every time.
How do you all protect your kids? So, I mean, how do you all protect your family, your kids? How do you all do it? You wait until they're caught a fucking law?
Let me ask you on this.
How do you protect your neighborhoods? Like, you guys wait until the shit hits trial? I don't fucking get it. Like,
me.
all this
it's not.
But I want to ask you this. Are you basically insinuating that you're kind of wobbler? It's a wobbler for you?
No, not at all. I look at it like this. Finley was in here earlier and he said something that really funny. He said, you have to treat Trump like he is a church congregation, right? And if you were going to tell the congregation that their pastor has done something dirty, you have to do that based purely off the fact pattern. Because the second that you extend beyond the fact pattern, we're going to shut you down. I think the strongest fact, well, let me just finish this. I think the strongest fact you have, and it's a criminal, is that he knew what was happening and didn't say anything about it to the authorities. So I think that's the strongest fact we have.
No. Stop there. Okay. If this pastor had previously made sexual comments about his daughter, if this pastor had got caught cheating on his wife with a porn star and then lied about it and got 34 felonies from that, if this pastor had been recorded saying, grab her by the pussy, if this pastor had multiple beauty contestants say that he would come backstage inappropriately when we were in various stages of naked, I think the congregation would be a lot more open when we say he's a pedophile. Look at his history.
Some in the congregation, right? But like, look, I knew Eddie Long, right?
How well?
He had those allegations were deep in the mess, and he still had his church, and he still had people going on Sunday. He lost a lot of attendance, obviously, over time, but he still had that going for a very long time.
Hey, Tito, let me add this to you, so I'm in Dallas, right? And to that point, Robert Morris is the pastor of Gateway. He just got locked up for 6 months for an inappropriate relationship with a 14-year-old girl when he was a missionary at the age of 21. And Gateway Church, obviously, is a mega church, and he had to step down. I love Dr. Tony Evans. He stepped down last year, for a sin. I mean, and there's some other ones I'm not going to even really speak on because there's just still technically allegations. But those are just two examples where there was no video between this 14-year-old girl and Robert Morris. I don't know if you know Robert Morris, but he's said it. Oh, yeah, no. Okay, so he lied about it. And then when they hired the consulting firm to kind of clean house to see if there was anyone that was a part
part of his, pastoral board or any of the board members that or anybody in the so-called upper ranks that knew about it to encourage them as well, so they can. They were losing members left and right. Cause I live right next to. I go on my way. I go to that church. I go to another church which is close to my house, and they have a great show every year. But even when I say all that to say, bro, like if it looks like it does, it cracks like it does often. Many times it's done, even if they are a pastor, or even if they have a church. That's all I gotta say.
Of course, yeah, but we're just talking about and I don't know, if your goal is to, it depends if your goal is to persuade people or not. If you all just want to bang people, that's cool. You can do that. You have plenty of others to do that. You can have a good time doing it. If your goal is persuasion, you just gotta go about it a little bit differently. You gotta get them to accept it themselves, right? If you ever see that movie Inception, you don't convince somebody with your words. They get convinced by you prompting them, and they change their mind themselves. So you got to get them there on their own.
That's true. It sounds like releasing relevant emails that directly indicate that the person that is involved as his best friend and one of the lead pedophiles of our time. Wow, that sounds bad as hell. Indicating him directly spending time with one of the victims at his house for hours. That's not. We're not tracking like that.
Well, there's two ways to go about it, Jenna. So you basically say, yeah, this means he's a pedophile, or you can end up saying, well, the email says he knew about the girls and he asked his claim to stop. So what does that say?
That's
the email says it. It says, of course he knew about the girls and he asked his claim to stop. It's literally.
No. We're talking about two separate things. Let me read this directly.
I'm trying to have you stack. Okay, I know what you're saying. I think you can stack this in order. The first stack you give admissions that he knows about it. Right?
But then the second one is the direct admission that he spent hours with the victim at Epstein's house by Epstein's own property. There's no getting away. There's no spinning that. He spent hours. What do you think they were doing? Playing games? He spent hours.
Stop playing games. I'm talking about how to tee it up, okay? There's not a mag on stage right now, so I'm talking about teeing it up. So you tee it up first with the admission to get an understanding, right? So he knew about this, right? He knew about Max told us stop. He knew what was going on. He knew about illegal activity, and he didn't admit it to the authorities. Is that accurate? We're going to have to say yes. Okay. Now, it says he spent a lot of time with the victims. What do you think he was doing with that person, right? So, put them into it. A reasonable person is going to say something illegal. If not, then you know you're dealing with someone's in denial, and there's no point in banging them at that point. Taking them around, try to bring them along, right? They'll get there eventually, but if you bang on us, they ain't going to get there.
That sounds like the brothers. Never mind.
Alright,
so walk me along this, because I've not seen the news.
Here we go.
In real time. Only CEO can walk me down this path.
Alright, Matt. There is an email, and it says, it's to Michelle Wall. It says, Trump said he asked me to resign.
From who to who?
Okay. It's to Michelle Wall. I don't know. Do you all know who this G vacation is?
You spent hours with a woman. I have no idea what's happening except for some episodes.
Okay. So there's an email to Michelle Wall. And it's, I don't know.
When was it sent?
G vacation. It was January 31st, 2019. Okay. It says.
Sent to who?
Michael Wall.
From who?
G vacation. I don't know the name of the person.
Okay, we already have some red flags. Go ahead.
It says, of course he knew about the girls, and he asked his lane to stop. Now, Matt, how would you interpret that email?
I want to know from who to who's this person. Now, let me let the CEO, not go back and forth. That's the reason why the first question asked was from who and to who. And no one has been able to give me who this email is from. So I need to do some, let's call it for lack of better terminology, fact checking behind this email.
CEO,
Some random email coming from some random person means fucking nothing to me.
CEO, let me
You know who the person is? I wouldn't anticipate that one. Do you know who the person is?
No, CEO, can I quarterback this real quick? Matt, I got one thing to give to you. There is an email that came directly from Epstein to Ghislaine. Okay? Are you following me? You driving?
Okay, yeah. I'll respect that.
All right, so from Epstein to Ghislaine, and it says, I want you to realize that the dog that hasn't barked yet is Trump. Victim spent hours at my house with him. He has never been once questioned or mentioned by the police chief, etc. I'm 75% there. That's what it said.
When was Epstein? Okay, just a line of questioning, that's it. When was Epstein arrested?
I don't know the date of his arrest.
Can we find out, was this email sent? I guess I'm assuming this email was sent before she was arrested.
It was sent prior. It was sent on April 2nd, 2011 at 7:09 p.m.
Okay, that changes things. So this was sent from Epstein to Maxwell in February 2011.
Yes, at 7:09 p.m. Directly from, and it says importance high, and it's directly from Epstein to Ghislaine.
And what did it say again?
It says, I want you to realize that the dog that hasn't barked is Trump. And then it says victim, meaning the name is redacted, spent hours at my house with him. He has never been once questioned by the police chief, etc. I'm 75% there.
It's Epstein. Sorry, it's Epstein. Epstein was talking to Michael Wolff.
It's important to know that victim is a girl who allegedly killed herself.
That was Epstein emailing Michael Wolff. That email I sent you. Of course he knew about the girl. He asked Ghislaine to stop. That was Epstein and Michael Wolff.
It's Michael. Let me just I'm processing here. From Epstein to Michael Wolff.
You don't know who Michael Wolff is?
I asked the question. These people say, who's Michael Wolff?
Michael Wolff was a reporter who broke the Nixon Watergate scandal. He's wrote hundreds of books right now. Every president since then.
Okay, great. I'm a dumbass. That doesn't matter. So, from Epstein to Michael Wolff going...
The journalist, yes.
The journalist. And read it one more time.
Of course he knew about the girls, and he asked Ghislaine to stop.
Okay.
Now, how do you interpret this email?
Interpret it. It sounds like to me, like, for the record, I've said this many times, I think Trump can be a big fucking clown. I don't agree with anything.
Just give your
I don't. So when was that? Was there?
Epstein sent this email January 31st, 2019.
Oh, 2019. So he was basically. So 2019, not 2011, because we told a lot of different dates and people.
These are two different emails. One reference to you. It's January 31st, 2019.
And who sent that? You got me confused.
We should let him finish his conclusion.
I'll land the plane. 2011, the email was sent from who to who?
Matt, just give me this. I want a direct answer. What is your takeaway from the email that I gave you that was sent in 2011 from Epstein to Ghislaine, and I read it to you a couple times. I'll read it one more time if you want.
Yes, please.
Okay. This is the email directly from Epstein to Ghislaine. It says, I want you to realize that the dog that hasn't barked yet is Trump. The victim spends hours at my house with him. He has never been once questioned or mentioned by the police chief, etc. I'm 75% there.
Okay, what is the 2019 email say? It was on the
I just need to know your isolated takeaway from this particular email is what?
I don't know what all that means. Who was he there with?
So we don't know which victim, the victim's name is redacted, but we know it's an underage girl, right? So what do you think he was doing with that underage girl? I got a direct question. Hold on. Give me 1 second, Cio. What do you think he was doing with that underage girl for hours at Epstein's house?
Was he alone with Epstein's underage girl? Does it say in the email that they were alone?
No, it says they were together at his house.
Okay.
For hours. So what do you get a reasonable inferences from that?
Why would he put that? Turns out, it doesn't look good, number one. I know that. Now, it doesn't look good. Now, on the other side of the coin is, I have some questions about that email. What is 75% there? What does it mean the dog that hasn't barked? What does it mean that
means Trump ain't snitched yet?
Totally. The dog that hasn't barked means he hasn't snitched on us. Exactly.
And what does it mean? And most importantly, what does it mean that they were together? Does that mean they were together? As in just hanging out?
Alright, so Matt, going back to it. It's Justine's email to Michael Wolff, the journalist, and it says, Epstein knew about the girls as he asked Ghislaine to stop. What do you interpret that to?
What was that email sent?
January 31st, 2019. Stop it. Don't say it.
So 2019, as he was a city president, Trump sent an email to him that said what?
No. Jeffrey Epstein sent an email to Michael Wolff.
Oh, Epstein said
Michael Wolff is a journalist. Epstein to the journalist saying, of course he knew about the girls. He asked Ghislaine to stop.
Did he get arrested?
He got arrested in July 2019.
Yeah, so he's under investigation. He probably was. Look, I mean, it doesn't look good. I'm saying it doesn't look good. But I'm saying the 2019 email, I don't get two shits about. Because at that point he was under investigation, and I don't give a shit. 2011 email.
What is your theory? What is your theory on the meaning of the email? What is it?
2019, dude, to throw the sitting president underneath the bus, hopefully the investigation will go away.
Okay, so your theory, so your theory is that Epstein was throwing President Trump under the bus, literally with a crime.
No, underneath the bus, as in, put the president's name in there, and then maybe it'll get attention to the DOJ like it did in 2007. And it can either go away, or it doesn't make sense why he would put Trump's name in an email in 2019.
This was when Attorney Barr was the Attorney General, and there's a sitting policy not to prosecute a sitting president. So
why would this journal come out with it? Why would the journals come out with it in 2019?
Well, this is an official.
Just going through an official channel for you to get him what he wanted.
Yeah, it's an official document. It's an official document, and it's not.
Why would here's my question. Why would and I agree that this happened. Why so I'll ask questions. Why are we just not finding out about it? Why wouldn't that journalist come out in 2020, 2021, 2022, 3 or 4 and say, hey, here's an email that should be concerning to us. Why is it now?
Well, it would be part of an investigation, and he would just be allowed to release it.
Oh, fuck yeah, he can release that. I didn't think it's the law would prevent him from releasing that email. Nothing. He can release it, just call the New York Times. Why would he release it?
Exactly.
So therefore, with him keeping that close to him is alarming in and of itself. So why would he keep that close to him? That doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, that's an extra question to investigate another day. But what is your takeaway from the email?
I want to investigate it for another day. They're not that is concerning. Emails are concerning, but I have a lot more questions. I need more context. I need to know what you
commit to giving us a firm answer on your interpretation of the email by this time.
So, Army, I am looking forward to more feedback, more information coming out about these emails.
That's what you'll tell us what you think it means by this time tomorrow.
I can probably tell you what it means in the next 45 minutes.
Okay.
I just need to know more. Just a first.
So you'll tell us by 5:30. You'll tell us by 5:30.
It is. I'll repeat it. This is alarming. I have a lot more questions. One of them, why would this journalist hold his email close to him for 5 years? And I think that's a fair question. I think that's a fair fucking question. See, is that a fair question to ask?
It's both fair and not wrong to the meaning. So it's a fair question, but it's not relevant.
Maybe he's holding on. Yeah, what's it? What more? Find out more information. It's concerning, very alarming, and I want to have some more questions that I probably can get answered by Jason arriving down in 30 minutes. And it may not be what I want to read.
You're more concerned that the reporter didn't release it rather than if Trump actually did this act of
we don't. Why did he release it?
Hold on, just gotta be a reason why. Say what Amo put in chat. So do you understand that these are from Epstein's estate? These were sealed. So this is unsealed stuff from Epstein's estate.
But the journalist had the email. He received it in his inbox. You could have printed it out, scanned it to a PDF file, and fucking given it to the press. Why didn't he do that? Is there something else that we need to know to put this in context? Or, well, I don't know.
No, there's more than you probably need to know from context.
Yeah, and that's fine. Look, I think the only children, potentially women, I'm going to give some people the benefit of the doubt. I'm going to ask questions later because I hear information today. That doesn't mean I have to get a firm feedback today. It just means I have some questions.
You know, it's funny though, Trump gets the benefit of the doubt, but when these victims came out, fuck, they're lying, they're grifting, they want a payday, they're just doing this. You know, it's funny. You give this motherfucker the benefit of the doubt, but the fucking victim, fuck them.
I've never seen it. They're alleged victims.
And you don't give them any benefit of the doubt.
They are alleged victims. Just because someone says something doesn't mean I believe them. Even if it's a female.
Whatever.
I think that's fair, due process and all the good stuff.
No, due process, my ass. How much more evidence people fucking need?
I mean, I get it.
Despite not liking due process is still a thing. That's what we've been complaining about in the immigration.
Yeah, that's the point I was making. Yeah. Save it for the birds. That's not the point I was just making. The point I was making is you can come up with your own fucking conclusions without due process. So Marsha, don't save me with that bullshit that you just tried to do right there. Because that's not where I was going with that, and you know that.
No, I didn't mean it like that, JP. I'm just saying, like, I think the guy's guilty as hell. He still gets taken for it. That's what I'm saying.
Well, what I want to know is, because can a woman speak out this bitch?
Let's go, Brooklyn. That's on you.
Right.
What I want to know is, and I'm happy racist Matt is up here, because I mean, the way that you up here trying to figure out who the fuck is this reporter you keep talking about? Why are you deflecting to a reporter dropping the email and the actual email? I want to make, because, you know, you got your little baby in the picture. It's a little daughter that you got. And the fact that you got a daughter, I would have thought at this very moment in history, on October 12th, when that one email dropped, you would be like, oh, okay, I done went too far. But no, you. And your asthmatic sounding ass is on here still trying to figure out a way to. Yeah. See,
because he's just gonna leave.
Tell me what to do.
Leave.
Fuck is he leaving that?
I just say, come on, echo chamber, I'll leave. If you don't want echo chamber, go stay.
Did I actually leave? If you a one ass bitch that don't want to get talked to, then leave. Why? If you a man, stick around. Because it's what we want to talk to you about. Why is you up here trying to justify this email that you got? You deflected. I don't like this deflecting thing that you people do. And I need y'all to stop doing it. Talk about what you're seeing.
I'm asking, so what I'm seeing is an email.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see, I'm reading it right now. Hold on. I want to realize that dog that hasn't barked is Trump. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
The victim spent hours at my house with him.
Mm-hmm.
He has never once been mentioned.
Mm-hmm.
I'm 70 police chief. I'm 75% there. So I'm not going to take Jeffrey. First of all, what I'm not going to do is take Jackie up after. What I'm not going to do, without context, I'm not going to take a Jeffrey Epstein fucking email sent. That was in 2011. This isn't good. It's not. This isn't big. I'll say this. You better have some fucking. I'm willing to hear them out.
Isn't good for who?
But this isn't good for Trump. Now, this, I'm willing, but I want to hear. I'm not going to take one email and draw conclusions. I want to hear them out. Like, what the fuck is going on?
Okay.
What is this thing? So,
hold on, racist man.
You don't call me racist, I'm leaving. It's Matt, but go ahead.
So, you're not. I don't need everybody know me. Don't nobody tell me how to fuck the talk.
I'm gonna have to tell you, bro.
Anyway, so that paired with all of the things that you know about him previously, the grabbing the pussy, the going into the dressing room with the beauty queens, all of the derogatory things
Cheating on his wife with a porn star.
Cheating on the wife with the porn star, the thing that he said about his own daughter. When you pair that with this email, that's not enough for you. That's what you're saying. You need more.
Yeah, I need to know what kind
context this is. I want to know where Jeffrey Epstein, where was he? The Jeffrey Epstein case ended in, hold on, let's see here. This 2011 emails concerning. Yes, it's fucking concerning to me. 2019, he's sitting president. Epstein's being investigated. Who knows if he's doing that to try to throw Trump underneath the bus? Who knows? With the 2011 email, where I'm getting somewhere with it, I don't know where yet. That's fair. I don't know why that's such an unreasonable statement. Yes, it's a concerning email, and I'm looking forward to figure out what all this shit means in what context. What if there's any back? What was happening at that time? All of that stuff. That's it. And when was this? Is there, when did this take place? Is there other people that can verify that he was alone with her? I mean, alone with the victim. Those are fair statements to ask. Just because something happens, I'm not going to immediately jump to conclusion. My conclusion as of today, learning about this, is it's very harming.
And it's so crazy of you to say something like that because I've seen you jump to conclusions about Jasmine Crockett. You know what I'm saying? I didn't see you jump.
I'm not jumping to conclusions.
I didn't see you jump to conclusions about Hillary Clinton. I didn't see you jump to conclusions. Matter of fact, you was one of the ones that was like, I bet you Clinton and the Fouls. The Dems don't give a fuck. Clinton and the Fouls and him too, right? You don't have to tell me once. I only needed to see Clinton being emailed one time, and that was it for me. And it did. But you need more evidence. You don't think back in your mind somewhere that you're holding on to the great white hope that you are just, regardless of what, you want this man to be your leader, and you don't care what the fuck he did, because you know that he is doing everything in your best interest. Is that what it is? Because what he is doing outside of the food stamp thing, because I know the food stamps. Outside of that, he's rethinking your best interest. Is that what's going on?
No.
So you don't want to admit he's a bad person.
He doesn't do anything about best interest. No, not at all.
No, he's not.
So Matt, but to Brooklyn's point though, right? She's made a good point that you have jumped to assumptions before. And if this was Bill Clinton instead of Donald Trump, would you be offering the same grace?
I would be. I'm not offering grace. No. There's no grace being offered. From one person.
You are reserving, I'm going to say it different.
I'm reserving.
Would you reserve judgment for Bill Clinton the same way?
I reserve judgment for Bill Clinton, even though, first of all, look at Bill Clinton's I mean, have you seen Bill Clinton? She's very intuitive. I would fucking blame him. Anyways,
You want to blame him?
I don't judge judgment. I'm still being personal.
Pardon Clinton for being a pedophile because of who he's married to?
No, I was trying to have a little sense of humor because Hillary Clinton is not a nice person. He's not right for them to kill me wife. Period. Full stop. With that said, it's alarming that Jeffrey Epstein had a painting of Bill Clinton in a dress with red high heel.
So do you think Bill Clinton's guilty?
See, we gotta stop at some point.
Alright, well,
We
this is my last question. I understand.
No. I just want to say this. Matt is clearly compromised. Matt is clearly pro-pedophile and trying to step away.
Okay, you know what, dude?
And at minimum, pedophile adjacent. Anybody that stands in support of a pedophile, when they have blatant, obvious information right in front of them, in writing from the main pedophile organizing the pedophilia ring in front of them, is compromise. So let's just say what it is. Matt is pro-pedophile, and that's what it is. Let's not try to convince him anymore.
Not sure why you're suddenly trusting another pedophile named Jeffrey Epstein, unless you're a pedophile, which is the case. But I will tell you, on the front page of the New York Times, it says the victim alluded to in the email, namely Virginia Dufresne, is on the record saying Trump had nothing to do with this. So the pedophile's email is not credible if you allow that the victim is credible. And that should really close the case.
It doesn't close the case at all. Actually, what we're doing, instead of trusting a pedophile, is we're following the information, and it leads us to wherever it leads us, right? This information predates. I didn't cut you off for no while. I did not cut you off for no while. Do the same, right? What we did see is we went back prior to him being investigated, prior to him being on trial, to 2011, where he started talking about how Trump was spending time with victims at his home. There's nothing to trust there. He thought that email was going to stay in confidence. He wasn't writing that for public consumption. That was internal dialogue. Let me finish. That was internal dialogue between him and his co-pimp, right? Let me finish, right? So once we see that type of dialogue, to say that we're trusting anything other than just looking at evidence for face value, it's false. We're looking at evidence that you're trying to suppress because you understand the implications. Yes, you are. Exactly, it's out there, so we're dealing with it. We know for sure that we do know that Epstein for sure said he was spending hours with victims at his home and that he hadn't snitched on them yet.
Right, and then the so-called victim said it's out untrue. So you want to trust the convicted criminal? Where do you want to trust the victim? Where does
Dufresne is the one in that house with Trump.
It doesn't.
It's in the emails that were unredacted.
It's literally redacted.
The Republicans released an unredacted version of the same thing. So you look at what they even got. Why don't you educate yourself and read the out there?
And Virginia Dufresne is only one victim. How many victims actually were there?
The Republicans released the unredacted email names Virginia Dufresne. Virginia Dufresne testified that Trump had nothing to do with it. Now, what do you want to believe?
That wasn't your testimony. No, that wasn't your testimony.
Incorrect.
Let me just read it. I'm going to read it, okay? How's that for you? All right. So she said, Jeffrey told me that Donald Trump is a good friend of his, but he never observed them together? No, not that I actually remember. When did Donald Trump flirt with you? He didn't. That was inaccurate. That's what's inaccurate. Did you ever see Donald Trump at Jeffrey's house? Not that I can remember. On his island? Not that I remember. In New Mexico? Not that I can remember. So all she's saying is she did not observe him at his place. She did not exonerate him. It's just one person sharing her experience. She's one victim sharing her experience, but your statement was she exonerated him. Isn't that what you said? All right, let me use that word. Listen again. What did you say? Listen very carefully. According to the unredacted emails, which have been released, the victim reference in the extra email that we're talking about the victim reference in the release email that we're talking about now is Virginia Dufresne.
in the unredacted email. Virginia Dufresne testified that Trump was not involved. So that's on the front page of what she said.
She didn't say Trump is not involved.
Yes, I did.
She said she didn't
I
see him.
just read,
I read it. Once again, the alleged victim is the one who's saying that she wasn't, that Trump was not involved. That is, she said in her words, Trump was not involved.
Was she the only victim?
Did she say that? Hang on, I want to give you the exact quote. I'm going to the New York Times now. In 2016, Ms. Dufresne was asked in a civil case if Mr. Trump had witnessed the sexual abuse of minors, and Mr. Epstein, I don't think Donald Trump participated in anything. There's your answer.
Where's the unredacted email?
The Republicans have released it. Because there only stuff is, by the way, available on the, all the stuff is available. Read the New York Times articles, it'll give you the full amount. I'm telling you what the fucking stuff is. So I am. I'm not yelling. This is how I talk about all the bags in the morning. This is how I talk. You see me every single day. I'm not. I'm just giving you the facts. Why aren't you focusing on the facts? You calm down. And you chill out.
So on Wednesday, I'm reading it.
Good.
It's like your personal homeboy.
No, it's not like my personal homeboy. It's facts. Not my personal homeboy.
Come on, Norm.
Yeah, oh my God.
Mute up, bro.
Wednesday, Republicans on the House Oversight Committee said on X, the victim the email exchange referred to was Virginia Roberts, Giffrey.
That children over.
Who was 16 when she was recruited, blah, blah, blah. Okay, where's the unredacted email? You said that I could see the unredacted email.
I didn't say you could see it. I said the Republicans did. Excuse me. I said the Republicans released it, and you have just...
You're lying. You just lied. Okay, what we're going to do is move him down, because what Norm said initially was that we all could see it, and now he's saying that only certain privileged people were able to see it, and apparently he was one of those people. But let's say that's true, right? Let's say that this frightened young girl, after seeing the person that trafficked her was unalive in his jail cell, decides, I don't want to implicate any more powerful people, so I'm not going to say anything. But Epstein himself is writing this way prior to this. Like, she said that in 2018 or whatever, or whenever that was, where actually Epstein said what he said in 2011 about him spending time with her. So which one will be more accurate, right? The trafficker that doesn't have any strings attached at that moment because he's not under investigation, he's just living his life, or the girl that just watched the trafficker get murdered and now she has to implicate a president? Why the fuck would you do that? You don't think witnesses get intimidated by far less? Come on, y'all.
I mean, so your honest is working out.
The first email I read was from 2011. April 2nd, 2011.
Trump ran in 2012.
2012. Yeah, I think
we know he ran in 2016, right?
Yeah. So
Trump be getting to be president. We're trying to be president. Let's check it.
Breaking, you don't know that your job was signed in. He has now signed a petition. The petition is now over the top officially. Done.
For the Epstein files, right?
Yeah, it's at 218 officially.
The 50th signature.
People all day. Matt said earlier, he'd been calling people all day to get them to take the floor, to get their names off the tool.
I heard that too.
Off the petition, but they did not. It is now official.
There's a lot we in. It can't be reversed at this point. It's a lot.
It's going to go to the Senate.
Let me ask you this, Paul.
It's important, though, that Mason over and then back down the Empress Lady.
They did. Hey, Go, let me ask you this. Do you think that we will receive a full unredacted version version of all the FT files, or it's going to be the version they want us to have?
Not our lifetime, what was here for. One that some people will, but our grandkids will be.
That's a fact.
They got videos, tapes, audio recordings. Y'all know this involves intelligence agencies and all types of stuff, and anybody will see that shit.
That's a fact. I like watching the
ACA subsidies. Sorry, the other breaking news was ACA subsidy commercials are running in states with Republicans who voted against them. $1 million plus ad, 30-second spots already running, including Ohio and Alaska.
Was orchestrated by Democrats or the Democratic
Party?
They
That 18 aren't running for election, and they and it's magically 8. I don't know, man. It's almost like it was orchestrated and choreographed and staged. Right? It was magically just 8. You need an 8, and you just happen to land on 8. And it just happened to be people not running for re-election.
It's just a series of lucky dice rolls.
Just a series of lucky dice rolls. It's almost as if the team that everybody said they were doing, that had the biggest blowout win in an off-season election in our lifetime, maybe in 50 plus years, might actually know what they're doing. I don't know. But don't spoil it. Somebody on the stage, maybe the person talking said as soon as the government will open, they'll start Jeffrey Epstein stuff. And somebody's not going to open it. Oh, that was me. You sure? You're done? Yeah, don't spoil the surprise. I just got it. What I miss?
Nah, he was cooking. No, was cooking.
No, I miss a good. I miss a good coat rant.
Yeah.
I didn't know some.
Well, they didn't say the ring, but it was accurate.
Everybody was so upset about the ACA subsidies. They caved. So you got your cave out for 2 days. Now it's all Epstein all the time.
I like that. All Epstein all the time. That's what it needs to be right now.
Yo, but I didn't know Trump said Americans are dumb as fuck and we don't have enough talented people. Damn. That's fucked up. Trump turning on you all now. Trump was like, no, we need to be motherfuckers because y'all just ain't smart enough.
So, but you know what it is for me?
Did Elon Musk finally get to him?
Yeah. I saw a video of a young lady. Not to cut you, Emma, but I saw a video of a young lady. I got a red bar. Okay, and she was trying on her dress to go to a dance, like a 13 or 14-year-old with her dog. And they busted all the guys in the comments that were like, yeah, you look better naked. Yeah, I'll take you out, this, that. And when they showed the owners of the accounts that were commenting on this little girl's post, it's disgusting. We have a problem in this country, and it needs to be addressed. Old creeps with big beards commenting on little girls' posts. They ought to be ashamed of themselves. And they're going to get what's coming to them. So keep doing what you're doing, because the whole world is watching. I like it.
So you think Trump is going to reduce the 100,000 he slapped on your Trump visas?
To get more intelligent, therefore people in.
Yeah. And MAGA still doesn't get it. He's fighting for the small man. Go ahead, Trump. Continue to fight for it.
Nobody believes that. No, there's no way they believe that.
They believe that. Shit.
He's going out of his way to take snaps out of their mouth. Like he's snatching plates off the table. Yeah, man, he's literally snatching plates off the table. Like, doesn't care. I don't need this.
He's getting Mexicans out, those rapists out. See, the guys are cool. That's all they care. Really, that's it.
That's what I vote for. That's what I vote for.
That's it.
Well, one party has turned into the pro-pedo party. I mean, that's what it is.
You have to sit down and respect their political decision. Fuck that.
We gotta respect their pro-pedo decisions.
Don't troll me, because I'm going to pedo troll you back, buddy. That's all I'm going to tell you right now. If you come out here talking any crazy shit about Trump, I'm going to tell you. What? Your mother? Your mother what? What your mother did? Oh, okay. I wasn't sure. Why would you talk about his mother like that? That's terrible.
Some guy from India, like, have you ever submitted South India? They're blacker than us. Fuck.
That's wild. Nipsey was in
Y'all some colorist motherfuckers, boy, from India.
On the way that they prepare their food, they better leave me the fuck alone. Because one thing about it, we talk about street food. That shit. You be seeing the post.
Don't do that. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do that. I'm not gonna attack the entire culture because of a random.
Did y'all know that those kids, you know the cookies that you get from on Christmas in a can that your grandmother used to get y'all? You know they made it in India. And somebody posted how they prepare them. Y'all better not buy them this Christmas. Okay?
Brooklyn, not too much on Indian food. It's tasty and nutritious.
No. I'm sure it is. I like Indian food sometimes, but I had to rethink my whole childhood. I had to rethink my whole childhood and vomit just.
But you get it even with the culture. You're big on that idiot that come on stage. You idiot that come on stage.
I like Indians. I like them.
Only thing I got against Indian food is it be coming out your fucking pores.
They make a dance real good. You know, I fuck with them real good.
Man, you must not like any food from the continent.
What? Cool. I love me some West African food, Liberia in particular.
I'm talking about the person who says the food comes through the pores.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, African food comes through your pores, too. No, what y'all eat? What Panamanians eat? Just rice and beans?
You know, all kinds of food.
Okay.
Not all kinds of poor stuff, but all kinds of food. Obviously there's gonna be a lot of seafood too, because there isness, so.
Yes, I heard you make collard greens like a Black American, and now I need a bowl.
Same thing. Y'all call it, some people call it spinach, and they call it callaloo. Y'all call it collard greens.
It's not the same. It ain't the same.
Definitely not like collard greens and spinach.
No, it's different.
Neither of those two.
At all.
There are 3 different greens.
That's like saying collard greens and kales the same thing.
Yeah.
No, that is different.
They can complement each other. You can cook that together.
I like collard greens mixed with kale.
I never had a mix.
I like any green mixed with mustard because that shit's be too intimidating to my dinner.
Wait, so what's the topic? Food is the topic now?
No, we are shaming all of the MAGAs who are still MAGAs as of today because the email came out.
Now, is it true that you guys are allowing Black MAGAs to experience racism just because they're MAGAs? I heard that happened sometime last night. Is that true?
Where was that? Where that?
Yeah, but did you who let it happen?
Probably CEO.
Absolutely not. This was in Lisa's room last night. What his game was too.
But it was in Lisa's room, so people were saying because a black person is MAGA, that the black person deserves.
People were saying that in the chat on the stage. That was a chat conversation.
Only in the chat?
Yeah, only in the chat.
Okay. And how were the people in the chat who engaged in such behavior?
Man, who are you to question that have blue line? Man, we're not having this discussion.
Yeah, Jay, I don't know who you are.
Yeah, I don't care who you are either.
That question I want. Yeah. I never heard you offer anything you. Okay, there you go.
Yeah, I'm not gonna do that. You're not gonna do that with JD. Yuck. Hurricane. Get prayer game with somebody else.
Disrespecting me. I'm gonna get the fuck out. Get the fuck out of here. Shut up.
You came in here disrespecting him. You came in here disrespecting him. It's my house.
Hey, let the JD drag you up. What are you doing? Let y'all get dragged.
Maggie, you mad?
Yuck. Fuck him.
What is happening? What did I miss?
They drag yuck. What is yuck? Boss. I know what he's talking about, but bottom line is, it's not like he said. It's not like the room allowed it. It was happening, but that's the chat. We all know whatever is in the chat stays in the fucking chat. We're not, nobody up here pays any mod up here to sit there and read a fucking chat. Don't be nice to him. Fuck him. Okay.
Well, I want that. But I'm just, what's your like that? I'm trying to figure out what's the point of contention.
No black person deserves to be a victim of racism, regardless if they're MAGA or a coon. You know that.
I disagree.
No.
Bro, so they jump in the car and they burning up. We supposed to jump in and get burned trying to save them?
Well, if it's racism, yes, because if you allow racism to persist, it's going to come back on all of us. That's how injustice works. Hello? Injustice anywhere?
No.
What?
No. So aren't those the people that say that they not experience racism?
It's not about the individuals, it's about the system. We must defeat racism in all its forms. And then we deal with the coons in-house.
I agree with you to a certain point, right? Like, we have to defeat the system because the systemicism, right, is in that way it impacts you, MAGA or not, right? But what I don't agree is we can't go out of our way to save a coon. Like, at some point, they're going to have to either save themselves or the Darwin theory applies, right? So if you go out to a MAGA meeting and you get lynched, I'm not driving my car out in the middle of the woods to try to save you. You chose that group of people that hang out with in the middle of the night. That was your fucking choice.
No, you're on I agree with you on the legit. I'm just saying it's a general matter. Injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. And we will deal with it in-house. You can't because it's going to come back on us. Well, not me, I'm not black anymore. It's going to come back on y'all.
Not anymore. You got vested.
It's too much stress.
It is stressful. It's a lot of stress.
Well, as a black woman who was a part of the 92%, I don't give a fuck about them. I really don't even see like no more. I really be wanting them to get their heads chopped up, but that's just me. Right? So, they're gonna come back and do that. Yeah, well, see, I can fight though. So they can come after me if they want to. But it's not going to change anything. They're going to always be racist towards me. It's these people that say that they've never experienced it. They don't see. They only see color. I want them to see color. I want them to see color. I want to imagine niggas to see color.
I think everybody's like, yeah, hey, they shouldn't experience racism, and people are using examples as if they went out into the woods and they're experiencing racism, and I'm not gonna go out there and save them. And it's like that's not like just in general. You shouldn't want somebody to be experiencing racism. Like I think I feel like everyone should be agreeing on that. Like that's fucked up.
Solana, you didn't catch the analogy. What I was saying is by driving out into the woods in the middle of the night to save you from your MAGA friends that are like that you go to the MAGA party, then I would be placing myself in jeopardy, which makes zero fucking sense.
I heard you. I didn't say everybody having a situation. You're making up a situation in general. That's what I heard Maggie say in general, and everybody's making up situations.
Right. I'm showing him when it wouldn't apply exactly. We attack the system because it's systemic, but not going out my way for a MAGA.
But if I see a MAGA black person getting like fucked with by somebody, like I'm like we're in an event or something like that, and they get started to fuck with, if they have a face on like what the fuck, then I might be like, whoa, what the fuck? But if it's like they're sitting there just taking it, yeah, they can go ahead and do and accept that if they want to. But if it wasn't what they were expecting to get from their MAGA peers in that space, yeah, I'm not gonna just sit there and watch that shit happen. The same thing I wouldn't do if I was in a Dem space and someone did some bullshit. I might not even agree with some of the Dems and stuff because there's different people don't know, but there's certain factors of Democrats. And so if they're not in my factor, my fraction or whatever, I'm still gonna defend them if they get fucked with by somebody.
You better than me, because I ain't doing that. I'm just gonna sit there and watch. So that means to tell me these people at the MAGA meeting, right? They all rallying up with their little I love Trump card signs. And then they just automatically see this one black boy. And he got an I love Trump sign. But they want to turn on him. You gonna jump in? Solana, you jumped in there for them?
Wait, say it one more time. I'm sorry.
You at a Trump rally? Or you just outside? You across the street just watching it from afar. And you see this one black guy amongst a group of white men, and they all I love Trump with the I love Trump signs. I have to get on my knees for daddy and all of that. Then all of a sudden, they see this one guy, this one black guy, and they're like, "Oh, he's not supposed to be here with us. Let's beat his ass." And they just start wailing on him. You jumping in?
No, because I'm one person versus a group. That's just illogical.
And it's you and a bunch of yous. Like it's you and 5 other yous. Like yous and the probably.
Yeah, probably everyday actors.
The context wasn't a physical situation.
Yeah, better than me. I'm not doing nothing.
Well, that's not even the context. It's not a physical situation.
I'm laughing.
But I think it's like I guess for me it's like what's the context? If we're both let's say sports teams, whatever you want to say. I mean, obviously that is a whole other story that's affecting everybody's lives and the policy. But the thing is that it's still like, okay, we're in two separate sides. That's an excuse for you for being black. You might be ignorant, you might be not knowing what the fuck's going on, you might be brainwashed, you might be whatever. Still black. Still human. I don't want human rights violations going against somebody just because I don't agree with them.
You guys are very, very, you have big hearts. And I understand the premise, right? Like, you don't want to see one of yours. But if this is the same person that was willing to go against what the best interest was for us as a culture, as a person, as a black man, right? And they're completely undermining and allowing the oppressor to oppress even more effectively by leveraging them. Good fucking riddance.
Yeah, I think the people, if someone says that everything you just said coming out of their mouth and they completely understand what you just said, then yeah, I think that's a different story. But I think people think that they actually
know all that. But let me tell you something. I'll tell you how the reason why.
Actually, I'm not gonna lie. I understood your last point.
Let me tell you the reason why, because I already know the mindset of these MAGA niggas, right? So it's this black man, I guess, a male, it's by the name of Sig on this app. I mean, I know Sig. I've heard of him before. He happens to be black and MAGA, right? And I was in the room with him and Brad and some other MAGA crackers, and he was calling black women what orangutans. That he and real derogatory. I was every baby mama, and I ain't got a kid with insight. I don't even know what a kid looked like at this point. But I had 12 on that stage and 20 baby daddies. And every stereotype he called me in front of these crackers. And from that point on, I said, oh, they ain't want us. I'm not dealing with them. I will let them get dragged to hell. You hear me? And back. And I'm going to watch and not give a fuck. Because that's what they deserve. So if I watch a man like Sid getting cursed out by some white people and getting called all of the N-words and all of the things, of course I'm going to be mad that they're using the N-word, of course, right? But I'm not getting involved because that's not my fight. Because he's not one of me.
The only time I would get involved is if it was Anthony with his white friend.
I'm definitely not getting involved with him.
I would yell at me because I want to see his ass beat.
I want him to get his ass.
I would wait a little bit though, just so he can. I want him to feel the racism just a little bit, so I'm gonna call nigger and stomp him a few times, but then I help out. I could eventually help out.
I think I was racist dude last week. Stop Gemini. Were you in the room for that? You were in the room for that, wasn't you?
Man, Clubhouse tripping, my mic was stuck. Can you repeat that, please?
Was you in the room last week when the racist guy was in the room and Anthony was handling him?
Yeah, I was. Actually, Anthony and Omari, if we reenact you.
They got handled. What are you talking about? It's one person that's a MAGA that I'm going to probably help out. Just one person. And it's notorious. And I know that a lot of people don't like notorious. But out of all of them, he is the least problematic. And he's actually has come to my defense when people were being racist towards me. So he might be the only one. The rest of them, they can go. I don't care.
I think people think like the awareness that you have to project on other people, and we're not showing like people don't actually have the same awareness. People don't have the same like they don't know how to read dog whistles. They don't know how to read red flags. Like they don't know. There's some people just don't know how to read a lot of things. So I have learned in the journey or whatever of this politics recently is that I might not want to have that empathy for some motherfuckers, but
Solana, this is like, first of all, I will say you made some valid points, like to the point where I will concede to portions of what you said, right? I'm not just fighting to be right. But I think, and when I say I think I speak for others in the room, we have a particular type of coon. Like we have a well-developed coon in this room, right? Where they actually are, they're intelligent enough to understand a lot of the different factors that you said people don't understand. But they deny it based on their political allegiance, not based on the facts. They know that they're full of shit in that moment. They'll concede like that. They're damn near trolling when they say it, right? So they know it. And so when you see that here, you see them willfully just ignoring red flag after red flag after red flag, and treating red flags like Six Flags, then we automatically disregard anything they have to say. Okay, well, you're making an informed decision. You're not being led astray, right? You are out in boom. I looked at it and decided clean as the way. Like I just that's
I'm sorry, you have those food. I'm trying to put in the chat and trying to like that.
But I'm being serious, and the people in the room know what I'm talking about. They know exactly what I'm talking about. So I think that's why you will get the pushback in this room when you say that. Even though you made some valid points for sure.
I know plenty of well-developed, coons. I get what you're saying. But even then, I would say, recent development of a discussion I was in made me like, man, some people just be stuck in some shit. Like, I know somebody that was like, really knowing everything, can discuss me, I don't know, can debate really good stuff about everything. And then I'm telling him, this girl don't like him. This girl don't like him, the girl don't care about you, the girl whatever. If I just do this, and I can get her back, or whatever flies, I'm like, you are too smart and intelligent to be sitting up in love with some stupid ass bitch right now. Now, she wasn't a bitch, she wasn't stupid, but it was right there. But it was like, it's just, what the hell is your problem? And it made me like, some people just get stuck in something. And they thought about it, and they had to defend it so much, until now they have armor on that they don't even know how to like take it off and just listen to people and stuff like that. So also just, sometimes you just leave people alone and let them be to their own devices, even though you know they're factually, logically, and ethically wrong.
Just something all the matters.
Yeah, I'm telling anybody that matches that ethically, what I just said, anybody, put it on anybody, and whoever whatever, you can't figure out that the fucking human rights violations that are happening, the constitutional rights that are happening, or constitutional violations that are happening, everything that's happening that's just fucking wrong, like, how can you not see that? You could, the fuck? I can't help you at that point.
Yeah, I do find it odd that there's a lot of Negroes out here doing this kind of shit. Seeing, I think when Trump won, his presidency, you had a whole sample cool nigga tap dancing in front of a bunch of white folks who happen to be conservative or happen to be Republicans. Now, if you up here and tap dance for whatever reasons, you're more than welcome to understand the racial dynamics of this country. And you literally doing some shit like this, right? It just, boggles my mind. Of course, you have, who's the hot? Some of these other people who are pro-black and do what they're doing, it's really disgusting. And, a lot of these people, to me, are very dangerous because when it comes down to their people versus other people, now, my thing is not to make it a racial topic, but just from the standpoint of having a little bit of racial dignity for your own people, motherfuckers choose other people over their own. It's really disgusting. So, and this shit with Trump, I don't, kind of at a loss for words for why these people are supporting this motherfucker. I don't know how.
You're also saying their own, they think that view as their own. The only person that are their own to me is the people who I believe is mine. Mine is mine, and if they say I'm one of theirs, then that's our mine. Otherwise, I don't think when people say, oh, they're own, they're not us.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Because it gets more in my opinion because we think that way. And that's the thought of my culture, which is fine. But I think what is the community? What is, whatever? And if they're not, to be a Black Panther, you had to read so many books, you had to know certain things, you had to do certain things. And so that's the only way you can be a Black Panther. So to me, for you to be part of, at least my Black community, there are certain levels of the stuff that I would like you to know, or you know what I mean? So, I think if you think like that, it's like, oh, no, okay, they're that, they're this. Just because they Black don't mean shit.
No, I mean,
I don't see it from the standpoint. But I am going to look at them like, should I let them get their ass whooped?
Well, some people
wouldn't let them get their ass whooped. That's what I wouldn't do. I would jump in and make sure the look getting jumped on, and then I'm gonna bring him back to the spot and tell him where he's at. Now you understand. Now, this is for people that have not, there's people who sit there and say they've never felt racism. I've felt it my whole entire life. And it is obvious. If you are that blind, you know, you're a special child. You didn't live definitely in any kind of regular, I'm not even gonna say the ghetto. You don't really live in a regular neighborhood. You know what I'm saying? So the play is to make us all blind that racism isn't real and all that kind of stuff. It is real. What it is what are you going to subside to? What are you willing to fight for? Now, if you're a black man, you don't want to go over there and deal with them white boys, handle that. I'm good, whatever. Because we already know what it is. It's to teach it towards whites. The play is what it is. And it's not even political. Never been political.
The whole thing is like, we've seen in our past history as black people in America, our own people join with white people in our own destruction, right? If we know what we know now, if we had a time machine to go back to the time when they killed some of our leaders based on the intel that they were getting from people that were in their own groups, would you not excommunicate them? Would you not feed their hands to the wolves? Like, that's how I look at it. I look at MAGA. I look at MAGA like they're them. We are the sellouts. They're the ones that will, you know, if we having a meeting, they going to the FBI and they telling them the whole meeting and they tell them who the leader is. And they don't even take the gun. They even gonna take the gun from the FBI that killed the leader of the men. You understand? So why the fuck would I in any fucking way support, defend, or any of that to any of them? I'm trying to figure that part out.
Okay, this is what I do. For my response, young lady, you remind me of Harriet Tubman. You remember her? You know who Harriet is, right?
I do.
Yeah. I'm gonna shoot it before this nigga get on the boat. If this nigga gonna go on stitch.
Exactly. He got to go. Gotta get out of you.
No, he got it. You can't get on the boat. No. You get what I'm saying? So I understand exactly where you're going. But these coons are on a different level now. They wearing ties and suits and they running for you. You dig me? We don't know who the coon is until we find out how this nigga's the coon.
Yeah, that's a big thing. Like, you don't know who's in the, like, they're in black organizations, and also what how their cooning is actually different. Because you'll have people who are saying they think they're doing it for the, some of them still have like the black community in mind, quote unquote. They're like, well, somebody gotta go over to the Republican side. We gotta stop being the plantations. That's how this and that. And it's like
that double spy shit.
Yeah. They always, some people do that shit. Some people will say like, well,
it's a bad old move.
Yeah, I've only met like one black person actually. That is the weird part why my empathy is probably where it is. I only met one black person that was a MAGA person or Trump or whatever, because you know it's changed over time, or even Tea Party, that was that they were solely just about themselves. They said, they don't care. They don't apply for anything. This is where they love to be and whatever, and they left it at that. There's still I think what we're talking about when it comes in the black community about like the community and this and that and that. There's like a tinge of it, especially if they're Black American and they go over to that side. Now, a little different, obviously, when you're talking about the diaspora. because you get some folks that they're completely brainwashed and shit. But I'm just saying, like, I think that needs to be. I just be analyzing that when I have interactions with POC MAGA people, and I ask questions, and it's very interesting.
It is interesting. I mean, it makes me wonder, especially whenever we see how Trump definitely wants to be. You know what I'm saying? They letting all this shit happen in the first term. You know what I'm saying? And now, as soon as he jumps into office, we're going to do shit again. You know what I'm saying? And then people want to sit there and be like, yeah, Trump is great. Woo-wee. So I'm like, for real? That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
And I can tell you straight up, I know Trump people who are in charge of nonprofit organizations that help Black people. When I'm saying like they're everywhere, and that they like their mindset is just like, I don't know what the hell they're talking about sometimes, and I have to have real conversation with them. I'm not joking. Like, I'm around a lot of different types of Latinos and Blacks that their mindset around why they're supporting Trump is not what you think.
Well, yeah, okay. You kind of secluded that to the brown people, you know what I'm saying? And that is, I guess, what the conversation is about, is why, as a brown person, would you be a Donald Trump supporter at all? That's kind of weird, right? You know what I'm saying? This motherfucker is 100% against all of us. He's sending the military into our cities to, apprehend us? Get us deported? I was born in Phoenix, Arizona. Where am I going to get deported to? You know what I'm talking about? Like, there are people that are legitimately from here in America. They're jumping through projects and, like, they're doing raids. And, oh my God, we're eradicating the mice. Nah, no.
But you know what's crazy? Sorry, so I guess a new representative got sworn in and now voted to force a vote on releasing the Epstein files. So
Breaking news. She has signed. She's already signed it. Thank you.
Yeah, she signed it. They put it in. I think it's going to go before for a vote, right?
Yes, that is correct.
Roll to the vote. Yeah. So
yeah. Which has called for an emergency meeting. Your boy Trump put forward trying to strategize at the White House currently, because he's trying to figure out a new chaos they try to create a new chaos currently. You already know, First Lady. Right.
Well, I think what he's trying to figure out is what can he offer Bober or Mace to turn them around. I think that's what he's trying to figure out.
We're going to war.
No. War.
That is not that far fetched because we're positioned in Venezuela already. So that isn't that far fetched.
So Trinidad and Venezuela, they've been trying to fight. So
you're better off. You're better off trying to talk about the worst case scenario and see if we can get away from that. Because so far everybody is underreacting to every goddamn thing that's happening under this administration right now.
Thank you. So I didn't know where we're at. We're going to war.
Yeah, but they still try. Listen, it's the spitball effect. Keep throwing the spitballs to figure out which one's going to land somewhere.
It's not war with China, First Lady. Sorry.
What?
It's not war with China. It's Venezuela.
Y'all gotta stop saying that word. We're not going there, okay? I think that we're going to get the subsidies in result of hiding these files.
What? How are we going to get subsidies of hiding the files?
Well, if you take a minute and think about it, you'll get the answer.
I took a minute and
it didn't take long enough. Take a few more.
Say the question. So,
yeah. I'm saying they're going to make a deal. With that's what MAGA said. So I'm going to go with MAGA and agree with MAGA. Some kind of way they're going to figure out a deal to get the the subsidies. And
are you talking about the grant that's going for errors?
no, that's not subsidies.
No.
Oh, the subsidies, the healthcare subsidies. Never mind.
Yeah. You remember him saying that to you?
That's exactly what it is. That's so
I didn't hear that. Can you talk a little about who said it? Because that's a great idea.
Man said it.
Great idea.
It's a great idea, but it's still going to go against the ACA, you know what I'm saying, and all that, and us getting health care. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I don't know if y'all got great insurance, but I don't. I'm going to tell the truth. You know what I'm saying? I'm worried about that.
I'm concerned about it too, but what she's saying is if they make a deal to not press forward with the Epstein things and then you sign off on the ACA, I mean,
thank you, Sandra.
I'm sorry, and I hate about the victims. You know, as much as it's come out, that shit gonna finish leaking eventually. It don't have to. They can leak it.
The chestnut is. Go ahead.
I was gonna say they can finish leaking that shit after we get the subsidies taken care of. I'm more concerned about that than anything. And people getting their SNAP benefits, because that was crazy.
Lord have mercy. So it's a buyout. That's what that is. Gives them a couple more years. Yeah.
Weren't you the one that just said that you had a problem with your health care?
Yeah, I'm for a long time, but I do. But honestly, I want to know if my president is a crook more than anything.
If you think they're going to get paid, they're going to get paid.
Wait, how's that a question? Wait, hold on. I gotta say, these are okay. Yeah. Where's the spoiler? Where's the spoiler? I don't understand.
I don't know where the spoiler alert is. Why is it not being alerted right now? So
What is we talking about?
It's
Who is Johnny? Who is Johnny? Johnny, are you new here?
I guess I am. Yes.
Oh, okay. Simone, you new here too?
Sure.
Simone, you new here?
Me? No, I'm old.
Oh, okay.
I just haven't been on in a while.
Oh, okay. No, I mean, when I say new here, I mean like in this particular space. Because I see y'all with the pink tickets, so that's why I was just asking.
But I think
Magda, do you still think that it's possible that they might be able to get the subsidies?
Of course.
All things are possible. All things are possible. That strength is who? Me. Amen.
In Christ Jesus. Amen. Hallelujah.
White Jesus.
Wait a minute.
Oh, you do?
No, the gentleman who's the gentleman. No,
He's from Japan.
Yeah, I came up with the movie. I thought he was entertaining.
Yeah, we just talking. That's all it is. We talking. We shooting shit, but we talking about politics.
You know what I'm saying? Who's Southern man?
No, I'm from Bakersfield, California.
That's crazy.
It's all good.
I'm sorry, Brooklyn. You always do that. Okay, go ahead. I don't understand how he is asking if he's a crook when he's a felon. Yes, he's a crook. Everybody knows that.
Crook. I want him to get, okay, he got caught with 34 felonies, and he got to run for president afterwards. He got to run for president afterwards.
Johnny, hold on, because I think I know what you're saying. This is what I think you're saying. I think you're saying that you want him to be held accountable for the felonious actions that he said.
Because if I got caught for 34 felonies, I would be talking to you on the phone and then we got stuck up somebody's ass. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, but you ain't an orange white man, so just you're not rich either. You're not rich either.
Yeah, you're right.
Which is also what I normally, everybody, the one rhetoric that I feel like the left and everybody shouldn't have done anymore was like the whole like, well, he has felonies and so he's bad. And it was like, yeah, that's like a whole ass problem with the whole United States is that we'll label a lot of things as felonies and only people who get felonies mostly are black folks. And then they can't vote and stuff. And I'm like, I thought that was like not the best rhetoric.
Black person get charged with 34 felonies.
Yeah.
Be outside and run for president.
I feel like they actually want to vote with that shit.
Let's go to be outside.
Okay, this conversation is down.
It can't happen. It's impossible. It's impossible. It will never, ever happen. It won't be a Latino, a Filipino, a Mexican, Alaskan.
They're all the same. You said the same thing 4 different ways.
What's the same? What do you mean?
They're all
Latino, Mexican, Filipino. It's all
white. That's the whole point. A white boy, yeah, he got $1 billion. Yeah, I'll buy my way up out of jail on 34 felonies. And they'll run for president. Yeah,
guy. You catch him outside with this guy.
You gonna sit there bootleg him? That's what you gonna do? You a bootlegger too?
Let me give you my list of people I would look for. Yes, it depends on who it is. Yes. Police. I will like the boots. Will you lick Khaleesi's boots or? I'm just making sure. No. We'll see something.
I ain't letting nobody get.
Okay, you get.
I'm gay because I'm gonna lick a motherfucker boot. That's weird. You know what I'm saying?
I said police.
No, these boots. Man, I said that I wouldn't, and you called me gay? That's what we're gonna police.
No, he doesn't see the police. He doesn't know they walk away. That's before his time. That's before his time.
Oh, man, that reminds me. I was watching Reasonable Doubt. Do you like Reasonable Doubt, man?
Yes.
And they played the police song, and I thought about you. I was like,
yes. I like the lady in Reasonable Doubt too. I like her books too. And I'm not thinking about my list is about like way longer than 10.
You said you lick a man boot also, so
no,
keep it real.
No, I didn't.
No, he didn't.
Police. You don't know who police is, so you got.
Yeah, whatever, bro. That's cool.
For a quick commercial, stay calm of a break on the way say. Welcome to Politically Correct. We're going to just get Patty first, Rick, CEO, ML, everybody. Them other bloggers as well. We love you. And thank you for keeping us politically correct. Because you know First Lady and Patty will come after you like, you better get it correct.
Okay, this is one. Don't start singing now.
Welcome to
No, I said don't do it. I said don't do it. Thank you.
Jesus.
No, I got to stay on you. I got to keep you alive. You be out of control.
Yeah. Okay. You back.
We all got our one that we got to keep in control. You the one that I got to keep in control. Sorry.
We are the world.
All right.
Who
was the left handler? Somebody get him, please, and thank you.
You can have him go. Somebody, put my phone on. I'm about to tap in with my daughter and no shit now.
Yeah, the K-pop Demon Hunters basically didn't have no marketing, no whatever, and people started seeing it and it started spreading online. And now the people who voiced it's an animation series or animated movie. The people who voiced it are getting their own, like they broke records and stuff themselves, and now they're basically going to form a group that's based on the cartoons. So like it got so big, they have I think a platinum record or something like that. It went. Everybody's getting into K-pop because now they're seeing all this stuff. It's a cultural phenomenon. That's the best way to say it. It's a cultural phenomenon right now.
You can just watch the movie.
That's how good for the explanation.
No, it's so good. You can just watch it as an adult. You don't even need kids.
It is. I actually seen it before my little
Yeah, I'll check it out. It's on Netflix?
Yeah.
It's so have you guys discussed that interview that Trump had with Laura Ingraham?
No, let's discuss.
I'm on, babe. Bring it.
Yeah, where he was saying that the Americans have no talent, basically dumb and stupid. Basically, he was parodying what Swami said a few months ago. Said to MAGA to the face. I mean, I wonder how MAGA is taking this.
Not well. But he said it worse than that, right? So he didn't say it as hardcore. He just came out and said it ignorantly as hell.
It's also the first time he has said this year. I remember with the old Doge fiasco, he mentioned as well.
That's interesting, because I thought he was bringing jobs back to America. I expect people gonna do their job, but they too stupid to do them.
That was thrown out in Georgia because they had illegals taking jobs.
Some shit they did it.
People in saying Georgia, we ain't got nothing to do.
No, I'm referring to the Highlight plan.
Oh, okay.
Those people were going to be on H-1B visa or similar, if I'm not mistaken. H-1B is just for, it's H-1B just for sale. I believe it is.
They're suing ICE, by the way. The Koreans.
Yeah, the Koreans, the ICE people, the Koreans.
The Chinese.
The news are coming.
This is the other statement. He said, I will say what MAGA wants, and they will accept it. I am MAGA. He determines what MAGA means. He determines what MAGA means. Nobody else does. MAGA was my idea.
That's a true statement.
Wow.
Well, we're not taking too kindly.
When they came home.
Well, it's not a true statement because it came out with Ronald Reagan, so
I'm asking a question about the most recent thing.
Yes, you know.
What?
you know, she ain't got no
A lot of his collectibles have been regurgitated.
The truth is funny.
I think the stuff that Trump be saying, I think people are paying attention to it now because they're like, oh shit, he's actually like doing the stuff he said he was gonna do, and people are paying attention. I'm like, some of the stuff he's been said for like years, even when he was president the first time, and he just couldn't carry some of it through. But now he has the backing of the Heritage Foundation, all the mugs that are helping carry through all the agenda items because the MAGA, or not MAGA, but Heritage Foundation and them powerful dudes did not like Trump at first. Now they're using him to carry out the agenda they tried to do under Reagan.
The difference now is the white people are reacting to it differently today. notice they lost an election last week, right? So he's not a magical unicorn. So now what he says has consequences. So we're looking at it. That's different.
I don't think they're switching the votes on any kind of thing like that, though. You know what I'm saying? I think they're gonna still stand strong, you know, for what they are. What is it that we're supposed to be able to do to challenge that? You know, it's like a brick wall now. You know what I'm saying? They keep on trying to call themselves the minority, and they're the majority. You understand what I'm saying? Where do we win at? You know, and we say we do it through the Senate, we do it through Congress, we do it through the GOP. You know what I'm saying? Executive House is still holding the whole thing.
That may hit this no such thing as an executive house. Okay, let's be clear. The executive branch is completely separate from the Congress. Congress has the House and the Senate, and that's a completely different branch. We have three co-equal branches of the government. Please do civics again. Civics 101 is so important.
Come on, Rez, let that man keep them facts. Come on. I know that because the House is right now.
But that's not what you said, man. So I gotta correct you.
The House is run by what? Republican.
Sir, I know.
And then we just finally got this new vote with the GOP. That's what you know. Not GOP. The DOJ. Right? We just got that new vote in here now. And we're going to find out. And we're going to find out these files. There's going to be a change in these three subsidiaries. Right? Now it's a level violence. And so we're looking 9 months, 10 months. It's not been a level balance. Donald Trump been able to run around that motherfucker like the white boy is shiny in the goddamn tricycle. Fuck out of here.
Back. So CEO conspiracy.
It's not a conspiracy. This is what's happening. You asked me a question, and I'm sitting there like, how is this being allowed?
You're right, brother. You're right.
The house being allowed is kind of like, how's it not, too, though?
How's it
like,
not?
How would it not be? Like, there's no rules against one thing, there's no this against that. The only reason why certain things work in our government, I think that's what the problem is. People don't think like this. Everything is basically an honorary system, and if you have respect for it. So, like, the court system only works, especially for higher up systems, if they have some kind of other system support. So if you don't do something that the court told you to do, right, the cops will come and get you. But when you go to the higher courts, the governments are doing it out of respect more so for the courts. They're not doing it just because. And the president doing what the Supreme Court tells him, it's just out of respect. He doesn't have to do it because he has no one necessarily above him except he doesn't have no one above him now. He has the Congress that can kick him out, but he has the control of the Congress, so he doesn't have like the checks and balances. Like that's the problem right now. We don't have the checks and balances like we usually do. So a lot of this stuff can be allowed because that's where the system is at its current point.
We don't have judicial branch to check him. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Did y'all take Civics 101?
Nope.
Are we serious right now? Hold tight.
I don't hear you. I'm saying we have a sweetheart.
Stop. Hold tight. Did y'all take Civics 101? Do we understand that a country of laws? Do y'all not know we have a constitution? Do y'all not understand there are co-equal branches of the government? Do y'all not understand that we are a country of laws? We are governed by a constitution. That constitution is protected under the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court has lower level courts. Those courts are literally governed by the laws of this land. That Constitution, those amendments, we literally have a Congress that passes what's called laws. They are the power of the like. Do we not understand how this works? I need y'all to go back to civics. Please, y'all are, listen to me. Listen. I'm a fit land, I promise. Just give me 2 seconds. Y'all are not understanding some of the thing coming out of your mouth. It is not making sense. Please go back and learn 101. Thank you.
Are you particularly talking about I just want to make it clear. Are you particularly talking about the stuff I just said? Hi. Are you particularly talking about my statement? I just want to make sure for my next statement. Hi. Okay, well, I doubled down on what I said.
Well, shit, the government knew that the civic class too at this point because what the fuck?
100% agree with you.
The rules on.
And Harvard is a free civics class outpost.
Thank you, JD. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. We are in trouble.
Keep using his name like that.
Man, pick the law every day.
It's not that we don't understand it. It's the fact that he's circumventing everything. He's got the Supreme Court in his back pocket. When has he gone to Congress to ask anything? He was supposed to ask Congress about the tariffs. And he's not using now.
Thank you. That's what I'm saying. People don't get it.
And letting him run Russia on everything. That's why there's a case currently. That is why there is a case at the Supreme Court currently because it's being challenged. Because he cannot do what he wants to do. There is a case against that currently being challenged at the Supreme Court.
They just deported a bunch of people after a court case. They just deported a bunch of people after the court
Talking
case.
about the deportation, we literally just talked about the tariffs. Don't jump over one thing to the other.
No,
we're discussing tariffs. We're talking about tariffs. We're talking about tariffs. Stay on subject. We're talking about tariffs. The current case at the Supreme Court is about tariffs. It has been challenged currently. Oh my God, Jesus Christ.
So that's not the point of my statement. It's not the current thing. The whole point was that they do not follow the court. That's what Sandra was saying. That's what I am saying. They're not following the judicial laws. You're saying, oh my God, these laws, they're supposed to be following them. They're following them. They're not following them. They're going after against them. And then you just gave an example, and I'm like, yeah, but they didn't follow this. And you're like, oh, well, that's off subject. No, it's not. The subject was that are they following the laws? Is the Constitution being held up? And is the 3 branches of government being held up? And the example of them deporting people after a court case saying they shouldn't be deporting people is an example of them violating the Constitution and violating the court's decision.
Samana, I am not telling you that they are following anything. You are jumping off subject because what she was talking about was tariffs. And I am saying there is a current case at the Supreme Court discussing tariffs. We can't jump from one thing to the other. Either we're going to talk about one thing or we're going to talk about something else. I can talk one by one. There are currently individual cases that are being challenged and that have been upheld. There's a current case right now that has been literally challenged at the DOJ, and the DOJ was struck down. There is a case of a Haitian immigrant currently that was struck down by not the Supreme Court, but by the appellate court, that there was a Haitian immigrant that was, unlawfully detained, and they tried to literally strip him of his rights, and the DOJ their argument was struck down, and he has won his case. There are several hundred of them. Yes, some have gone through, some have been denied, some haven't. I can't speak to each individual one, and I can't speak to the ones. I can't speak to every individual one that has been worked.
So yes, so time out. So I think something happened and I don't know what and where. But we were talking about laws and stuff. We were talking about whatever. I think someone brought up tariffs as an example, not as a change of subject, not as the subject. And so we were still, a couple of us were still on the subject of that, and you went to tariffs and then thought that we were upset on the subject. So I think we all got mixed up for a second, and that's what just happened. So I just want to make that time out.
It's so polite. That was nice the way that you said that.
She really is. Hey, Solana, it's good to see you. I just, I'm down there in the goo listening. Happy to see Solana back, but, starting to get a headache. So I just thought I would come up to let those who aren't familiar with Solana know that she's very familiar with civics. She could probably teach a class compared to a lot of the people in here that talk civics. She is very well versed in politics. She just hasn't been around in a while. So, and the thing I was saying that I'm gonna go back to working is that we were following the discussion and the points that Solana was making were relevant. But I think that some of the things that were said were probably, I don't know, there was maybe some distractions or it was misheard. But the points that she was making was relevant, as were the points that Sandra was making about them not adhering to what laws of the courts rule. And I'm gonna go back to the audience.
It's just like how polite you are. You can go ahead and tell us some more about civics, Solana.
Whatever. Thank you. Thank you for the compliments. That was cute. I came, and I want to say also, I came on to say hi to y'all, the people I know, because I saw somebody on Instagram and I thought about everyone, and I haven't been on your email, and I think I missed y'all a little bit, even Maggie's ass.
Radicalized yet? Somebody wanted me to ask you in the chat.
One thing I will say to
I haven't been radicalized? Who said that? Oh, I'm been radicalized. I'm probably toning down. I'm practical. I'm radicalized and impractical. I'm more likely than most of the people I vote for or work for or be around whatsoever. But I do understand that I want to help people and people are hungry. So.
Following the conversation, and I just want to say, I think that both sides made good points. Trump does not give a fuck about a ruling. He will go against a ruling. Y'all remember earlier when he was told to return, one of the guys that got extradited without due process? He was working. Yeah, and there's been multiple other instances. And also, going back towards the tariff court, the tariff case that's currently in court right now, they had oral hearings for that earlier this month. And it didn't go in his favor. It's like it didn't go in the admin's favor. It doesn't look good for them on the outcome of the tariffs. It looks like they're going to lose that.
Thank you.
Yeah, the lower courts look like they're going to get substantiated.
Like I said,
Well. We're at the top of the hour, 6:01 p.m. where I am. In about 30 minutes, we are going to have a discussion on DEI. So I hope you're prepared. I hope the Magas can make it.
It's going to be a quick discussion. DEI is over.
Dead. Damn. That's nasty, right?
According to Anthony, black people need to get it out the mud anyway. They don't work hard enough. They need to learn how to bootstrap, pull it up, fight the system, beat systemic racism, and just win. Like, what are we doing? Like, why do we want the white man to help us at all? Like, why should they offset centuries of oppression that was inflicted by them? What, I don't get it.
Because those United taxes. We got London on the track.
Oh. No, we gonna get that $2,000 too.
$2,000. Is that what it takes to buy you for sale? You on the auction block?
Oh.
days, so I got 25 days. I want to make fun of people.
I'm waiting. Good strapping young buck. A good strapping young buck.
One second, Fly. God damn it. Sheesh. I know y'all probably read this earlier, but just for those of you not have heard it, Donald Trump tweets out, or he Truth Socials out, the Democrats are trying to bring up the Jeffrey Epstein hoax again because they'll do anything at all to deflect on how badly they've done with the shutdown and so many other subjects. Only a very bad or stupid Republican would fall into that trap. The Democrats cost our country $1.5 trillion with their recent antics of viciously closing our country, while at the same time putting many at risk. And they should pay a fair price. There should be no deflection to Epstein or anything else, and any Republicans involved should be focused only on opening up our country and fixing the massive damage caused by those Democrats. Thank you.
I wonder where DC and Anthony are at. That's what I'm waiting for that.
He did that in front of one of them conservative statues, like John Stonewall Jackson or some shit.
He right there, Bob. He was defending, but normal, he right there, and he was defending them earlier. So you get at him.
I mean, I said this 2 weeks ago when I was talking to Anthony and TC. I said, when it comes up, when more stuff come out of him, how are you going to feel? When there's more connections to child trafficking and the pedophilia, how are you going to feel? What can you say then?
They're trying to do something to say.
Your voice, I mean, because listen, no matter what you say, if it's a defense, it means that you stand for it. And to me, you're putting yourself up on stage, basically putting yourself on a shooting range. Put yourself up on this post, and you're waiting for everybody to execute you. That's honestly what you're doing. But I'll let you go. I want to hear how you can defend this.
What is it that you think is being defended?
Pedophilia.
No. Now, from a state criminal, that's what we're looking at.
We're looking at a what?
No, hold on. What do you mean? You're on the post. Are you a Nazi, bro? What the fuck are you doing, bro? Are you a Nazi? What are you talking
Excuse
about?
me, Mr. Johnny, please. No, you don't ask somebody a question like that. He's actually Jewish, so that's really offensive. Okay, can you find yourself behind the mic?
Yeah, he's Jewish.
That's the reason why you gotta learn people. I'm saying that's the reason why you gotta learn people. Can't you just place yourself behind the mic? Go ahead, Fly, and Ellen.
Also, that was me that said putting people on.
Okay, my bad.
Because that's what you're doing. When you sit there and you defend pedophilia, I mean, I would hope there's a lot of motherfuckers that are willing to execute when there's just one guy defending it. Otherwise, I mean, we have a bunch of other weird pedophilia-affiliated people in here. But hopefully it's one guy on the stage. But I would love to hear you explain just your take on it. Because it sounds like you were defending Trump in here earlier. So I just want to hear your take. I'm not going to interrupt or anything. You have the floor, Eleanor.
You ain't say shit.
His mic problem sounds like.
You got the don't even come back because we wouldn't go ahead hear you talk to
You can hear your pro-pedophile speech, so please fix your mic. And this whole norm is always doing this punk ass shit. Everybody's wrong. You know, he's offended the shit.
No, he hasn't said anything yet.
Yes, he has.
Today, right now?
Today, he's been defending that back and forth. We've been arguing with him all day. He's saying, it's not what it appears to be. You're taking it out of context. The victim's not really a victim.
Wait. I have a question. Before I even get even further into this with Normal, because I think it's fair. How many of you guys have done research on this case and know facts? Because we don't want to go off of hoaxes, right? We don't want to go off of assumptions. And when we do things, we want to go off of facts. So I just want to make sure, for anybody who feels like they want to throw anything out there, we get off on some curveballs like we just did 5 minutes ago.
In what case? What case are you referencing?
In what case am I referencing to facts, or what case am I referencing?
Yeah, what current case are we trying to get the facts for?
Okay, for this Jeffrey Epstein thing. So
there's no current case, so
not current case, but there's facts on the current situation.
Allegations. Yeah.
Allegations. I mean, they're not allegations for Epstein. First off, those are not. He's been charged with this.
So we're trying to substantiate the facts that show that Trump is a pedophile.
Yeah.
I figured out with them emails today. You know what I'm talking about? You ain't heard about what that? Yeah. Old boy was up in there.
Yeah, that's what we're trying to.
That's what I'm trying to get at. People were saying, they're like, well, there's not circumstantial evidence. Well, I'm like, if it barks, it's a dog. So when you look at the email and you can pick that apart and see what they're talking about. It's kind of hard for me to defend that and anyone to defend that and be like, oh, I don't know, maybe it's a coincidence.
So a dead convicted criminal wrote an email. Why are you finding that credible? By the way, I'll add something to it.
It's his best friend.
No, it's not his best friend.
It is his best friend. As much as he wants, yeah, you can claim.
Because he threw him out of his club. But let's move on.
All right, Fly, you said you was going to let him talk. Now let him talk.
I never said that anybody was anybody's best friend. That's a separate. That's a bit of nonsense. So we have, if you look at the New York Times, there's about 3 articles about it on the front page on the website. And according to the New York Times and to the unredacted emails, the victim that Jeffrey Epstein refers to in that redacted email leaked by Michael Wolff is Virginia Dufresne. According to, again, on the front page of the New York Times, Virginia Dufresne is on the record saying that she did not see Trump involved in any of these activities. So any implication that Trump was messing with this child is refuted by the child herself. That's the point that I was making.
Where can I see the unredacted email?
I'm not sure.
Refuted by the.
Go dig into the Times a little bit. They may
Have you seen the unredacted emails yourself?
No, the Times reported on it.
No, the Times reported that that Republicans said that on X, but they don't have the unredacted email either.
So I'll do you a favor. When I'm not driving, I will send you a video of her saying opposite. I can do that for you.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
I would love to hear that video. Fly, yes, please send that video, please.
If Virginia Dufresne implicated Trump, then he would have been in trouble a long time ago. So I would call it.
You talking about Virginia Dufresne?
Yeah. Dufresne.
Dufresne. That's her name, Dufresne.
I believe it's Dufresne.
Oh, it doesn't about the name. It don't matter. Whatever her name is, you lied. Because you did this earlier.
Somebody lied?
And see, you. You lied. You lied. You lied. You said that.
Yeah.
Where's the email? See,
you brought it and
all she said is that she did not see herself. You made it sound like
that. She said, I did not see Trump involved in any of these activities. Or on the island.
She's one person. She's one person.
But see,
hang on. Apparently, according to the Times, she is the victim referred to in this email that we're discussing.
Well, Norma, would you agree that witnesses can be intimidated, especially if the person that orchestrated everything was killed? Don't you think that might intimidate a young girl?
Possibly, you would need evidence of that.
I'm not asking about evidence. I just want to know if you could acknowledge that
It's
possibility.
possible that there are.
Wait, hold on, question. Hold on. So what you just said, you said she is the victim that they're discussing in the email that was released.
That's what the Times said.
How do they know that the email is about one particular victim? Because weren't there several?
I'm answering your question. According to the Times, because the Republicans released unredacted emails. That's how. Next question.
What I'm saying is, even in the case that was released, right?
Did you say that again, please?
There was
They
several.
did not name a victim. The original statement that was made did not name a victim. The email that he sent did not name a victim.
Redacted means it's left out.
And so because somebody said it was her,
No,
it's
because
her.
it's been reported in the Times.
No, it's not even that. When she listen, answer my question, because or anybody can answer this question.
Somebody asked the question.
Was this anybody can, it's fine, because you're about to move it around. Anybody can answer my question. Was Virginia Dufresne the one and only victim in the whole Epstein case?
No.
Yes.
No.
You're saying shit that don't have nothing to do with
the one referred to in the email.
No, they didn't. They didn't say this was about Virginia. They said
No, they did
not
not.
in the email. No, they did not.
No, they didn't. You are lying.
Hold on, the New York Times, the New York Times doesn't say go free either. It doesn't say that. They do not name the victim. You're right. He's lying.
You are a liar, Norm. And what you did is
From the New York Times and anything.
Post the link. Post the link. Post the link. No, post the link.
Post it, because CEO already read it, and it wasn't.
There's no unredacted. Post the link.
Just listen. Republicans on the House Oversight Committee said that the victim the email exchange referred to was Virginia Roberts Dufresne, who was 16 when she was recruited by Mr. Epstein's longtime associate, Ghislaine Maxwell, while she was working as a spy attendant at Mar-a-Lago in 2000. That's from the
For Trump at Mar-a-Lago, let's be clear. He was working at Mar-a-Lago for Trump.
And then Epstein hired her away.
This is wild.
This normal. I want to call you out on something else we said earlier. You victims have one victim.
No, we're not.
Okay. Did you just hear the explanation that the victim referred to?
Post the link. Post the link.
I just read to you.
One mic. Do not say another word unless you post the link.
You can look up the time.
No, post the link or don't say shit.
I want to say. I don't go dance to somebody else's.
You're not.
You're shit. You're lying right now.
Misinformation.
You can come back up when you post the link, bro. Till the end of the book.
Did you hear the first thing he said? Reading the article, he said, the Republicans stated, and then he went on and named that girl's name. That is not what the original email said.
They're reporting from Twitter. They're not reporting from an actual statement that was made.
What's the worst about this is what bothers me is he's like downplaying the whole victim. First off, he's like, well, his thing says that Trump, she didn't say Trump. Okay, well, how about the other 7 victims? How about, we didn't even mention the other girls that have randomly died, because, again, when we talk about people getting scared, and not telling the truth, that's a real thing. I think to act like that's not, and play like, oh, well, perhaps, but I don't think so. It's retarded. When 3 of the girls are dead, randomly killed themselves when they decided to expose what happened. I'm referring to the massage therapist.
That's funny. So the article leads with Republicans said, which makes it you can't make this up.
Which makes it even worse.
Right.
Just what they say, as usual.
It should have said the Republicans said in defense of. That's what it should have started with. But there is no unredacted. Where is the unredacted? I've not seen anything unredacted as of yet.
There's nothing unredacted. It literally goes over a line. You have people on Twitter who might like edit some shit and put victim. Why would they do that? You're not gonna find much. So for him to be like, they're referring to blah blah blah, they're not. It's kind of generalized, especially when you read it. I don't think there was even a name drop. I think it was more generalized.
No, I hate to do it. I hate to go into the defense of fucking hell no more, but I'll post the link because I'm driving right now.
Yeah, I just put the link.
Redacted document. Yeah, they said 2 of the emails did name Virginia. They said that the Democrats referenced 3 emails and 2 of them, I think, my link to the anyway, 2 of the emails that they out of the 3 that they referenced have mentioned Virginia, and he said that he didn't see any committing any sexual act.
No, that's not 2 of the 3 emails. So you're off. That part's not true. There's a separate document that has the text. So I just put it in the chat so you can see it for yourself. But that's not part of the 3 emails. You're conflating the 2 things.
Okay, yeah, I just briefly scanned over it, so.
This whole darn thing is a mess.
It's a mess, but it's mixed with a lot of like, I don't know how to explain it. It's. I think people are unrealistic. I think a lot of people, if they're gonna need him to literally be held at gunpoint and be like, hey, this guy's going to jail for all these things, for people to actually realize that it's true. It won't matter.
It's not going to go to jail. That's the bad part.
There can be a picture of him and 7 other victims, and people are going to be like, oh, well, it was a meet and greet. What are you doing at a meet and greet? So it won't matter. It really won't matter. And it's unfortunate, but, I mean, Pizzagate real. Hate to say it, hate to break it to you. Government's not trustworthy.
Pizzagate's real. What?
What do you think all this stuff is? What do you think Pizzagate is? You think Pizzagate is just a made-up name? It's all this. Pizzagate was a term that they were using to reference kids and child trafficking. This is a real thing. This is all in the same thing.
Wait, so this headline says bipartisan push to extend Obamacare subsidies for 2 years. What's going on? And by the way, it's reflecting day 43. I'm trying to tell you what they said right now.
That can't be the case. The Democrats caved. They can't be giving that, or because
Cut it out.
orchestrated in that same thing that you're done now.
So it can happen. It can. And we got 8 minutes till the hour. Who's trying to come on stage? I can't see. Oh no, Slacker, no. Not now. No.
Yes, nasty work, CEO.
I mean, it's right, Sam? Isn't that what everybody said?
Alright.
No, not everybody. Hey, y'all.
Hey, Dad. So,
Yes, Deb is a Jedi.
what to say? Okay, on agreeing to resolution, Republicans 208, Democrats 209. So 208 for yay, Republicans, and then no vote 11. Democrats 209 nay, 5 no vote, independent nothing. So time remaining. That is the time for that. That's on agreeing to the resolution. Now this bipartisan thing, I'm trying to figure this out.
Maybe this should be breaking news too. We have discovered that bipartisan yet is not dead. It is alive and well. Let's talk about that with Democratic Representative Stanford Pardo.
You want to hear this?
What is it about?
They both
It's about the bipartisan pharmacare subsidy.
to extend these Obamacare premium tax credits for 2 years. That has been, for the Democrats at least, part of this debate. Congressman kindly, is there a sense of urgency, or at least enough Republicans to pass legislation to do something about keeping healthcare costs affordable for constituents?
I think there's a lot of folks on our side of the aisle who are extremely concerned about the prospect of this massive increase in premiums for a lot of our constituents. And so you've had a number who have come out publicly and said that they want to see some form of temporary relief. And I think that the proposal that Congressman Pardo and I are offering is a great compromise because it provides this temporary time-limited extension, but it does so in a way that actually has reforms such that we don't lessen the process.
And just to give an update on what's going on the right side of your screen, folks, and the rule has passed, and now it is an open for debate. So they're going to be debating this bill, this legislation, and for an hour, and then there will be a vote on this legislation. It is expected to pass, although it's narrow. It's a narrow majority of Republicans have. Back to this bipartisan legislation, Congressman Pardo, walk us through the basic outline of your bill. Who would it affect and how?
Well, it's going to describe this would extend the tax credits for 2 years. So the 22 million Americans who would otherwise see their premiums double will at least have those concerns squarely addressed. But it finds savings in a couple of different ways. We borrowed from both Republican and Democratic ideas. A bill from Senator Cassidy in the Senate that would help go at the very high reimbursements that insurance companies are getting for Medicare Advantage. We think a lot of upcoding that insurance companies are really building the lily from the taxpayers on upcoding. So given that those abuses is critical, we can save a lot of money. Congressional budget office said $124 billion over 10 years. And then we're going to go after voter fraud as well. Most of the people in the Democratic voting that are lost.
Congressman Kiley, unlike other proposals, you include a plan to pay for this extension by reforming Medicare Advantage by eliminating something called upcoding, which your colleague just referred to. Can you explain more about what that would work and what upcoding is?
Yeah, and importantly, this reform is actually supported by the AARP, and it's estimated that this could save $120+ billion over the course of 10 years. The basic idea is that with Medicare Advantage, the sickness of the patient is what determines the amount of the insurance company gets paid, and there's been a lot of abuse or inaccuracies in this process, such that the patient is initially classified in a way that doesn't reflect their actual diagnosis, and so that means excessive money given from the public country to the insurance companies. So this is also a good answer for those who say they don't like the extension of the premiums because competitive tax credits, you get the revenue to the insurers. This sort of balances that out as well. In addition to, as we've been talking about, our other reforms in addition to this make this fully paid for over the course of the 2-year extension.
Actually, Ricardo, one of the talking points going here is that insurance premiums are going up because of undocumented immigrants, and what's the reality behind that?
So the guy was saying that they found the fix that would allow the premiums to go down, firstly, and both sides might agree with. Is that what he said?
Mm-hmm.
It's an incredible thing. Boy, I'm back. After the election, I don't want to hear about the 2024 election. This nigga back, nigga here now, I'm back. Classroom's back, welcome back, welcome back. Obviously, there was going to be a fix. Man, CEO tried to tell you, look at CEO's PTR. True nigga for bread. That's my nigga for bread. CEO. Yeah, we've been trying to tell y'all they got a fix. All the subsidies, the Democrats caved. It's over. We're going to listen to the Lord. We're listening to the white progressive law line. Oh, yeah, Bobby, you're right. Quinn said it as well. We'll go shout out to Quinn. He said it too. You know, when I don't know why y'all don't listen. Y'all gotta listen to it. I don't know why y'all don't listen to us. It just makes no sense. It makes no sense.
I said it too.
I don't know why Quinn said it. No, only men. There was no women. It was no women. It was me, CEO Quinn. When I tell you it was no Deborah, don't leave me. Deborah, don't leave me. Don't leave me. I'm bringing you joy. Before I let you go. No digging.
You gotta stick up for me.
Let me take something. Hey, before I let you go,
Yeah, because we got a new home starting in
before I let you go, no diggity. Me and Quinn got it right. So don't say good.
Say good
and this was Quinn Dick Solo. Nights like this, I wish raindrops would fall. That's Quinn. Yeah, we had it right the whole time. The white people are confused. The white people are like, what are these jokes? I don't understand these references, these allusions. Don't mute me, girl.
I'm sorry, I might have done something. I was cleaning my screen so I could get a closer look at MAGA up here.
Yeah, we're out here muting this thing.
I'm sorry. No, cleaning my screen, y'all.
All right, I'm gonna keep going over. Yeah.
Okay.
It's all right, Deborah. I like the way you work it. No digging.
Here we go. I got something for Quinn since she's starting. All right, y'all.
top, y'all. Click the link at the top. It's at the top of the room. I'm about to go in this room when the song's over. Go to the next room. It's at the top.
about like, the gays coming in and, all of this extra stuff. There's been plenty of times where Luke has had a great role. However, opinions have been met with energy. Oh, that's a trans person. You can't talk about this. You're a tranny. Like straight people do it too. Matter of fact, straight people too do it to themselves. Because every time I go into a relationship room, men are calling y'all masculine, right? And women are calling men feminine. Queer people don't have to be in the room for that to happen. Y'all do it to yourselves. Then when a queer person do come into the room, y'all make situations about their queerness. Y'all bring that up. So I've seen that plenty of times. I'm sorry, Ayana has seen that plenty of times. I'll be on mute. I come in, add value to the conversation. However, my transness is put face forward in the conversation. So I don't understand. Like, I get what you're saying, and I understand there can be people that be loud and boisterous and come in the real rooms, just like there are straight people that do the exact same thing. We understand these are things. There are men that come in and attack women. So I don't understand why y'all putting like all gay people into a monolith to think that all gay people act like women when we know something is called the ill, where these men fuck women and they fuck the community and they act like men, or y'all protect them, right? And I think that they are gay, but however they are because they act so masculine, and you can't believe that they like dick up your ass.
TC, what's your thoughts on this topic? You're an expert in this.
No comment, bro. No comments, bro. And that was real nice, Lou.
You've been perfect all day. What is going on?
Hey, guys, can we, move on? What happened with the Epstein files?
Let us say something, man. Yeah, do you think Theo got so anybody cut Theo off? Like Dr. Navarro's gonna shoot you.
I just want to talk to the sister Lux, right? Because I remember when I first encountered Lux on this app, man. We used to just always get into it, man. We used to crash out, man. I heard such a worry about this guy, Peter Nygaard, who was harvesting uterus to do research. I was triggered. So after that moment, I would attack Lux consistently, man. Because, I care about the babies, man. I don't want black women to kill the babies. But I realized it's, as I've been back on this side, brother, and I've been listening to the Queen Lux, man, I realized there's redemption for people. God forgives, brother. There is redemption for Lux. I believe in 5 years, Lux will be a full-blown conservative woman.
Is she a hot woman? Can you add on about her IQ or her high IQ that you
listen, I would Lux to a little bit savvy. She's been in the trenches, right? So you pick up a little bit of skills. Lux is IQ sex worker or former sex worker. I don't know if you guys know.
She sells pussy for a living, be for real. But she knows how to do. You can never get in the room. But he give your pussy away for free. You're mad at me. I'm not judging.
Let Theo give her flowers. Let Theo give her flowers. Everybody say it with me. Not on stage. Say it in the chat. Let Theo give her flowers. Let Theo give her flowers. Thank you, brother.
I hope them bitches got. I just wanna land on this, man.
I hope them bitches die.
Someone said how much,
I don't know. Shoot everybody.
Shoot the bitch, man. Shoot. So I just wanna land on this, right? We need to be a little bit less judgmental. We need to have some forgiveness in our heart. Go to God. Seek God. Let the ancestors work through you because the ancestors are working through Queen Lux. And embrace tradition, respect the ancestors, and submit to the patriarchy.
If I could say something, Lou, real quick, I think the biggest lesson of this whole conversation is about authenticity. I heard something said earlier about people's voices. Shit, I don't like a lot of fucking voices that I hear. If you don't hear me talking about it, and the thing is let people be who they are. I was a tomboy when I was a little kid, but shit, my skin is more supple than most women that I've encountered. So what the fuck? This is about identity. And most of y'all don't even have your real fucking names on your PTRs because you can't back up and stand by the shit that you really say. If you want to talk about somebody being authentic, I respect people that are authentic. And we got here because there's people on here and in the world who the loudest fucking talkers and the bullshit that they do behind closed doors is reprehensible. It's not what you do, it's how you do it.
Hold on, look, let me just point this out. Now, I'm just an observer. Now, when straight black men come off their mic, even if the woman disrespected the man first, and he respond by saying, bitch, it's outrage. When a gay man calls someone a bitch, right? It's period pools and
Lou, I don't think anybody period pools me. The issue is that y'all don't. So here's.
So who can I call a bitch?
Wait, this is good news for you fighting black people. Wait, Lou, did you hear this? Angola and Botswana team up to buy global diamond giant De Beers. You know, I can't stand you Negroes. I literally can't fucking stand you. Africans in the room. That's why the immigrants are smarter than y'all. Y'all arguing about pussies and they buying diamonds. Oh my God.
Wait, first of all, Mickey, you actually started this. You started this whole thing and you left, and then now you're trying to change the subject because you know what you did, man. All right, let's pass it to Corey.
Okay, but this is gonna bring diamond power back to Africa. This is a big fucking deal, y'all.
Get the business clear, and then we'll get back to the topic, man.
The pussy business?
No, this ain't got nothing to do with transgender or pussy. Well, I don't know what the fuck that is. All right, Corey.
Lou, do you want to be able to call women bitches unencumbered?
Yes.
Is that what this is?
1,000%.
Okay, can we put a brain in the chat? If y'all are okay, please, I'm a claim. He's up there bitching now. He's up there bitching now about him not being able to call women bitches. So please, allow him.
I agree with black straight men are the ones who started calling us bitches first.
Hold on.
When did y'all start calling us bitches?
So we don't look tradition. That's what we always say.
Allow me to call.
That's what I have moved.
Say move.
Somebody women bitches. They don't want me.
Can somebody properly second?
Can anybody?
All right. We got a second.
Anybody?
Is there any objection?
No
objection heard. Lou, please feel free to call whoever you want to bitch. Robert's rules of orders.
I'm sure you would.
Hold on, bro. It's time. Yo, I'm tired of you dumbass bitches.
No.
What's also important is the fact that when I was actually mad, and I think it's not fair to say that I wasn't mad with like discontent and like just upset. Everyone was just pissed off, right? When I called her a bitch, people were actually upset about it. The difference is that I didn't give a fuck about who was upset. Y'all be backpedaling on your disrespect. Y'all backpedal when people call y'all names and all of this nonsense. However, I stood in it because it's always going to be fuck that coochie munchie ass bitch.
Hey, George.
Damn, if you really want my attention, I can't get it.
Well, great. Look, now.
Wait. Before Corey let Corey go real quick. Put a 1 in the chat if y'all want to continue talking about politics. Put a 2 in the chat if y'all want to do this Bullets Gotti room. He's ready to address Nadi and the allegations that she brought against him. Let's see where everybody at. Corey, do your thing while we see the votes.
Yeah, Jordan's done for the night. That's all.
Y'all really want me to talk to
Jordan and Corey are never
do it.
They are hood gay, they're black first, but they can get on some gangster shit. All right, I fuck with Corey. I fuck with Corey. I fuck with Jordan. All right. Pause. They're cool brothers. All right, they're Black American brothers, and salute to them. All right.
I can't believe you just agreed with that pause.
Yeah. All right, real quick. Let me see. Okay, all right, let's bring. All right, wait.
Hey, Lou, I gotta say, bro, the gays in IGB though, they are cool though, bro. For real, like, they are cool.
Yeah,
Can I ask a question?
what their game is, they get on blacklist, but then if you talk about them, pause. All right.
Yeah, Lou, what did something happen within a few hours? You know, because you guys been saying, I just need to know like what I'm walking into.
I don't know, but Bullet Scotty just hit me and said he needs to address the rumors. He said that's not him in the video.
Every night at 8.
That's AI.
Wait, how? Now all of a sudden that's AI. Y'all already had, listen, we already ran content about bullets before with Iron, and that was years ago before all this AI shit had happened, right? He can't run away.
I don't think y'all realize, because people said it's old content.
No, this is new.
Hold on, Nadia. Let me just let everybody know the chat. So there's a new video that just came out today, 10 a.m. Not the transgender porn I've never seen. Not the mother kicking down the stairs, specific to Naughty and Bullets talking on a conversation. I don't know what happened, and they was having all type of wild, freaked out talk.
Yo, this is how I know.
In the walls and all type.
I feel like Bullets be trying to like out himself because we didn't even know about this shit. Now he about to make us all know about it.
No, they just went about it today. It was like Black had a whole room, but everybody was in the room.
Yeah, we
was trying to defend itself.
We exposed him. This happened and this been happening since a year ago. I have messages too.
We're gonna make a new room.
He gonna talk all fucking night now. He's not gonna stop.
Lou, I thought everybody was joking when they said he pushed his grandmother down the stairs, but they were putting the links in the chat like, why do we continue to platform him? He literally did that. You could hear her, and she sounds very much like a grandma, like an old time grandma, right? Not like a grandma to be in the club at 35. Like she kept saying he was speaking to her very ugly, and they played that clip like, I don't really want to hear his ass. What do you think we should do?
He said that we should do the content. What the fuck?
Right, but I don't want to platform him like if we're because I'm happy that Angola is buying the beers. Like he really pushed his grandmother. Like that's some bullshit, bro.
Look, the Lou,
I don't hear that shit. And he was on live, and his little grandma kept saying, "Stop pushing me, man." That shit broke my heart. Fuck that nigga. That's foul. Like what the fuck? We black. You don't do that shit. You don't put hands on your grandmother. And like, what the fuck is wrong? I thought that shit was a joke, but he actually did that? Man, forget that shit. That's fucked up, Lou.
He like to put his hands on dick too. Lou, I got stuff I have to do. I don't, if y'all want to run the content, because I didn't know this is what you want to do, I had to. I'm not saying just you. I'm just saying that he wants a platform to speak. I mean, it's audio. Now they're going to scream and act like this didn't happen. I have messages like to add in.
I'll be right back. I'm going to open the new room.
Yeah, matter of fact, it's messages with this, it's audio with this, like it's video with this. I'm not about to go through it. This is the same man that want to sit here and bash women and trans women and gay people and all of this extra stuff. But again, when his prostate tickled, I don't have time for this. Like, I don't give a fuck. Bullet Scotty is gay. At the end of the day, it is what it is.
I was thinking that at least you're pretty. You probably, we should be happy for that. I'm surprised. I'm just. Girl, you got your money though, okay? So,
yeah, you said it earlier, Mickey.
You were doing the Lord's work, girl.
So, no, it wasn't even about no prostitution or nothing. First of all, he came from me when I came up to the Wanda side, season 1 and attacked me. You can even hear me say this to him. So why did you attack me? Why did you do all of this stuff? And why did you do all of this stuff? And he said some shit like, oh yeah, because I really liked you and all of this. Like, these niggas be doing that. It's weird.
Girl,
it's like
I said I would pay $10,000 for your back channels. I didn't say prostitution. That is not what I'm talking about, sweetheart. I'm saying, you know what I'm saying? It ain't tricking if you got it. So, no, I appreciate you for calling it out because he always on some black women bullshit, blah, 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 blah. So, whatever. That's all.
Do you have a link, Queen, or somewhere we can, the people who haven't seen it, want to, get the info? Is there somewhere you can direct us so we can, access that?
Because I think it is.
It's about racial
Hi, love. We ran the content earlier on the 100 side. If you want to hear the content, it is. Are you on the East Coast, West Coast?
I'm on the West Coast.
Okay, so your time it would be 10 a.m. So if you go to 10 a.m., it's a 100 ENT morning show. 10 a.m. the 10 a.m. mark, you can hear the content, and Wack is running the audio.
God bless.
Yeah, so that's all right. And if you want on my PTR, I don't know if you got the plus sign or whatever, but I do have the messages. I don't know if Lou has a not Discord, but a Telegram. I can put it in there, but I don't know if you want this type of content in there. And for the one.
I got bullets on stage. All right, real quick, everybody click the link up top. Everybody look at the transition pause.
Yeah. Hey, what's up? Oh, okay. What we doing? Transition into this other room. Oh, up top? Yeah. Oh, okay. Ooh, Lord, this. I'm here on mute for this type of shit. This ain't my lane.
Where she at?
Not too far from her, but I told her that Denny's is around the corner, so she get a hood, because Denny's is not in the hood. Denny's way around the corner. Yeah, that's over there with the white people in the hood, mama. Something I'm trying to leave.
Yeah, she knows.
Ain't no hood for real.
Yeah, look, I ordered the same thing you just ordered right now. I'm gonna pay $17. So yours is definitely in the hood.
We ain't talking about $20. That was for real.
But she in the city?
It ain't too far. It ain't too far. It's not too far. I'm telling this woman what she is. She took these some things. She should be doing that.
I'm not doing this. I'm not doing this shit.
You know what it is, man. You're doing the hood. You're going to be about for it. That's Denny's.
She just.
I'm saying, I'm not drunk. I'm not drunk. I don't like people saying I'm so.
Oh, she definitely, I can hear her. Yeah, she want to fight, but she, yeah.
When they over there in the cracker barrels, good. When they're trying to make a question for reality. That's not too far from the airport. And then over there in the Great Ferry, they done built the Chick-fil-A.
Oh my God, I know exactly what she on now. You just said that. Yeah, she was trying to put it on YouTube.
I'm not near Great Ferry. That's what I'm saying. You're not near Great Ferry. I'm not too far from the casino. You want to home, huh?
Why she doing shit?
Whatever y'all want to call it.
Oh, Auntie in the hood. We know where you went, Auntie.
Yeah. I don't live here. I work here. I'm from Philly, though, but I live out.
Oh, you live in Jersey? What's an hour away? Delaware.
Hour away. I'm right down from Dover, Delaware.
Yeah, we tell you where you at. You said we're acting like you. She's not alive. We know don't care. It's just funny, like. Man, we just try to, what? I see him turn out there. Turn it the fuck out there, Nancy. Go out. Listen.
I'm talking about something dope. That's way further than Newcastle. That's way further. It's way further. That's a whole.
I'm talking about the beach area.
I just South though.
She took the beach area.
I live over an hour away. 4 hours. Man, my whole I live over away. Yeah, you smoking too much weed. I'm getting off of here. Have a good night, y'all. Don't be imagining you flying in the sky. Don't be flying in the sky now. Don't be flying. I'm taking on my last to tell her she's drunk and she at work.
No, so she told herself she's not, so she don't get too fucked up.
You can't drink on my job. You can't drink on my job. We're gonna go out and get a sip. And I bet you get fired too. I know. Listen, honey. I make too much money to be trying to put my job. Okay. I'm not gonna put my job in jeopardy over goddamn. Yeah. You call my job. Call my job on the phone. They're gonna laugh at your ass.
I'm gonna call my people.
They're gonna say, she first of all, you can get somebody on the phone. They're gonna say, what? She off duty. Yeah. I'm not even working. I'm going because I ain't got time for people calling me liars and accusing me shit. Like, have a good life. Goodbye. Y'all don't believe that. Y'all full of jokes. Stop smoking weed.
I do appreciate it.
Auntie, stop drinking and eating chicken. It's always stop smoking weed. Hell no.
She was not drinking. You're not stopping smoking weed.
I'm stopping smoking. It's not free.
Look, I can't smoke this loud. She on that shit.
Why was she saying this? That was disrespectful.
But Malibu is supposed to be like a sweet drink. That's why it's supposed to be that strong like that. But she said 2 sips of Malibu and I think a beer.
And then margarita.
Oh, she's such a weak. She's a weak. She can stay out.
But she said that's just what she got at her house. But from what she said, the person said she only had 2 sips. She said 2 sips in a beer. And she's only supposed to have 2 sips in a beer.
Wait, so she get lit off beer? Oh. I'm sorry. Hey, Blue, how are you?
I know. He was speaking though, like what could happen though? Like say you had a little bit in a beer and then she just eat it out. It's probably hitting her heart.
Check your report.
Won't show me want some damn chicken.
Chicken.
So like if she would drink a lot of empty stuff, those 2 sips is gonna be like 4 tips.
Look, her BAC is gonna be so good.
Y'all eat the tip of the chicken?
No.
That's greedy.
And then like that one beer is gonna be like a beer and a half.
For all the lives.
So if you eat the tip of the chicken leg, that's greedy.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I eat the tips. All of them. No meat, no gristle on my chicken.
Right. It's not about filling you up. It's just the taste of it and stuff.
I do no meat, no gristle, no skin. I
I just don't eat big chicken stand. No big chicken stand. Spicy was wet.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, if it's on the crispier side, I'll eat it. I don't like it if it's like what you said, if it's wet or rubbery.
I'm gonna go take a shower.
Two questions. I guess she wants to know what your type is. Just passionate about anything. Yeah, have you ever thought about it?
Like, you had turkey wings before? Do you like the skin of turkey wings?
But you gotta like, once you cook them, you gotta take that foil off and let it get crispy.
Right.
I don't eat them turkey wings like if they wet then.
Yeah, but the crispiness of turkey wings, if the big chicken skin, like if it's crispy enough, like that kind of, then it's like I'll eat it.
I like turkey wings.
Yeah, like I like turkey wings too, but I'm Indian now, but I don't eat that anymore.
So what you like with vegan turkey?
No, but like it's ways to like vegan chicken showers and whatnot.
Like what? Jackfruit?
Yep.
Isn't it sweet though?
A real team there, it's not like a sweet, but like what you do is that you just like rinse it off. So when you cook with it, to like wash some of the fruit you know. It's not.
And then you use the mayo and the what? Salad. We put celery in it?
No. I just had like the mayo, onion, like pretty much like treated it like if it was tuna fish, even though it wasn't tuna fish.
You put walnuts in it?
It has that texture. No. But it has that texture where like it could be like chicken, it could be like pork, or it could be like.
So what it tastes like?
Okay, so it has kind of like I would say it tastes close to the chicken. So, but depending on how you cook it though, and how you season it, it can taste like chicken, pulled pork. The majority of the times I make it in a way where it tastes like pulled pork, something like that, even though it's just hard. But the good thing about that is that like it tastes so similar to the ridiculous, but like I wouldn't need to.
It tastes similar to what?
It tastes similar to the raw dish, so it's like it's like it tastes about like 90%, 95%, just the same thing. So there's no need to like go buy the raw thing anymore if you're trying to stay vegan. Like I had the vegan oxtails, those is mad good, but it's like
vegan oxtails, y'all taking it too far.
It's like, yo, that tastes big, and it's like, yo, this tastes good, it's healthy, it's like, what I need, real oxtails for.
So you put like lima beans in it?
It could be, yeah, but it could be any kind of things. Like often they use, I think what are those beans called? But I guess it could be any kind of beans, and then you put other vegetables in it or whatever, but you prepare it in a way where like you get the same taste out of it. The only thing that you're not really getting out of it is the fat, because the fat isn't there. But then there's ways, some people go extra and they like make a vegan version of fat to put in there. So it's like the exact same thing, but I don't be doing all of that.
I like the one time we went to a vegan restaurant and they had vegan
fried chicken.
So it was vegan. Not vegan. It was vegan hot wings.
Yeah, the vegan hot wings.
Listen, they made it with the lobster mushrooms.
Oh yeah, that's fine.
It was so good, so good. But after a while, I had to stop eating it because it started pissing me off. But it was really good. It was really good. And they had like the little blue cheese, but it wasn't really blue cheese. It was something they needed.
Right. The plant-based blue cheese, I guess.
Yeah.
It was good though.
Yeah, so the only other difference I would say is that like you have to eat a little bit more because it's not the same as like real hot wings. Like if you're gonna get full.
Oh yeah, that's how I was gonna ask you. How do you get full? Because I know you be hungry again.
Oh no. So just like I say like if I would have had 3 hot wings, right? Just to make up for it, I guess I would have like 6 or 7 of the mushroom hot wings.
I don't eat no 3 hot wings, but no chicken wing.
No, I'm just giving a number though. So like
So if you had hot wings, how many you can eat? Like just hot wings.
Oh, okay. Maybe 5 probably.
So you gotta eat 10.
What? Because I need a 10-piece by itself, goddamn.
Yeah, he eat a little
I'm over
bit.
here like, damn, bitch gotta eat 20 wings out this motherfucker? Because I'm gonna eat a 10-piece by itself.
So if that's fine, like with no fries.
Unless I'm starving, if I have 5 of them, it's gonna be good. But also it depends on the size though, which is why like if the size is right, just 2 or 3 hot wings or chicken wings, I'm good over that. If the size is big enough. But also though, they gotta have this stuff too, like maybe some fries and something else or something like that. Not just eating I don't even like eating just chicken wings because it's like
I can eat hot wings by themselves.
right, but I'm saying though, like you're gonna have to eat too much to get full, and it's too much of the same thing. I like a variety or something.
Okay.
But yeah, like if you just eating the vegan hot wings, and you said you're gonna need like 15, 16, usually 10 chicken hot wings.
She's super cute, but she's also about to be super tired. So you have 30 minutes to get her down for a nap near your lunch house. You just made out of bed. So before you do that,
Okay.
she's gonna realize how hard parenting is by the end of the next year. One day. She don't pretty soon.
I've been seeing lately like vegan at turkey. They be like wetting this, I wouldn't say paper, but I don't know what it is. Then they soak it in some kind of smoke liquid and
for example,
they bake it and I said, hell no.
Is it like the fluff out? Like the steak pan or whatever?
It's like a flour or something.
Yeah, that's steak pan or something like that is called. It tastes like chicken or it tastes like meat. But a lot of though, depending on how you season it, like tofu, it can pick up the taste. So it can be like a turkey, it can be chicken.
It actually makes me super happy. I think she does too. And then it's really sweet. And I can give you an answer to be fine when we go.
Man, my cousin, she eat a lot of vegetables. Like, she'll eat like,
It's the easy part.
I guess it's a flatbread, right? And then she'll take these carrots and she'll put them in the air fryer and put this stuff and smoke on it and all this other shit. And she'll do lettuce, tomato, onion, mayo,
She won't be able to sleep if she can't sleep.
avocado. She don't eat it. And I'm like,
You're supposed to hook it up like that. Some people be like, oh, I can't be vegan and taste bad. It's like, no, you just need to cook it. Like,
so this is just a bunch of vegetables and bread.
No. Okay. But here's what happens, right? To you, it's just a bunch of vegetables and bread, right? But like when you only eating vegan stuff, right? And besides making like cauliflower crackling and all that other stuff, because you're eating vegetables and that's like they don't taste that flavorful. Like broccoli, I taste them steak and stuff like that. So it's like,
You know what?
yeah, to you it's like just eat the
That's crazy.
It's like
sick.
Yeah, it's a high breakfast Danish.
She be tearing it up. It'd be a hoagie, a vegetable hoagie. I'd be like,
That's like Chinese foods are really good.
She says about though she been doing it for a while. Akon is arrested
He kind of got arrested. Wow.
Every time you say that, you remind me of John Texas.
Let me see. He lost anyone Australia. Yeah, I'm not sure. I wonder why he got like that.
What if they broke into y'all?
Okay, have a good night.
Thank you.
So sweet together. This is crazy. Why does she cry, baby? What do I do? She goes to bed. She's so sweet. She's trying to get that. She's being so sweet.
Oh, what you say?
I said, we call them heroes.
A hero? What is that?
What you call them, the hokey. You remind me of Bill Cosby. Every time you say it.
That's not good. What the fuck? A hero?
We call it heroes, yeah.
What is that? How do you make a hero?
With Italian bread, lettuce, tomato. Which I call them, the hokey. We call it a hero.
Where you from?
We don't make our hoagies with no Italian bread.
New York.
I'm from New York too. We do some. We don't say heroes and all that shit.
I'm in the 5 boroughs.
So if you're in the store, right? You walk in the store, you say, yo, make me a hero.
Lettuce, tomatoes, whatever meat. And he's from New York City.
Where you from New York?
One of the boroughs.
I'm from Brooklyn. We ain't saying nothing. Where you from?
You're not from Brooklyn, though. You wouldn't know we call it heroes. But I'm not going to be hard.
Niggas know that I have my own feeling.
Okay, I'm not going to do it. Okay.
Niggas know.
Alright, so listen, when you walk in the store, right, you say, make me a hero. Huh?
Right. I eat turkey, honey maple turkey.
Honey maple turkey. This girl. Don't come around and pitch you down. I gotta hear this.
Tastes like tuna.
Wait a minute. Don't turn my TV on. Wait, look at the movie. You got the remote over here? Yeah.
Come in. Oh, Smith is not. Here's where you go at.
Okay, listen. When you walk inside the store, right, and you tell them the man to make you a hoagie, you say, yo, make me a hero.
I'm telling you this. Let me get a bacon and cheese on the road. You heard?
You don't know nothing. He's from upstate, but you say, make me.
Rochester.
What meat? And you're gonna say.
Because you're from Rochester, stop it. We're not Jack.
Stop calling her a bitch, nigga.
Not Jack.
Alright, don't call her no bitch. Stop
He's
calling
a
her bitch.
bitch ass nigga. That's why he's saying it.
Don't say that to her.
I mean,
Bullshit. Alright, don't talk to her like that. Stop that.
No, that's the New York issue. You hear me, right?
Alright, no, she said you're not from New York because you don't say hero. That's it. Oh shit, why you calling her a bitch?
Cause she's a crackhead. His mother from upstate.
That's disrespectful. Why are you saying that? So listen,
I'm not gonna do this.
When we calling it a hoagie, it's not the same thing as y'all heroes, because y'all use Italian bread. That's a sandwich.
Yeah, we don't do that from Philly. We eat hoagie.
Oh my, Shay.
Nah, you say that out here, you get cursed.
Shay, you a mess. You got a unique personality.
Shit, what's it? Shit,
We don't use Italian bread.
What are y'all?
What's the name of the bread y'all use, Shay?
I just call it hoagie.
No. It is called a hoagie, but when you start saying Italian bread, no. Oh, no. That's not a hoagie. That's a sandwich.
Like when you in the Oxfords and whatever in New York and whatnot, and they ask you what type of sandwich you want, once you tell them, they're gonna say roll a hero.
No, you gotta say a Philly roll. Y'all not from Philly, y'all.
Oh, don't you dare say no goddamn Philly roll.
Oh, you want to say the name of Omarosa? Omarosa? No, you don't say that at all. You just say I want to hold you. Say, go in the store. No. I say I want to hold you. No.
Say I hold you.
You don't say it like that. You go inside the store. The best way to walk in. You never say ill my leak talk, but you want to say ill. Yes, I do. You just keep talking.
Yo, shit. Oh yeah, I gotta. Oh yeah,
He be trying to be tough when he starts screaming and stuff.
I gotta go. Hold on, I'm divorcing you because you ain't saying happy birthday to me, you punk ass.
Oh, when was your birthday? You wasn't in here. I was looking for you.
Last Monday, no, you wasn't.
I was looking for you last Monday.
Last Monday, I was in the groups half the day. You did not say to me.
I did not see you.
Don't worry, I'm gonna remember November 22nd.
You want sing happy birthday to me?
Even though you didn't do it for me, I'll still do it for you.
I sang happy birthday to you right now.
That's too late.
It was just Monday. Today's only what?
Nah, you late.
It was Monday, right? Today is only Wednesday.
My birthday was last Monday.
Happy birthday to Bullshit. Happy birthday. Why you remind me? See what I'm saying? No, but listen. I'm tired of y'all talking about your heroes as our hoogies. It's not. Okay? Green the bean. I don't need that. Happy birthday. Rice paper, yeah, that's what it is, I think. No, they be a little thicker though than rice paper. They be dipping it in water. Yeah, they be thick, like a little blanket, like a little sheet or something. Amoroso rule. Papa, you just go in the store and be like, yo, Pop, give me a hoagie. Everything on and no hot, no sleep up is extra mayonnaise.
Yeah.
Gourmet turkey.
How the fuck do I eat mayonnaise?
Extra mayonnaise. I want the mayonnaise coming out on my hands.
Oh, no, I can't deal with any mayonnaise. She got to
That should be so good.
You don't deal with women at all.
Yo, who's talking to you, bro? Like, nobody's paying attention to you, like, at all. Like, I've been just stuck in there, and everybody else saying, if I'm not saying nothing else to you, because I can really chew you out there. So I'm just going to go on you.
I need to buy me a new cocktail.
Who you beefing with?
Salam alaikum, everyone. It's going down. Hey, I have this side hustle, guys. So y'all don't see me here in the evening. Y'all just gotta know I'm working. In the evening, I have access. Y'all don't see me in the evenings. Okay. Yeah, so y'all don't see me here in the evenings hours. So, like, I'm doing my private care. Those private homes, you can be on the phone. I mean, which is understandable. You don't want to be rude, so. Yeah. Good evening. So, yeah, how are you guys doing that day?
I thought I was the only one that did that shit. Because when I say murder,
Good morning. Yeah, they really never home. Like Nay, you speak 7 languages, but that thing got kids. Shay, what'd you cook for dinner? Because you always cooking.
fucking chicken.
Oh, okay. That's good. We make the same thing, she said.
Because we from Philly.
No, actually, I didn't make it once. I made the broccoli, cheddar chicken rice. That inside that green egg.
I made that.
That's some chicken and corn on the cob.
I made that like 7 days. I just can't remember what day it was.
I was like, you make something quick. This little girl bothering me. Oh my God, Shisha. Look at this Shisha.
Don't you send me home. Don't you do it.
Shisha.
I did.
What the hell?
Yeah, look, that's it. No.
Shisha.
Now you gotta delete it because I can't go back on any of your messages. So that's cool. Say this thing up in the dark.
Yeah.
I never what I made last night. Oh, baby, no problem.
You want me to delete it or anything?
Yeah, delete that. That's nasty.
This is nasty.
I got some of them. I made real chicken salad, sending a vodka, and some garlic.
Then they have to come here.
What kind of food? She said, Shay, wait, did you cook? I told her. And they said, oh, we made the same.
They said, I wish you was supposed to.
Bullshit. I ain't really, man. Y'all smack the shit out of me. You see, I don't like bullying. I'm like, I know who I like to bully. What's up, Papa? No, I might bully you thinking about it. Hey, Philly. Yeah. Let me go to the store real quick. I'm going to sleep. Oh, now y'all be quiet. They gotta let the aliens and everybody else come in here and talk about anything.
Okay, last one.
Don't trust you. Is this something real?
Yeah.
No.
She thinks she loaded, but she's saying
I was like that.
she like it.
That's how she like it. That's terrible.
She like it like this.
What kind of shoes she on? This is a lot.
Why don't she so big?
Oh, she really, that's gotta be like the plastic stuff. Whatever it is, that's what this is.
She like her butt cracked off. It looks like she moving.
It don't look like it hurt. But if you touch it, it looks hard. Somebody saying the same thing.
I'm surprised ain't nobody said anything about the Anunnaki.
It's big at future tonight, because my sister don't want to come stay.
You said we don't like.
It's big at future tonight, because my sister thinks she's slick. I need to know when he coming home.
You should be able to check the date because they ruling on Friday that they have to put whatever monies and shit there because people in New York got them.
My sister thinks she's slick.
I don't need your approval. New York got them. That should definitely happen already.
Yo, y'all gonna think I'm lying. That's the way they had to fill them out.
Everybody has some shit like my mama pulled me Monday.
You got to fill them out?
Yeah, my mom got to pull them out.
What? Yo, my sister, I don't say her, she get over 1,000.
My cousin did 1,700. She got 6 kids on her fucking budget.
Yeah, that's how my sister was. But they said They said she had a job. They're not gonna give her all of them. Well, she got a table joint, but she don't got no tech stuff. So, but she get a lot of food stamps. A lot.
That's good. That's good right there. Shit.
Listen, you ever heard of this? She get food stamps, right? But she used to get food stamps the first and the 13th.
Yeah, I get
That's right. I don't know how she did it. Listen, I don't know. She did it. She used to, but she don't get that. She don't do it no more for me.
I need that baby stuff, bro. I need that.
I'm telling you the truth. Yeah. She did a lot of stamps.
She said she did it like Mama, I made it. Like,
yeah, she got them. It says house passes. Okay. That's funding bill. And government shutdown after 43 days. Also, the government shutdown over.
I don't know.
Temporarily until January. They have some money. They have to still, they just did it. Until next year's budget. Alright, so Thanksgiving gonna be hot today.
Yeah, so my understanding was the last time I read it was they pulling out, think about it like a reservoir of money, right? And they have, saved up. So they kind of like just pulled out from there until they actually do their own what's going to happen. At least the last time I checked, it could have been updated since then, though.
You know, my baby daddy sent $1 for my son's birthday.
Oh.
I thought that was crazy.
Wait, what?
I know.
$1?
Crazy. $1. I was like,
what?
I was like, man, I wonder why he thought to want to bother me today. I was like, that. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
$1?
Don't be ignorant.
How old the child?
You should have sent it back and told him that it's on man. That's his child. Don't be something ignorant.
He's laughing. That's great. Yeah. Isn't that crazy? $1,000.
That's not it.
I'm gonna kick that nigga ass. I said maybe he just wanted to test it real quick to see the other one he went through. Yeah, that man said $1.
Yeah, but he told me he was he shut down or what?
He didn't call me nothing. He just sent $1.
Nah, that's bizarre, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know so I can kick that nigga ass, man.
Hey, you hear it because I just have to say that like, damn, $1.
Nah, bro, just let me know the word. I'm gonna hang that nigga by his feet. All the money fall out. You take all that shit.
And I ain't even gonna tell my man that. I swear, because if I tell him, he be like, why you over here flag that he owns it? Because he just be like, told you I got the kid. I know he got the kids, but then it still hurt my feelings. He like, why your feelings is hurt? Like, he just be nigga.
You just send it back and put it in it seemed like he needed more than the baby. That's okay. Their bank account. Send it back. Put a little yeah.
Pay your tithes.
Look at either that. Or you just have somebody run down.
No.
No, sorry. I'm sorry. Let me
People next.
I'm not going to pay $1. That's an opinion. That's a reality. That's just respect. Just call the bullshit hotline when you need somebody's ass with, man. I got you in the heart. That's just unacceptable. Yeah, but he might send a holler this month bullshit, and then next month he might send a stack. You know what I mean? Nah, nigga. That nigga gonna send $1. That nigga gonna send $1.
The whole year.
This is crazy. Alright, so I'm continuing what I'm saying. Let me kick that nigga ass. Fuck out of here.
It's okay, but we gotta go back to what y'all was saying. I just thought that was crazy.
Nah, that is crazy. I'm being funny, but that's wild. Kick that nigga ass. just want to do it just because. I just want to fight. You kick that in your ass.
I had a pretty good room today.
No, he did.
Yo, I want to ask a question.
Right here, Luke. A couple of y'all saved me from being a nigga today, so I feel good.
Damn, I want some fried chicken. What the hell?
What the hell, Leonte? Give me some fried chicken. The fuck?
I just go to my kitchen where my camera off. I ain't making shit.
I'm about to hear maybe some fried chicken. Too far from me anymore.
Airmail?
Yeah.
That's
Damn, that motherfucker.
is airmail airdrop?
Yeah. You ain't no blue?
That's airdrop? Oh, what's airmail?
I was trolling there. You take me serious?
I know what airdrop means, but I don't know what airdrop.
Why is May acting like she know how to cook fried chicken though? That's I know you got that air fryer.
Why, May, what?
I got it.
Where's that nigga? What?
Nothing.
I didn't know nothing about making that. But I just learned to deep fry it. Very good.
And I don't do deep fryer. I fry my shit on the stove.
You're looking like a fool, y'all, man. Kick you out of our kitchen.
Let's get food nasty.
Because my eyes are that fucking. My mama and my sister told me how to cook before, y'all. You know? Okay, whatever you want. What in mimosa? I gotta make drinks too.
That's what I want out of me.
That's easy.
The
easiest things to do is mimosa. That's one of the first things you learn how to make.
That's champagne and orange juice, right?
Nah, that's a tequila sunrise, ain't it bullshit? Yeah.
Champagne and orange juice is mimosa.
Oh, is that what they calling it now? So what's the difference between a mimosa and a bottomless mimosa?
I'm not a drinker like this.
It's never ending. The bottomless mimosas don't stop. That's why they bottomless.
Oh, is that what they? Oh, okay, I got you.
Yeah. They're never ending.
Hey, man.
Hey, Nene. It is cold. No, it's not that cold. Let me stop.
It's been very cool and feeling like on some dumb sugar.
Oh, for real? It ain't too bad. Let me stop complaining.
Yesterday it was 20 degrees.
Oh, that's nuts.
It
Yeah.
was too cold today. That's not what.
Because remember, I'm in the mountains, so here, like, regular winter is like a negative or like a below zero. So 20 isn't bad to us, but it's cold. 20.
Right now it's 46.
Oh, yeah, it's 49 out. I got on a t-shirt.
Yeah, t-shirt.
It's you know, you gotta climatize to the weather, because if you
Girl, I don't have a coat on. You like, man, what the hell?
yeah, but if you put on that winter jacket too early, by the time it really starts to get cold, you just gonna be freezing. So I try to like ease my way into like cold weather here.
I'm ready to cold weather. No face of my face. I'm ready.
I'm so cold. But if you only go outside and try to get your body a little cold.
Oh, no. You were looking at me.
Your Christmas, I'm being kind of Christmas and shit.
Oh, that's nice.
Oh, yeah.
What's their winter look like? 75?
I'm getting dragged out there because I'm supposed to go out there last year and did. My ass is going this shit. Oh, I want to go back to Cali though. Cali's so much better than New York.
I don't know about all that, but it sounds good.
It's depending on where you at.
Sounds good.
These 5 girls, it's too much.
Y'all done yelling about faith and religion and all the other stuff and the science and the what else did they talk about?
Yeah, we're not talking about that. It's just the time you still stage, but we're not talking about it.
Perfect. Well, I'm gonna tell you, I'm mad. I'm mad.
uniform cost, it was expensive. We have our first competition on Saturday. Our uniforms aren't here. They have not arrived. They're talking about they'll be here by Sunday. We compete on Saturday.
Oh no.
So we don't have uniforms for competition, so it kind of sucks. I'm really upset.
No, I get it. Because when you have a competition, you're supposed to do that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's like having all materials ready for your competition, and the last thing that you need is the fucking uniforms. You gotta have that. So now what we gotta do? We gotta improvise the uniform so we can still perform, or we gotta forfeit. Like, that's a bad situation to be.
Yep, it's bad. It's bad. So they're talking about improvising and just doing like black on black. I'm like,
for now, just improvise, get through the routine, and then visit it, you know, when it comes to that. Whoever you order the uniforms from, you know, you rip it to their ass because that's very unprofessional. You know what I'm saying?
These uniforms was ordered during the summer. So we got back from Florida. What was that? April? June. We ordered uniforms. It is November. We don't have uniforms.
That's wicked.
I know.
Like I said, the person you got the fucking shit coming about the fucking days. Fucking good.
Do y'all have last year's uniforms? Do we have what?
Do y'all have last year's uniforms?
Yes, we do have last year's uniforms. The only problem is that we had a big shift of like our minis. So my daughter's in Elite 1 and our mini and our prep, a lot of those girls moved up and their uniform was different than ours. So we have a full team, like maybe 5 girls that have last year's uniform, and then all the other girls, we're 22 girls. Maybe 5 have the last year uniform of the same, and then the other girls have it different because all teams don't have the same uniform.
Right.
So we couldn't even wear last year's because they still didn't match. So I'm on my way. I'm coming. I'm on my way to the gym now.
I don't know what to do about that for me. I need to experience some shit like that. We always have to one in advance because we gotta be able to do alterations.
Yes. So we had a fitting.
So
the girls got fitted and everything, and they told us at the end time, but it isn't. We gonna make it work. The girls gonna get up there and perform, regardless of what they got on, and fingers crossed.
That'll be alright.
Yeah.
The only thing I could think of is, but even that was still too late for that. There's like track suits, like track attire, some kind of track specs. That's something that you can do. I was talking about in the match. Make it look real sporty and call it wonderful, make it work. You also can do that. You can do that, and then the 5 girls that got uniforms from last year, you could do a little spin-off, and you have them compete against each other. I found a way to do the 2 uniforms together that works sometimes too, to make it feel like it was on purpose.
They were hoping to do like a top and a bottom. They're gonna try to go find sizes for all the girls, so that's hard. That's a Saturday. You know what I'm saying? Like you gotta find sizes for all 22 girls.
Or you can always Amazon. You can do Amazon, and I'm just thinking of something that has a lot of sizes, and availability.
Yeah, and then the moms were gonna vinyl, how you call it, like compress, the team name on the front. So the moms can get that done overnight. That's nothing. Like the moms are like, that shit, that's quick. So it's just finding the top and bottom, make sure that they have sizes for all the girls.
Yeah, that'll work.
So I'm like, okay. We have a showcase tomorrow, so I'm like, well, we'll figure out what we wear tomorrow, and then we'll figure out what we wear this weekend, and then we will regroup on Monday and figure it out.
Yeah, but I'm sure they got a contract and they broke. That's a breach of contract. That's a lot. That's a lot.
You know, they agreed to a delivery, like a
of course.
Well, I just had a text.
Look at that. I just got a text from the owner. She said, hey, I know it's a big ask, but can I borrow, she puts my daughter's name, Nate's old uniform. I'm buying tops for the kids, not skirts, so they will all be covered.
There we go.
That was the owner just text me. And usually I'm teen mom, so I'm usually at the gym, but I had school tonight, so I couldn't be up there. So I'm hoping to get up there and get caught up on what's going on. But I had a whole bunch of moms text me. Throw it in your bag for tomorrow. Yes. Yeah, bring it to showcase. Now I just gotta figure out where my daughter has all the pieces. And she's a teeny thing, so I don't know who they gonna let use her thing because she's tiny.
I must cheer.
I never cheered. I was never a cheerleader, but I've grown to really, really appreciate. And no, I can honestly say I really do. I do love cheer. I do love it. It's nice.
Yeah, I liked it a lot. Wow, cheerleaders are not mean.
That's good. The mean girls. I will say that.
The dance team was mean. Them bitches were evil.
I have liked wrestling more, just because, I don't know, I feel like it's, not that it's more exciting, because cheer's just a different level of excitement when they come out and compete. I think what I like about the wrestling is that it's more matches, right? So like, they get their routine, it's like under 3 minutes, they go out, they get their 3 minutes on stage, and then it's over. That's it. But with wrestling, it's like longer, it's more, like, I don't know. That's what I like about more wrestling.
Okay.
It's just more matches back to back. So like my daughter went to a tournament last weekend, and she ended up with 10 matches, and that was just in one day.
Oh wow.
Because she competed in 2 divisions. She competed in the co-ed and the girls only. So they're just like back to back round. They just cycle through the rounds, and they're eliminated as they go. So.
I think what I like about cheer is that you do it and it's over. Like you turn it over, you do all right, and then it's over. And and we were nerds, and so we sit on the sidelines during the games. And you had the people online who was online, and who weren't online, waiting until halftime. We were all doing our homework. So our old school squad had our heads down in our books because we were always doing our homework while the boys are playing. And
That is
a huge thing. Are you kidding me?
Huge thing. So they have showcase tomorrow. So tomorrow is like a statewide showcase. All the competitive teams in the state will be at this school tomorrow to showcase their skills. It's like the opener for the season, right? And you'll be in the back where the girls are getting ready, and girls are like in full gear, in full uniform, full face of makeup, like they look gorgeous, and they're in there doing homework. Like they're in their books. It's beautiful. I have seen that in cheer, that they are in their books. Those girls are really smart.
Yeah, we were. Our team was very smart. We have the highest GPAs, and we kept it that way for a reason. I love our squad. Our squad was amazing.
How long did you do sideline for, Tom? I didn't know you did sideline cheer.
Oh yeah, I did cheer until my freshman year of college. And then when I realized that college was a different level, like you cannot have any extracurricular activities. Because you have to go. You have to fly. Like you have to be gone. Oh no, I was like, fuck this shit. So I lost. Yeah.
So, and I was a science major, so I couldn't be gone that long. So I had to leave here and start the tennis. So that's what happened.
Yeah. My daughter started in sideline. She started sideline. She did pop Warner sideline, and then she really liked it. And then we moved to All Star cheer. So we've been All Star for 4 seasons. She did start with sideline, and I was telling her to go back to it. She's like, but she just really likes the competitiveness of All Star. It's just different. She likes travel. So she likes to travel for competitions. She just likes that part of it. I'm like, whatever. You can cheer at school for free, girl. And she's like, I don't want to do that. Okay.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember. We didn't do any competitions. I don't remember what happened, but something happened. I don't know, either our cheer coach, something happened with the cheer coach or something, but we did not compete my entire 4 years, like nationally.
Oh no, the competition. Let me tell you something. Going to competition, and we've traveled all over. I mean, we've gone all over for competition, but my favorite one is Worlds. Like that is the culminating event for cheer.
Oh yeah, I'm very familiar. I watch it on ESPN.
Okay, so last year, the team that placed second, that was our gym. We placed second at Worlds last year. Yes. Yes. So they take it very seriously. But I love it. It was such a great experience.
Yeah, we didn't get a chance to do any of that. We did some, like, I don't think we did any competitions. We just shoot games. But I also went to private school, so maybe that has something to do with it too. Yeah, we didn't do competitions like that. I heard about them and saw other teams that did our school did. And I cheered for one of the
Competitions.
We had a good formation and we did really good. We had good formation and we did a lot of fireworks and stuff. That was our good thing. We do a lot of air work. Flyers. We got a lot of flyers. Yeah. So that was something that we did. A lot of basket tosses, a lot of pyramids, airbags, stuff like that. Cool airbags.
Which kids thing that she's doing in the competition, so she's pretty excited about that. I like doing pins. That's one of my favorite cheer traditions. It's pins. Okay. I can start at the mouse.
All right, enjoy.
Hello. Oh, thank you. I appreciate. Oh my God, you're beautiful. You did such a great job. Thank you so much. Hi, sunshine. Thank you.
So look at you, y'all preached out, huh? Everybody done Holy Ghost out, huh? Tongues don't even work no more, huh?
Oh yeah, I like to address the topic. That's okay.
Go right ahead, sir. Knock yourself out.
I mean, if y'all moved on, that's fine. But you know, I came in the room because I saw the title. For me, I think that it's really all three of them pertaining to believing in the Creator. You know what I mean? Like, what is it rooted in? I think you have to have faith, a little faith. You have to also have some form of evidence, and then you have to realize that you do have, you know, a need. Whether a person believing a particular God all throughout, you know, civilization, there were people that were worshiping all type of things because they realized that they needed help. You know what I mean, to some degree. And so, yeah, like I think that it's a thing of realizing that, you know, there's more to life than what you maybe even taught. You know what I mean? And some things you have to like go beyond what is given in society, because there's a lot of things that's taught in society that's not even really biblically true. You know what I mean? So you will still have to have faith that, you know, like for example, you know, like I personally believe in giants, right? And there's a lot of evidence for me that makes sense, as well as what I read about in the Bible. Now, have I seen an actual giant? No, but there's enough evidence, right? And I don't say it's a need for me to know, but it would definitely help me to be more grounded in my faith. So I don't know if that kind of makes sense, but it's just a combination of all of it. You know what I mean? You can't just say you believe in something without some form of like, you know, research, some form of like lifestyle change, right? If not, you just talking. But that's just my take on it, you know.
About giants. Thank you so much for sharing. Oh, my bad, Tom. Go ahead. Go ahead, sir. Oh, no, I was just going to ask about giants. Are you talking about Tartarians?
I'm talking about the originators, the origins of the Tartarians, because there were different classes and different levels of giants. You know, we had Titans, which are the first ones. You had different, the same way we have different ethnic groups of humans, it's the same way they had different ethnic groups of giants. There was a race known as the Nephilims, and there was different breeds of them, and it was different sizes. The smaller ones were what we see in Tartarus. You know what I mean? You'll see the smaller ones, but they still have to take, you know, hundreds of years to actually get to the size in which you heard about or read about in ancient texts. You know, a lot of them lived to be 500 years old, so they still had to grow to get to that size. But yes, the Tartarians are descendants of Nephilim.
Gotcha. Yeah, I heard about them. I didn't really put too much study on it, but heard about them.
But you know, if you think about it, it only makes sense to try to erase that type of information or evidence, because that will strengthen the faith of believers as well as people that didn't believe in that type of stuff, right? And then it'll cause people to reevaluate what they think they need in life. A lot of times your needs are based on your level of understanding. You know what I'm saying? If you've been told, oh, okay, I got cancer, well, I guess I need to go talk to a physician because I have cancer. Well, the level of your intelligence, okay, I need to fast. That's what I need to do. I need to fast. right? So it just depends on that you have already in your environment, and you have to question what you think you know. There's a lot of things people think they know, and it's really not the source of it at all. But yeah, like I said, this is neat about that. I like researching things that people don't like to look at, because to me, that's where the real truth is. A lot of things that are considered myths are actually true, and things that are considered true are truly myths. And that's like straight up.
Yeah, I can see that. You gotta get it from somewhere. Even like even with the Marvel shit, I'm brain fried, bro. What's his name? Dr. D? Oh God, Lee. Very intelligent brother. Sheesh. So, that's where I'm at.
One of my main aspects for me, of course, as you see, is zodiacs, because for me, I talk to a lot of people that are atheists, and usually after the conversation, they can't claim atheists anymore at that point, because if they actually agree to what I'm saying, they basically just, without realizing, prove that the creator is actually real. Because you can't deny your zodiacal position. Whatever your zodiac signs are, that's how you're going to conduct yourself, whether you acknowledge it or not. So to me, that's evidence by itself, because you've been living your reality your whole life. So whether you know anything about zodiacs or not, a person like myself come along and tell you about the energies in your body and how they make you see and feel. And if you say that, yes, that's how I see and feel, right? Then you can't say that you're in control of yourself. You really can't. And honestly, nobody really controls themselves until you realize what's inside of you. Until then, you just operating off your emotions, your ego, your pride.
Yeah, I mean, it was a good room. It was, shout out to Shay, Mandy, and everybody that was participating. It was a dope dialogue. Looking back on it, I'm surprised I brought up like Caesar Borgia, and then taking that to the biblical text. I'm surprised that never came up, but there was maybe the points were just a little bit different or didn't line up, but it was still pretty dope though. I enjoyed the room. It was a good religious room. I mean, that's gonna happen in religious rooms though, but for the most part, it was alright. I've heard worse. Yeah, Shayway was cooking with grease. Shout out to Shay.
I'm trying to sleep, man. I'm tired. I'm ready to look at the Bible. No, I just got back in here.
I was talking about what's his name? Dr. BS. That dude is off the chain, man. Chee-wee, I haven't done it all day. They preach.
I don't know. They did the whole day for us.
Daddy. This was church. This was worse than me being a little kid. That was church all day.
They were bringing me all for soap. Hey, Tom.
Hi. Hi. How are you?
Why you do that? Like you don't know how to say my name.
I like it.
You heard him 1,000 times. You act like you don't know how to say it.
but I like that whole thought-provoking brainstorm. Like, it was pretty dope. That was different. Yeah, that was pretty dope.
I can't. You know what? I'm gonna tell you what bothered me. I don't know. You know what? Nothing. Don't be bothered.
No, it was unique. How are you doing over there? No, it was just it's funny. That's all. You eat candy, you drink the coffee, what you doing?
I'm like just laying here right now. I'm just laying here like I don't know how to talk. Like today was
You got that wet mouth, wet thick mouth like that.
Oh, my mouth is wet.
Like leaks. You need to fuck.
Oh yeah, well I'm trying to talk. I like the way you talk. My mouth is so fucking wet. Like
his mouth be leaking. Y'all be hearing that shit? And then the tongue falls to the back. Like, I don't think he's got to go line that. I think it's going over to the back.
You know what? Every time he starts talking, I always look at Nate and Justina, because I already know that they irritated instantly.
I be irritated too. Like, I'm sticking wet. The fuck?
See, it's not him. It's not him for me. It's Archie. Every time he starts.
No, I can just talk too long, but
no, I don't like it.
As soon as he says something, I'm pissed.
His voice annoys me so bad. Every time he starts talking, him and Fred, I'm like, oh God, here we go.
Yeah, nothing Red thing makes sense.
Boy, Archie on preaching, don't he? Oh, Cass, let me be quiet. Can we talk about something else? Because I want to cuss nobody else. I was so annoyed by today. Today really annoyed the piss out of me. Like, I went to strangers' rooms. I literally went away, and I'll come back, and it was still going on.
Yeah, I heard you came off like it was like. I've been trying to follow with the conversation.
Listen, it started fucked up, okay? It started fucked up, and as far as I know, it ended fucked up. I don't know. And then it left one room and came to another, and I was just like, okay, but you know what? It was good for the room. And if it was good for the room, I'll take one for the team. Who am I? You know, I'm just one person. I'm just one minuscule person. So fuck my feelings and how I felt. As long as the room vibed and that was good, then that was good. You know. But for me, I don't know.
You know, anytime you mention God on Clubhouse or religion or
I don't know why it does that.
Man, the room gonna be crazy.
What is it? What? Okay. I don't know.
I never understood. Like, I don't care if you don't believe in what I believe, but I never understand why people who don't believe care so much about what I believe.
Exactly.
It never makes sense. It never makes sense to me. Like, y'all want me to argue and scream with y'all or something. I don't even care. If that's how you feel, that's how you feel.
Exactly. That's why I didn't care to go into deep detail, even though it's saying my name wrong. So I'm like, I don't need to explain the existence of God who will try to convince you anything, because God can talk to you himself. I don't have to try to like deter you or turn you any type of way. If you really want to know God, then you'll know God. Like, that's not for me to determine or decide for you or try to convince you anything, because it's exhausting. I'm not doing that. I don't want to waste my energy.
I'm gonna say this and I'm gonna leave it be. We are to have a light that leads people, that draws people in to follow Christ through your light. If your light is not drawing people to Him, that's a problem. And I don't care how long you preach on Clubhouse. I don't care how long you preach and say scriptures and then cuss in the scripture. I don't care all the things you do. I just don't agree with it.
Yeah, it's heavy on the cuss in scripture. Yeah.
And then they get mad at all nights.
Yeah.
like they'll say something about God. I've noticed that 2 times, but they'll be trying to like say stuff about God and all these things, but then in the same breath they're harsh. And I'm like, just to speak the purpose of what you just said, like you're not. I'm just be like, okay, whatever. I'm like,
and I don't judge people. Listen, I don't judge, but it's like a certain reference. I just was trying to have, and I know we are all sinners. We are all sinners, and that's the one thing that I truly understand. But it's just certain reverence that we should have when speaking on God, and you don't know who you're ministering to. And that's the thing that bothers me is that this is a very delicate subject. And you could be turning people away, and you could be turning, you know what I'm saying? You don't know what you're doing. And to be playing in this playground so frivolously, you will be beat with many stripes. That's what the word is saying. So I don't play with that. I prefer to let my light so shine so differently. So I'd rather be a nice person. And people are like, well, what do you do? Or who do you serve? And go from there as opposed to trying to reach different terms of the gospel and who did what and what stick turned into an AI generated.
Yeah, but that's why I didn't really engage. Well, I was working too, but I wouldn't engage as much anyway because you gotta discern what is the intentions behind this person's conversation. You're not supposed to argue with people over it at all. Like I kept posting that in there. That's what I had thought too. I kept posting a couple of scriptures that said how to do stuff with people. And none of them helped. They weren't here for open hearts or open minds. There wasn't any point to do that. But exactly. That's only for the arguing part. We can have conversation around it, but no argument. It's supposed to
where you draw the line.
Yeah.
The first thing I thought about Shayway was not casting your pearls with swine. And I'm just like, why am I going to share? Yep, exactly. That was the first thing I thought about. I'm like, you guys aren't even receptive. Now, if it was just a conversation where it was unbelievers and believers, and they were both sharing, how they felt, you know what I'm saying, and not trying to argue any stances, but just listening to the others, that would have been one thing. But they were like, anything that any believer said or whatever, they were just ready to argue about it. And it was just like, okay, that can be exhausting. And at the end of the day, I don't know of any scripture that talks about how we're supposed to try to convince anybody to believe it. I don't know of any scripture that says that. I don't feel like I need to convince you or try to, make you feel or whatever. And I understand planting the seed, but like I don't even think that was a atmosphere for planting the seed. So I'm like, I'm not doing that. I don't feel like I need to explain anything or do anything for a God who can explain and reveal himself. I don't need to do that.
Well, let me say something, like if we're supposed to be the salt on the earth, then that means we're going to be in salty situations, and it's not going to be comfortable. Usually people trade upon salt in ancient times. It's not always a great position, but at the same time, it is the very thing that is needed in order for everything to have flavor. And so it talks about how the harvest is great, but yet the laborers are few. Laboring means that you have to exert some type of energy. When you think about what you naturally exert energy into pertaining to the things that you love to do, we never complain about the things that we love to do. We exert all type of energy in things that we love to do. But when it comes down to actually being selfless, dying to self, that's not easy. Especially for me, learning about people's zodiacal placements. Some people have it harder than others. Fixed signs, Taurus, Leo, Scorpio, Aquarius, or the sun, moon, and rising, it can make it very challenging to put others first. And so I always challenge people's souls to challenge themselves. If not, are you really being a light? Or are you just being in a way? Like the fig tree.
So the thing for me is,
me being on Clubhouse is like prominently religious rooms. Seriously, this title is belief, right? And then faith. And so when I that's why typically I don't really, tap in like that anymore. But however, because I realize the common denominator, and the common denominator is a lot of people, especially when we have big rooms like that, a lot of people will try to come and convert you. They want to test your faith. They want to challenge your belief. That's what they want to do. I kid you not. And they'll do anything to get you off your square. You get what I'm saying? Just to see, for shits and giggles. I kid you not. They'll test that book of yours.
And Big Dog, that's what I feel like that was the atmosphere of the room earlier, which is feel like a lot of Christians felt like, what's the point of me even saying anything or whatever? Because it was just like, in that, I think his name is Chaz. I wish he were in the room earlier, but I think that that's why a lot of Christians took the stance that they did, because it was just like, I understand allowing your light to shine before men, but in that instance, sometimes God called you to be quiet. And I think that was one of those instances, because it was not the atmosphere to even share the gospel or anything like that. I think it was a very, very different atmosphere. It was terrible.
Yeah.
And I'm not knocking the discomfort. You know what I'm saying? I'm not knocking, because I understand that there are going to be times where you do share the gospel, and it is in an area that is not comfortable. You know what I'm saying? It is in a place that's not comfortable, and you may feel like they may or may not receive what you're saying. And that is in the instance of planting that seed that I was talking about earlier. Sometimes you are just the person that plants the seed. But that was not the atmosphere earlier at all. And not even in the slightest form.
Yeah, because there's one thing when you just whether it be a multitude of people just trying to, gain information, but it's another thing when it becomes a battle of the books. You get what I'm saying? So that's what I mean by that. It's when it just becomes a whole full out debate. And I already know where that's going. That shit ain't going nowhere. Yeah, it brings people to the room, and shit like that, but it just get messy. And it always have been like that for years, and it ain't never gonna change. But the good thing is, I guess you didn't have the Muslims, you didn't have the Jews.
Well, we here.
They'll tear some shit up too. Yeah.
I'm here.
Oh, you said you're there? I mean, you.
Okay, I can't type all of that real quick. But I'm just saying, hold on real quick, because I can't type all of that girl. But no, so that scripture that you're talking about, that's for the person. There are other scriptures in the Bible that tells you when and when not to go into these conversations. So today, those weren't sincere people coming to us asking out of sincerity. They already had the answers to their questions, so they were here to test you, right? That's not what he meant when they're talking about defending. He means defend the word, like standing, right? When they ask you and answer their questions with truthfulness, you answer their questions sincerely because they want to learn. It doesn't conflict, right?
Right.
What they were trying to do is they wanted drama, which goes with the scriptures that I was sharing in the chat earlier. I'm trying to find the other ones I was sharing. Let me see what I shared. I shared like a few scriptures earlier that actually show like we were in that space. So he gave instructions for when we're in that space, and then when there's someone who really comes to you and wants to know. Like, so for instance, Mandy, even though Mandy claims he does not believe, he asks questions sincerely. So we should answer Mandy's questions because that's how we defend it, right? But when Dr. B asked questions, it wasn't getting understanding. You know what I'm saying? So we should not argue with that person. They're not coming to support.
Yeah, so my position wasn't that we are supposed to punish people, but we are supposed to be defenders of the because you had people who were the Jews trying to come in and distort the gospel that Paul was preaching, basically trying to get them to conform to the law, back to the law of Moses. So our position is to always defend the gospel, but it's not to force our belief system on people, but we are supposed to defend our faith.
Yes, you're right. We defend it, but don't defend it in arguing, debating, fighting, or proving ourselves, which all of those things were. That's what we're saying. The same thing. So 1 Peter is for the Mandy mind, and the scriptures I shared were for everybody else in their room today. We weren't supposed to engage with those people.
Yeah, because there were definitely people there, like me and Shayway and others, that weren't defending the gospel in a manner that I feel like God would be pleased with, instead of us trying to like argue why they should believe this or why they shouldn't. And I think that the space that it was earlier was not the space of, oh, I need to defend the gospel as it pertains to sharing the gospel like we could do with Mandy. It was very different. Just so terrible.
And it was chaos. And God doesn't move in chaos, right? Like anytime that every time a Christian believer or a believer starts to believe, it became chaos. They want to touch them off. They would project or something critical when it's vice versa. You get what I'm saying? That was the scenery there. And the thing that's again what we think of the thing
It means to always be ready to give an account or to give an answer to those who try to come in and impose their belief or try to say that the gospel we believe is not the truth. So that's what I mean when I say defend, but not necessarily argue, because then you will find yourself to be a fool if you argue with people. Exactly. That's what we're saying. To keep the dust off our feet and keep it moving when you go to these places and try to preach the gospel and they don't want to hear you.
And they don't receive.
We're saying
the same thing for
Yeah.
We talked about Proverbs, because that was the answer, not a fool accordingly to his father, that's not a fool be like unto him. So and that's what they were trying to do. So you have to protect yourself at the same time. They wanted to make you argue. They wanted to trigger you so that you could cause that to be. That would be the same, and they can throw it back at you and then show right. You know what I'm saying? So you have to defend but protect at the same time.
That was the atmosphere.
The other scripture I had, well, I can share another.
And then Shayway, the only one I could think of at the time was the not casting your pearls was fine. That was the first thing I thought about when I came into the room and I felt the atmosphere. I was like, oh yes, I do this.
So, 1 Timothy, it was but foolish and unquestionable boys, knowing that they use them in strife, and the servant of the Lord must not strive, but be gentle unto all men, after speech and patient. So it basically says, don't get into arguments or putting debates or back and forth. That's really what that scripture is saying. And that was what was happening.
Yeah, so like I said, it's a certain way that you're supposed to defend, because we're still supposed to exercise the fruit of the spirit regardless. We're always supposed to be in the spirit. When you have people that come in and try to get us out of character, you're still supposed to exercise love, joy, patience, forbearance, all these things that prove you to be spirit-filled believer. You get what I'm saying? So, but we are to defend the gospel that we preach. That's why you have people who practice apologetics. I don't know if y'all know anything about apologetics, but people who literally they spend their lives defending the gospel of Jesus Christ. That's something that the apostles in the Bible also did, mainly Paul. So I'm sorry, God.
No, but you can defend, but God also gives you instructions on what to do. So Timothy, that I get Paul, we also know Peter, there's things too, but it literally in Timothy it says to withdraw ourselves from these things. That is showing us that is showing us to God. We know when we're silent. We know this. We don't give the enemy what he's wanting to keep that enemy. That's the picture too. God moves in silence. God doesn't move in chaos. That was chaos. Like it wasn't. God doesn't.
That's why I said we're supposed to practice the fruit of the spirit.
to accept it. He wanted to start an argument on it, and I understand the word. So what I just did was follow the word after I did defend the word and to remove myself, because if not, I'm going to be a full witness. So there are times when you are, once you've done that part, and you discern that this is not the person you don't want to get, they're trying to put you in sin. You have to remove yourself from that person.
Yeah, I said keep the dust off the feet and keep it moving.
Yeah, so that's what we did. I think for the most, I know the modern Christians, I think y'all can do it pretty well. I was in and out, so I don't know what else is going on. From aliens and culture, I don't know. Who's he at? I'm not really sure. So whatever he was talking about, it was a lot more, but so what I could tell, it was like maybe one or two dudes I heard that was getting kind of loud, but other than that, and I don't even know if it was Christians, because it was one of the gay boys. I think he was gay. Yeah, it was definitely Christians on stage that were defending the gospel, but they got, like I said, like when I came in, I felt the atmosphere immediately, but that didn't deter me from, defending. But after a certain point, it just got to a point where I understood that they wanted an argument, and I wasn't about to do that. And in that case, I had to practice being weak, being quiet, so that's why I was like, yeah, no, I'm not gonna do that, because it was, and that's why I said that was the first scripture that popped up in my mind was about casting pearls to swine, because it was just like they already have this mindset in the way of thinking, or they weren't trying to hear anything. They already had it set in their mind about what this or that. But I feel like even in that space, there were people that were listening and watching, you know what I'm saying, and whoever needed to hear or see whatever they needed to see as far as us sharing the gospel in the way that we did, I feel like the people that needed to see it and the seeds that needed to be planted was planted. So yeah, that was just my perception.
Well, to be optimistic is still a lesson that can be learned, especially with the replays on. You get what I'm saying? Because it's a great replay. I'll tell you that. It's a lesson to be learned in that whole clip.
I just wanted to add to the conversation. You have to be mindful, you know what I'm saying, that people, there are different levels to Christ talks about being fishermen of men. And if you've never actually been fishing before, that'll kind of go over your head. And so when you get into certain spaces, you're going to have fish not trying to come out of this environment, right? That's going to be a person a lot of times, causing issues, not in a sense going with the flow. Well, if you're going to be a fisherman, you got to have patience. You can have all the right equipment, you can have all the right bait, but if you, the fisherman, you don't have patience with what you're trying to draw out of the abyss, then you're going to break the line of communication every single time. So when you get in these spaces, it doesn't matter how turbulent the water is. You, the soul, have to control your emotions within the conversation. Fire itself, when it's in people, or people are on fire and they trying to, be mean or say hurtful things or just ask a whole bunch of questions that they're not really asking the questions for enlightenment, they're just trying to be a a-hole, let them burn out. Because see, fire is a needy element. Fire needs air, which is your response. Fire needs earth. It needs consistency. So if you take those two things away from a person that's trying to be unnecessary, you're putting out their fire. When you understand light never runs from darkness. Dark always runs from light. Now, to me, various scriptures is associated with your level of understanding. If you're not ready to stand in the fire, if you're not ready to be a light on that level, it's okay. Digress. Go another direction. Example, Paul was going to eat temple meat. Now, he wasn't going to eat the temple meat if it was going to be a young believer, because he didn't want to throw the young believer off pertaining to him eating the temple meat. But Paul knew that wasn't going to affect him. But he didn't want to mess up that young man's spiritual walk. You understand? So there's different levels to fishing. And so when you have those opportunities, embrace them. Check yourself. See how check your own emotional temperature. If you find yourself getting irritated because somebody is, saying some unnecessary words to you, pray for them. Most likely they have a demonic energy actually doing that to piss you off. Honestly, demons are real. When Christ responded to Peter, he didn't talk to Peter. He actually talked to the entity that was in Peter. But I'm done with that. I just wanted to say, use those opportunities to make yourself sharper. The Bible says we are to be like iron sharpened iron, right? And there may be one person in that group that may need to hear what you have to say. So you have to cut that part out. That's a part of the calling.
Yeah, that was excuse me, that was what I was talking about earlier when I was saying that the ones that needed to hear it heard it, and the seed that needed to be planted was planted. That was why I said what I said, because I know that even though it was a lot of people that was against God, there were people in the room, because there was a lot of people in the room. There were people in the room that were probably curious about God, wanting to know more. And I think that there were enough Christians that represented God well in that conversation. And I do agree with the iron sharpens iron type of things or whatever, because when you get into situations like that as a believer, it teaches you how to sharpen those skills and how to be able to, like Chastity was saying, defend the faith better. And I'm pretty sure there was other Christians praying, not just me, because I definitely was praying the majority of the time that I was on mute, because it was just like, it saddens me because I know God, you know what I'm saying? And to hear so many people that are against him, and it's only because of their own ignorance, not knowing, you know what I'm saying? And my prayer was that God would reveal himself to them, have them have a radical experience with God. That was my prayer. Because I know that after you have an encounter with God, you can't be the same. You change. And even if it's not like a overnight change or immediate change, you're going to change the minute you have an encounter with God. And that was my prayer. The whole time they were arguing, they don't even realize that they were being prayed for. I think that's why it was being meant. I think that's why the spirits were manifesting like they were. Yeah, I definitely thought it was. Sorry, what you said, man?
Go ahead, Mark.
I'm done. Go ahead.
We really are in the last days. We hear that all the time, but if you look at the biblical prophetic events, a lot of them have already taken place. A lot of them are happening right now, and they are some more are about to happen. And these are things that you can verify. The Euphrates River drying up like you said it would. Snow, winter being the desert. He's doing everything he said he was going to do biblically. And so these demons, these fallen giants, these disembodied spirits, they are not allowed to go in heaven, nor are they allowed to be in hell right now. They're just allowed to roam the earth, and they cannot go to sleep. But they can possess our bodies when we give them permission because of our ignorance. This is why he says, for the lack of knowledge, my people are what? Destroyed. Because they have rejected knowledge, I will also reject them. So you have to be willing to something that may irritate you a little bit. Things that tickle your ears, a lot of times are not good for you. You need an agitator to get you clean. If a washer don't have an agitator in the middle of it, you're gonna have dirty clothes. You know what I'm saying? So you gotta have people around you that's not gonna agree with you. You need somebody that's gonna, be a little bit firm about something that you're not firm about. And you have to be okay with that because you need that heat. That's why iron sharpens iron. you have to have friction to develop heat, and heat is needed to bring about purification, to bring out the innocent, right? So when you get in those spaces where people want to go back and forth, and you battle with them, yeah, it's like two swords clanging against each other in war. It's going to damage each other's sword. But if you allow that person to say everything they got to say, and you sit there and bear it, let them get it all out. Once you hear everything they got to say, now you can come back and actually fill in the gaps where they have, aired it. Because you allow them to say everything they need to say. But that's not easy. It's not easy to do that. So if you practice doing that, then you turn that war into a learning or sparring session now. And they realize, like, damn, this person and I thought I knew some shit. Excuse my language, but I'm just being honest. You have to allow people to show you their hand. Let them say all the stuff they got to say. And once they done saying everything they got to say, ask all them crazy questions, right? Once they know all the questions, you come back and you just chisel them down with the word.
So even Jesus walked away. When the leaders, when they were jealous and threatened by him because he came to Jerusalem to do miracles, they asked the question to him, by what authorities do you do these things? Who gave you the authority? Then he responded, I'll answer you if you answer me one thing first. Then he asked John Baptism, was it from heaven or was it from men? Okay? And they said, we cannot tell, we do not know. And that was a lie. And he knew that. So he said, neither tell I you by what authority I do these things. He walked away from those people because he understood they weren't genuine. We're not here to fight. I understand what I'm saying. I agree with that when it's from sincerity. Even if they start, because I've had people who may have seemed a little aggressive. But when I'm in the chat, seeking versus winning, right? I think that's the part. Like even Jesus walked away, and I'm going to follow what Jesus did. If we're going to talk about it, he knew when to walk away too, because it's going to cause you to sin. Like that's like opening a little window for the sin to come in. Once the discernment is there for a reason for us Christians to have. He gave us the scriptures for when they want to argue, and he gave us scriptures for when they are seeking. But we have to know when to walk away. He still defended the word. He still defended it, but he understood when sometimes defending is walking away. The light does shine. What Tom was saying before he left, the light does shine bright. Okay? Your light will shine. That didn't stop Jesus from light from shining. But we have to know, Christian, you have to know when to walk away as well. That's discernment.
Yep, turning the other cheek.
I think turning the other cheek is not necessarily saying walking away. It's giving the person the other cheek so they can actually hear.
And that is exactly what was happening in the room. I wish you were here. I really do. I wish you were here earlier. Maybe you can listen to the replays and see. You will feel the atmosphere of the room. But another one of my prayers, I guess I shared it, but another one of my prayers was because I felt the atmosphere of the room and I felt how it made me feel. My prayer was that it will cause a hunger in me to go deeper so that I'll know when I come across situations like that again, I would know how to respond or what to say or, in that situation, what to do. So,
But all throughout the New Testament, you see the position of the apostles were to defend the faith. That was a part of their assignment, was to be a defender of the faith. Yes, we're supposed to walk away, but when you have people coming in to distort the gospel and try to impose their belief on others and try to come in and implement false doctrines, quote unquote doctrines of devils, you are supposed to be a defender of the faith. Now, does that mean you're supposed to just argue with fools when they already have their mind made up? The Bible even tells us God will turn them over to a reprobate mind. That to the point where they have no sense of conviction. He will give them over to their lust and their passion. You know what I'm saying? But our position as believers is to defend the gospel of Jesus Christ. That was the position of the apostles all throughout the Bible, all throughout the New Testament. But I get what y'all saying. Like, you have people that already got their mind made up as far as what they believe. Yeah, you're supposed to walk away. But when you have people trying to come in and tell you your belief system is not true, and tell you that your God is not your God, and try to pervert the gospel, you also defend the gospel, and you're supposed to be ready to give a word. To give a word. It's why we're supposed to be sharp in our word. That's why Isaiah tells us when we read the word, we're supposed to read line upon line, precept upon precept. That means we're supposed to read a little here, read a little there, but we're supposed to be sharp, because you're going to have people like them that's going to come in and try to tell us what we don't believe, what we believe is false. So you're supposed to defend what you believe. Period.
Understandable, and I believe that is what happened in the group. I also wanted to say that everybody is not called to be an apostle, but I understand the sentiments and why you said what you said. But yeah, I think that.
But if as a believer, you're not called to be an apostle, but you're called to such, and your position as a son is to defend the faith.
Well, as a believer, you believe in Christ. And I gave the example that Christ actually walked what I'm saying. He literally shows you that he discerned that they were not being truthful, they were being deceitful, and the reason they asked that question, and he decided to walk away. God doesn't want us to be foolish. If Jesus walked away, that was defending his Father.
The destination is on your right. All right.
The dudes in here today were the Pharisees. They were literally the Pharisees. They know. Like Dr. B said, he has a Christian girlfriend, and they were saying things to let you know they know. They studied the word. They actually know the word. They read the Bible. You couldn't tell. These people have read the Bible, but they didn't read it the same reason that we read it. Right? So you have to walk away sometimes. When they have a curious, what's his name?
I literally just said that. I said.
But that's what we've been saying all the time. That's literally what we've been saying all the time.
But what I'm saying is, when you have my stance is, when you have people that come in and try to pervert the gospel, or try to make it seem like what I believe is that's when you defend it. But when you have people whose mind is already made up, that they're just going to do what they want to do, and they believe then it's that does not get people. When you got people that come in and try to pervert the gospel, then you walk away. But I mean, that's when you defend the word of God. You don't have to be an apostle to defend your faith.
Whenever they're trying to trap you, which I'm using do you know the story I'm talking about in the Bible? Because I'm speaking about when Jesus went to Jerusalem to perform the miracles in the town, and the religious leaders found out that he was there, and they became jealous, and they threatened, and they plotted against Jesus. They plotted and said they were going to confront him publicly, Jesus, okay? So they walked up to Jesus and they asked him, by what authority do you do these things, and who gave you this authority? Okay? But they weren't being genuine with that question, right? They were asking that question because, again, they plotted before they even asked the question, right? They plotted to try to trap him, to embarrass him, to make him say something that they could try to twist up, to start an argument like the people did today. Like, literally everything that we saw today is an example of what Jesus experienced with the religious leaders, right? Jesus did respond. He said, if you answer, goes back to the book. I'll answer you if you answer me one thing first. John's baptism, was it from heaven or from men, right? And even though the
not men that John's baptism came from. They lied and told Jesus they did not know, they could not tell. So he said, okay, well, since y'all don't know and y'all can't tell, then I don't have the authority. I can't tell you who gave me the authority to do these things. Right? And he walked away. He literally walked away because they weren't being genuine. He discerned that they were there to argue. He discerned they were there to trap him. He discerned that they were there to embarrass and to twist and create chaos. God does not move in chaos. Silence is a weapon that he used. Like that walking away was the weapon that Jesus used in this specific example. So that was defending the gospel.
But what I'm saying as disciples, because we're all called to discipleship. You don't have to be an apostle. You don't have to be a pastor. You don't have to be a preacher. You don't have to be a prophet, an evangelist, none of those things, but we're all called to discipleship. So our position as disciples are to defend the faith. But like you said, like you explained, Shayway, people like that, you absolutely 100% have to walk away. You know, you have to walk away when they already have their mind made up. But then you have people that come in again, like I said, to twist the word and impose false doctrines and false beliefs and twist the word of God to make it mean something that it doesn't mean. That's when you're supposed to defend the faith. Because you do have people like that that'll take a scripture fully out of context and make it mean something doesn't mean in order to impose their belief system or for selfish gain. You see this all the time in churches. People will give a scripture and it means something totally opposite or totally different, but they'll give that scripture in order for people to sow a seed, and it means absolutely nothing about sowing.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm with you there. So if we're talking in general, yes, that specific example, that example that you just used, that's not the example that we had today in the room, but I can give you an example of when I've had to do that with Archie, right? Archie has came in here with his my wife, and sometimes his ego presents itself, right? And I've been around Archie for a minute, so I could tell, and he will pull a scripture out and he'll twist it. I'm like, no, Archie, if you're going to read that scripture, you need to start from here because you know good and well that this is what that scripture is talking about. And Archie being a believer, right? So he will kind of, humble himself, right? And be like, you know what? Okay, stay away. My bad, stay away. You know what I'm saying? So yes, what you're saying there, I agree with that example, right? But today's room was the example of the religious leaders that Jesus dealt with.
But see, I think he kind of misses some key points. First key point is this is Christ. This is the Creator. He has an ability that we actually don't have, in a sense. We have to pray for it. We have to fast for it. But it's something that he already had, which is he can read man's heart. Okay? This is something that his father did in heaven when he came out of Lucifer. He said, I have searched your heart. Right? So that already puts him in a whole different league. And then the second part is that this is not a multitude of people in which Christ is speaking to. It was very clear of who the sect of people that he was speaking to, which were the Sadducees, the ones that's supposed to know the actual scriptures, the ones that actually know the word. Now, I understand. I heard earlier. I said that the people in the I wasn't a party. I didn't hear it. I'm just going off what you guys had said. But they were coming off as if they are representative of knowing the word, as if they're like Sadducees. And I understand, Shayway, where you're coming from, saying that was their position and how they were coming back with all these questions and whatnot. But still, we as students of the word, right? We have to be able to really see it for what it is. Now, if Christ was speaking to a group of people, I don't think he would have, in a sense, walked away. I think he would have stood there and really, in a sense, went hand on them. But in that case, it was just them. He didn't need to say nothing else because he already perceived their heart. But you don't see no other case. Even when the devil himself came to Christ in his weakest state, Christ did not flee from the devil.
He told the devil what it was. He told him the word. He reminded him what the word states. And the devil fled.
But I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to stop you there, Zodiac, because that story, it was in the public. He was performing miracles. They did it in front of the public. That was in the public. When he was with the devil, it was private.
Yeah, it was private.
But when he was speaking to the religious leaders, that was in front of the crowds, the elders, and the religious leaders, because the whole point was to trap him and to make him look crazy in front of those people.
But regardless, the key point is he perceived their hearts. So what I'm saying is,
we have discernment. Do you agree on that? Like, as a Christian, do we have discernment?
We have to. What you're doing right now is kind of what they did earlier on Sunday, because you have to wait until the person is speaking before you come back with the next question.
I also understand you said that you weren't part of the room. I do, and I think that I would love to have this conversation with you if you can listen to the room, like, honestly, because I don't think, like, I'm sure Chastity understands where my stance is now. It wasn't really this isn't I don't think this conversation was like a topic. I think it was our moment to be genuine with each other, because this one has been big today, right? And we're talking personally, like, these are my sisters. You get what I'm saying? And I'm talking to my sister about what happened in a room that we all experienced. You're talking from what you think happened. We're talking about what we experienced, right? So I just want to make sure, we're good here.
That's why I said I feel like you should definitely go back and listen to that one, because you'll immediately understand where Shay and I's stance is. As it pertains to, where we're coming from, explaining or trying to give an account of what happened during that time, because you definitely can feel it. You know what I'm saying? As a Christian, we do have discernment. And, that's a gift that God gives us. And when you listen to the room, I really hope you do, you'll be able to feel it as a fellow Christian. As a fellow believer, you'll feel it immediately. As soon as you start listening to the room, you'll hear it. So, yeah.
Well, y'all make sure y'all keep the replays, because I know it's been a while.
Dang, we did a new room. Dang. Well, he didn't sleep. It's 10:30.
Probably sleep. Is this the same room?
Yeah, it's the same one. It's the part 2.
Change the time.
No, we gotta close it where the replay's gonna be going.
Oh, yeah.
So leave you up. One of y'all.
Say where you don't got the ability?
I got the thing about the, what I'm making the title, which is, give me an idea.
Hey, Shayla.
It's whatever you say.
Are you air or fire?
What you say?
Are you air or fire?
I'm flesh. What the heck?
Hey, just in case y'all, real quick, Zodiac, just in case y'all don't know, right? If you hit the 3 buttons at the top right, scroll all the way to the bottom, you can actually save it on your profile, just in case. I don't know if you can share it. I've never done it before, but however, just in case, because I know I was here not too late, but not too early, and it's been a while. That motherfucker can kick out any time.
But see, Big Dog, you was in here earlier too, during that room, wasn't you?
Yeah, I was here.
Yeah, so, yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm like, that it was crazy. You can literally feel it.
What up, y'all?
Hey, Trey.
What up, Trey?
Can we stop allowing the non-believers in the room when we talk about God?
You know they're not gonna stop coming in here, Trey. They're not gonna stop.
My thing though is I get it, yo. No matter what we say, what experiences we had, y'all not gonna believe it. Well, why do you want to come in the room if you don't believe in God?
Because they want to be anti. That's what they want. That was the spirit that was in the room earlier. Like, that's what they want. That was yeah. It was terrible.
Yeah, but that was over here. Y'all, the other one will be over here. I mean? So just more fast.
I want to say, look at him. He has some question.
I'm over there.
Now we just keep running into a room.
Okay, can you follow us to follow us to the other room. Go to hit the G spot. Can you hit it from the top? Hit the G spot at the top. Y'all hit the G spot at the top and then go to that other one to say we up. Yeah. Go to the other room at the top, y'all. The G spot at the top and hit the room we up. I'm about to shut this down. Gene, Lynn, Black, where y'all at? Sleepy ass. Oh God. All right.
niggas type shit. You know what I'm saying?
That's the out.